I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
Hello and welcome to the Rocket League. Nah, I'm just kidding, but it's your boys in the Rival Series. Welcome to Codename Covert, Dazarin's home of whatever this tournament has been this weekend. It's actually been mad fun. I'm Tom Battinger, F. That's Subi, and that's Spaceman. And none of us have had haircuts, so we're all wearing hats. But I like your shadow today. How you doing, Spaceman?
I miss my shadow. It's not as like mushroom flamboyant behind me.
That's one way to put it.
Reddit like the shadow, so I'm doing good, man. How you doing? It's been a while since we've had all three of us together in a circle like this. Cool.
I'm chilling. Yeah, it has been. It has been, like I said. I mean, the last time we were, it was Rival Series, so oh well. But Subi, how you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good. It's early on the West Coast, but it's a beautiful morning, and most importantly, it's Championship Sunday, baby. Let's find out who's going to be putting that crown on their head.
Right. We got a couple of games here. We got the finals. Before that, we've got the semifinals. And then before that, we still have a couple of games going. So an action-packed day of Rocket League. So it should be mad fun. Is there any particular matchup you're looking for in particular, Subi?
Oof, that's a rough one. I think anytime Energy plays, it's always exciting for sure. But I want to see if Space Station Gaming can bring it to them. I really think they have the component to take NRG down. NRG still going through that phase of it's a brand new team. Let's try to figure out rotations. Let's figure out strengths and weaknesses. Whereas
Sure.
Space Station Gaming, they seem to have put it together a little quicker.
Word. How you feel, Space?
I'm actually looking at the second match me and Subi have today. We have United and Envy. And I remember yesterday when I was getting updates that Rogue were taken to game 7 and losing. And I was like, there's no way that Envy is beating Rogue. And then same with United. Like, Memories performed really great, but the same issues that United's had stay here. And now I'm wondering, okay, this is like, our two losers bracket matches today are kind of coin flips. And I'm excited just to see what those do today.
Word, I feel that. I'm looking at that Energy Space Station matchup as well, Subi. I think those are two teams that are just fun to watch. Space Station coming out is one of my favorite orgs, and so they were one of the first teams that I watched in Rocket League, because that's how you hop esports, right? You're like, oh, I know those guys, and Shantaris just messages me, if you don't root for us, I'll kill you. So I'm gonna watch for Space Station. And then Energy, though, those guys have been performing, new roster members, new legendary roster moves. Subi, that was top 5, top 3, top monumental roster move in Rocket League history. Squishy. That's huge, right?
It's got to be top 3. And Energy made, similarly a top 3 move 2 seasons ago when they brought Turbo from Europe over to North America to kind of say, hey, we need to see what you have. We need to show us how to win championships. You've done it 3 times. Can you get us one? And he does so. And I don't think anybody saw this roster change happening. It didn't seem like NRG was having that many problems. They had a couple shaky series for sure, but a complete overhaul like this, I don't know. So it had everyone scratching their heads, but also you put Squishy on a team and that team immediately gets better. So I'm excited for the long run for this team to kind of see what they become once they're in their final form.
Long run's one thing, short run's a different thing. Spaceman, what have you seen from Squishy Muffins on Energy? How do you like the team now?
I think that they struggled to fit in and have that honeymoon period in day 1 of this tournament, but he looks more comfortable. I think that's really what you could take away from NRG is everyone looks comfortable. Like, if you put it on paper, you say Squishy's going to come in and this is what we expect. Squishy comes in and the honeymoon period isn't there. Now they look like they've all fit into their roles appropriately. And I actually don't mind. I get the change. If you're in esports long enough, you know this, F. Championship teams sometimes just make changes, and after a while you're like, yeah, that's just kind of how sometimes things roll. Squishy comes in here, it looked like it just was a synergy issue, whether it was like the rhythm was off with the team. Now he gets comfortable, and NRG kind of just looked like, okay, that this is what we expected NRG to be. The paper goes to the game, and honestly, I could see them going the whole way winning the tournament. It was just a matter of time. That's really all it was with NRG.
I feel that. It's just been a couple of days since we actually had the roster change, right? They went on the record and were like, yo, we haven't really practiced all that much. So this is, and when you're a championship team, this is where you practice.
Yeah, exactly.
Scrims only mean so much. You need to be on the stage. So let's go from the top to the bottom. No disrespect, because I think the bottom of the squad, like you said, is Championship Sunday. Everybody's been performing. Mirage and Loco. Now, these are two interesting teams. Mirage, that's our homeboys, right? Like, that's our rival series squad. We know these dudes. So it's kind of fun watching them come back to it. And then there's Loco, who seemingly nobody knows, which is almost more fun. I mean, Subi, you're the veteran here. Just off the eye test, what does Loco tell you?
I mean, Loco, just the eye test. I mean, Beastabonium, sorry. I mean, that dude is insane. And if he can keep the play that he's been bringing all weekend long, it's going to be a long day for Mirage, because you just have to bomb the ball downfield and he comes off the opponent's back wall and then scores a nutty angle goal seemingly out of nowhere. So you've got to watch out for him. And it seems like their passing is also on point. Loco is a team that can hit each other in stride, but I don't know if they can keep that consistency all weekend long. If they can, then this team is absolutely the real deal.
Andy was one of the members of the rival series last year, Spaceman. Delta and Beastabonium are this dynamic young talent, so to speak. What does Andy offer to the squad?
I think he offers consistency, if not just for this tournament in general. Andy was always kind of, I like to refer to him as, in the esports I specifically worked, like the dirty objective support player, like the guy who won't, he's not always going to be on the top of the leaderboard with scoring goals and getting out in front of the balls, especially like on passing lanes. He's not going to be the guy usually getting 2-3 goals a game, but what he will do is facilitate offense. He'll facilitate action, and if Beastabonium is very similar to how Lion Blaze would kind of take over moments, if Beastabonium is channeling that inner Lion Blaze, Andy's going to be kind of like Jacob 2.0, setting him up for things. And that's really where I like Andy in this team. You allow Beastabonium to thrive and you facilitate everyone else's interactions. That's why Andy really works really well, and he had experience in rivals, so he can bring that to the table in this type of tournament to help push the team forward.
You know, this is something, and I'm going to shout out to chat for this one, because we have had some conversation, and this is a very important topic. Beastabonium's name, is it cool or is it not? Chat,
awesome.
Let me know how you feel. I think it's dope. I think there have been many worse names. I said this on Reddit. Shout outs to my Smite family. The World Championship MVP, his name is Sam4 Soccer 2. Okay? You can get a lot worse than Beastabonium. Yeah. Okay? I think Beastabonium is goated name. So, Subi, is it dope or no? You're like, nah.
I like it. You know, it's creative.
You don't
it's
seem
clever.
to like it.
It's, well, there's definitely worse out there, but I mean, out of 10, I would give it a 7 out of 10 for sure. It's a solid name.
That's where I would go, yeah.
You know, I'm watching chat. They're saying goated name, and
see?
Dude,
someone said he's a dog. So,
it's so cool.
Some people like him.
Heck yeah, we like it.
So cool.
And I'll go to chat a second time for the vote. Please get this number off my screen and vote for Loco. Thank you. So if you do exclamation
56
point Loco,
million. Oh,
that's a period, Subi. But if you exclamation point Loco, you can vote for Loco, and exclamation point MIG if you're on the side of Mirage to win this game. Later on, we'll check and we'll just see how smart chat winds up being. This is where I ask you, Travis. All right, is it the rival series boys, or is it the newcomers?
Well, there, Tom. I think they use a period for commas in Europe to signify millions. So that was 57 million. There
Nobody
it is again.
cares.
It took you that long to think of that?
Congratulations. No, we don't care.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm not rude like
care.
Spaceman. So
Like
don't
Spaceman?
care. Give us your prediction.
Come on, time out. Let me think about this. This is a hard one. You know what? I'm just going to go gut shot. I'm going Loco. Beastabonium has been insane, and if he can bring that gameplay, or 85% of it, I think they're going to take this one pretty handedly.
I'm going Mirage.
The guy wants to talk all the time while other people are talking, and then when it's his turn, he's silent.
For real.
Come on. And give me, do your job. Give me more than Mirage.
I'm going Mirage for the reason because they beat Rogue, and I think that's impressive. And I think they're going to do it.
This is why we make you sit at the little kids table when we go out to dinner.
We actually do.
It's not. It's not actually too far off the truth.
So Subi's gonna go. Subi's gonna go with the newcomers, and I got to agree. Just looking, like we said, the little bit from what we've seen out of Loco has been insane. I point out to the angles that Beast of Bonium has gotten, because a lot of these,
Insane.
listen, it's Rocket League. We play them. We play this game. Sometimes they go in accidentally, and then he does it a second or a third time. Let's see if he does it a fourth. It's Mirage versus Loco. Subi and Spaceman, take us away.
Welcome back to our side of the stream. What's up, Subi? How you doing, brother? How's life? We got Loco versus Mirage. I'm feeling good, man. I've had no coffee today. I've had
Is that
nothing
your
but water.
is that your official caster voice? Was that like the first reel you updated to YouTube?
No.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
No, the first time we ever stepped in the studio, it was, oh my God, he got the goal. That's
This is
incredible. And then I had to
This is
realize
true.
that you don't talk like that, and we had to reel it in. But, dude, I'm just excited for the match today. We're waiting for the players to hit ready because they're lazy. We want to get him forward, but I'm feeling good, man. It's Championship Sunday. It's always a great time to be here with you. Talk to me how you've enjoyed the event. We've reached the pinnacle, the milestone. We've made it to Sunday. We're still here. How
Still
are you
here.
doing? How's life?
I
How's it
mean,
going?
life is great,
Good.
but I don't
Let's
think
hear it.
anybody out there really cares about that, nor wants to hear about that. They came for
Well-
Rocket League, and
Well, we're just trying to
Rocket
set
League's
the
what we're going to
stage.
give them.
We're trying to set the stage because remember, this
All right.
this is the lower part of the bracket, Subi. It's
It's
Championship
true.
Sunday, and these guys are in the gauntlet. They're on the grind, and it's going to take one match at a time. But remember, it's a best of 7, so we're no longer in that best of 5 territory. It's going to take a lot. We
Well-
could be seeing all 7 games. Honestly, would you be surprised if this series wins 7? Would you really?
I
Say
would.
yeah, say
I would
no.
be surprised.
Damn it.
It would surprise me, but best of 7 is where the men are separated from the boys. That's for sure. Best of 5, you got to win 3 games, but when you have to throw in a 4th, yeah, it seems like it's only one more win, but it becomes that much more difficult. And here we go. The action is officially underway, and the passing plays already developing from Mirage, but unable to connect on that play. And a rare miss there from Luker, went right over his head. But they reel it in, and no harm, no foul.
Now, Subi, I'm not going to throw any shade here, but it's actually a genuine question. When you're sitting kind of in the lower part of the bracket, normally that means that the better teams are sitting up in the winners. So do you think that just as a rival series team, Mirage might have a bit more luck down here, maybe going through the gauntlet that they would in winners bracket compared to some of those top tier teams?
Oh, 100%. Anytime you're down in that lower bracket, you've had something not go your way, obviously, but luck has been on your side a few times, and we've seen that with Mirage. They're just not going to have the same consistency that Space Station Gaming and Energy bring to the field, but that's what they're here for. That's what they're trying to figure out right now, and at the end of the day, like I said when this match started, this is Championship Sunday. You just need to make a run, and it is absolutely possible to make a run out of the lower bracket.
And absolutely, and anything is possible entirely. ZPS with a carry, and ZPS will dunk it towards the top left part of the shelf, and you gotta love it when they take it off the wall like that. Individuality is great in Rocket League over 2 defenders. Beast of Bonium couldn't even get a touch on it. Up 1-0 quickly, Mirage striking first.
I love that self-pass off the ceiling. Great mechanics there shown from ZPS. And so far, Loco been very quiet. Andy's got 2 shots, but one of those has to be credited to that misplay by Luke that just went over his head. And good bomb downfield, but Beast of Bonium too quick for Freshness. Freshness rotating out. And again, defense needs to be had, and a good defensive stance from Delta there as Loco was looking for that bottom right corner.
And Loco's been facilitating defense quite a bit to start this game. It's been Beast of Bonium and Andy in the back, but he misses 2. Delta comes in for the clear, and they get out of their base for now. But again, you're looking at just how they're going to work Beast of Bonium into these plays. How are they going to elect to spread him out on the field, and Andy can begin to push this one forward. It's over 1. Can he get a follow-up touch as Luke carries it off the side of the wall? And right over the blue half, challenge 1 at midfield again by Mirage. And they're going to push this again forward, and Beast of Bonium will try to get another tap, but it won't connect. DPS bringing it down, Freshness with a second, and Delta brings it back to midfield for Andy. Andy, by his lonesome, could not get it over 2 as Beast of Bonium flies in, and back to the corner we go. So a couple of these interesting spreads you've seen from Loco off the start, but it's been intercepted and taken away, and those challenges have been won at midfield by Mirage. Once again, Freshness cutting the ball off.
Oh,
And it
that's
looks like they're just
great.
doing a good job in transition to cut this off. Susan.
That was a great clear, just keeping the defense honest, making sure that their rotations are perfect. They're not cheating up too far, not getting too aggressive. I love seeing that gameplay for Mirage, keeping Loco on their heels.
Down in front. That one's going to roll into the corner, and Beastabonium did get a tap and grabbed a boost as well, I believe. Still a little bit in the tank, blocked away. Freshness with the clear, and a booming hit down to the other side. Beastabonium's going to play that off the ceiling if he can. Won't even really go that far. He's going to knock it back to midfield. ZPS intercepts, and back and forth we go. Just a minute 43 still here in game one. This, again, is your loser's bracket. Loser of the series goes home. So everything is on the line, but it's a best of 7. Plenty of time to work out the kinks. And that ball is going to roll precariously, and Delta will carry. Can he get it over to Luke? No. What's up?
Speaking of kinks, I want to get your take on it. Do you think that because it is best of 7, that there's a little more grace given to a team if they take a little more time to warm up?
Yes, there's a tons of leeway. I mean, it's a best of 7. I understand it's only a 1-game difference, but the difference between being down 3-1 in a best of 7 and being down 2-1 in a best of 5 is like monumental momentum shift. That's a lot of M's, and it all works out because it's a lot. It just mentality-wise, you have to be able to pace yourself to go the distance. If you can't, you will fall behind mentally quickly, and you could be down 2-0 in a best of 7, and it feels like you're down 4-0, 5-0. It just does. You have to be able to pace yourself, even if you don't get off to a hot start.
Right. Yeah, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. That's how I've always felt about Game 7s. You don't want to be that team that goes out, uses all your gas in games 1 and 2, and then you're just kind of left sitting there. So curious to see if Loco's just kind of planning this slow start. Let's just try and read this Mirage team, or if they're starting to panic, because 25 seconds to go is absolutely time to panic when you're down 1 goal. They've got about 2 opportunities to go, and here's a good one, but Mirage is going to clear this ball away.
Oh my God. Mirage defense has been like an outfielder snagging pop flies every time it comes above the net. They have refused to let Loco get anywhere near the corner of the box. They should clear it out. That's going to touch. And just phenomenal defense from Mirage to start the series. They barely let a shot on goal, and you have to give credit where credit is due. Freshness, Luke and ZPS all together were combining on defense, 3 saves apiece, but they were doing everything necessary. And when you have that strong of defense to start a game, that's kind of like what we talked about Rogue the last time you and I were here, when we talked about Rogue's defense against G2, how they refused to let G2 get an accurate shot on net. Same thing here. You have to give credit where credit's due with that kind of defense. It spells positive results in transition. It was just very, very good all around.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Loco's good enough as a whole team. That sounds wrong, but let me try and explain.
No, but you're right.
But they need one player to stand out. They need someone to step up each match, because it's not going to be, you see all 3 super close in score, just 18 separating, top from bottom, but you need someone to stand out. And that's when they had success, was when Beastabonium was just going absolutely insane and throwing caution to the wind, going for crazy shots. And it's not time to panic yet. Like we were just saying, best of 7 is an eternity when it comes to a tournament. So Loco have seen what Mirage are bringing. Now it's their turn to try and turn the tides and figure out how to counter that.
Yeah, and that's really why we talked about Beastabonium being the X factor and Andy being like a facilitator, the one who kind of creates the opportunities. And again, if you guys were watching Rivals, or you're able to harp back to that, that's kind of how Lion Blaze was back on 72 PC throughout the duration of the season. How many times did we see Lion Blaze kind of take over games for 72 PC? But it was Jacob who was trying to set things up, and Demo who was there to be a little bit more physical, right? So it was one of those situations where even if you don't have the entire team contributing in terms of just getting shots on net, someone has to be there to kind of make the dirty work happen, be the support player to set up Beastabonium, whether that's Andy or not, or Delta even specifically. You have to find a way to get him involved. If Beastabonium's quiet, where do you think this team really lies, Subi, in the rankings? Do you think they have what it takes to be in the middle of the pack, or do you think they fall a bit because he is that good?
I don't think they have what it takes to be on top. That's for sure. I don't know whether they'd be middle of the pack, bottom of the pack, but they're not making it to the grand finals if he's not stepping up, I don't think, or if you don't have someone else stepping up. like we were talking about. So someone needs to just kind of say, all right, I'm throwing you guys on my back right now. Let's go for it. And I think it's got to be Beastabonium. From what we've seen all weekend long, just from his raw mechanics alone, he's got to be the one to step up.
Yeah, and you kind of also have to look at just the challenge that you're facing on the other side. I mean, they're no pushover for Mirage. We understand they're a rivals team, but that doesn't mean they're not qualified to be here. And not only that, the one thing that they might have over a team like Loco, they might not have like an individual who steps up or shows out the same way Beastabonium does. But they've played together for such a long period of time, and they have that internal chemistry together that as a team, they could probably go a lot further than one person overstepping or overexerting themselves on the field. And that's really where I looked at them. I know my prediction was basically they beat Rogue. I'm going to take them. But there is something to say about a team that has chemistry together, that knows how each other plays, and can communicate whether or not they're verbally communicating on the field. So get the lobby ready for you guys. Subi, I want to know what you're feeling so far in this series. Is there anything that's sticking out to you from Mirage, or anything that I haven't said that you want to talk about?
I mean, it looks like Mirage is vibing right now, and I know Twitch chat's vibing. I'm seeing a bunch of vibe checks coming out.
Hydrate yourself, Twitch chat. Hydrate yourself.
Ooh,
Hydrate
hydration?
yourself. You guys got the channel points. I know you do. We all have like 5,000 of them for some reason. Hydrate yourself. Hydrate yourself right now, okay? Thank you.
I'm saving up for a Jazz stream.
I always have like 5,000 Twitch or channel points in Daz's stream, and I don't know why. I just have them. So
that's because you put it on at night to go.
You know
to
why?
sleep
It's because
to.
I support the homies. The homies get love too. I support all you. That's what it is.
That's fair.
See? It's lonely out here, man. We're still in the middle of a pandemic.
Hey, I'm just hoping to get that Jazz stream, bro. I want to really cast in a Jazz voice. We could have some. I don't even know how that would go. So let's just see.
We'll make it work. You and I, we'll figure something out.
I want to see someone
into game
do it.
2, man. I'm excited. We're into game 2. Of course, if you guys are just joining us, it's the lower bracket. Mirage is up 1-0. It was a 1-0 win in game 1. It was not that big of a difference, but the defense for Mirage is what really set the pace. So kicking things off, you have to hope that Loco are able to find some offensive presence, and maybe that's through facilitation. We talked about it 1,000 times, and ZPS will carry that one 1,000 times over one. Luker's going to push that towards the back of the wall, try to bounce it down, but a good defensive stop so far from Loco.
What a save from Andy.
Corner. And just when you think that things can't get any crazier, an interception from Luke will get taken away. And an interesting way to start game 2.
Interesting to say the least. It's just looking like pandemonium right now, and Andy can't quite reach that one with the free flip there, and Delta gonna come in and push it through the corner, but good defense from ZPS and Mirage as a whole. Their rotations have been pretty crisp in this matchup so far, and I love that they always have someone up on that back wall. It's the easiest way to defend against those backboard passes or those double tap attempts.
Well, the third man was back. It was ZPS. He missed the hit, but he does win the 50 and was able to carry out just a little bit. So that gives teammates time to rotate back. And Freshness was in a position to fly forward and get the knock. He does. And they push it all the way into the corner. ZPS will follow. Let's see if they can swing this one around. The transition now back to midfield. And Freshness will cut it off. Freshness gets it over one off the ceiling. Can he play it off the bounce? No. Beastabonium ready and waiting as Andy looks to extend it down the long line of sight to the corner. But again, an interception and a challenge one. Mirage doing a good job of cutting off these passes in midfield. The defense from Loco has been very, very good to start. No one's really had a good shot on net. This could change things, but again, ZPS didn't have the air touch to work with, nor the boost. And now we're looking at a situation where back and forth we will continue to go as Andy will stay strong and sturdy in front of the box.
Yeah, it was good defense there to take away that angle of the shot. There was only one possible place that shot's going, and Andy stood in the way, and Freshness puts this ball back into the orange half. ZPS going for a drop-down pass to Freshness, but Mirage doing a great job of keeping this pressure up. Loco can't do anything to break out of their own half right now, and they're starting to get low on boost. You see 6 for Andy, 0 for Beastabonium. Delta up there with 0, just got full boost, but he has to rush back. Right now, Mirage doing a great job of starving out Loco.
And when you starve them out, you can continue to funnel in those types of attempts. Luke slowing it down over both. Didn't get it just the way he wanted. The touch was there, but the accuracy was a little bit too far to the left. That ball's going to bounce off the post and wrap around. Luke could not get the follow-up. Again, Andy has to have at least 4 or 5 saves now at this point. Let's see if he can follow it into a shot. Beastabonium over the top. And once again, Beastabonium has no boost. This has been the story so far. Game 2 for Loco. A great save from ZPS will stall them out. Andy with a lot, now down to 33 and counting. And again, just another situation where Loco have tried and tried again, and it's not working. They don't have boost to follow up. A second shot comes in, and Andy wraps from the back of midfield and finds the back of the net.
Just need one, baby, to get that ball rolling, and Andy takes advantage of the overextension from Luke off that back wall, and that net was wide open. An easy shot for Andy, and if you're Mirage, you can't be making simple mistakes like that.
You know, Subi, I watched a movie last night, and one of the characters said, hey, this isn't going to work. We've tried it 100 times. And the other character said, yeah, you know exactly what I'm saying. The other character said, well, we only need it to work once. And that's exactly what happened there. You can fly them with no boost 100 times. But if it works once, that's a goal. And Andy knew that, and he kept going, and it turned into a 1-0 lead with 1:19 to play. Freshness was able to slow it down. Luke comes in. Now ZPS, there it is. Make that 2 out of 100. And finally, we have a tie game.
This is just rough play there from Beastabonium. Luke had the angle, had the speed, got to the ball first, and positioned himself above it. So when Beastabonium hits it, it's just going to 50-50, and that's a smart play there. And ZPS there for the follow-up goal. All tied up as we near 1 minute to go in this game. And at this point, it is definitely anybody's game because both goals have been simple mistakes, it seems like, from the defense.
The slowdown from ZPS actually baited Beastabonium out to midfield, so they clear the box out. Just 2 left. They tried to spread the defense. Luke off the ceiling has enough boost to make it work, but a great challenge and a better follow-up from Freshness. 2-1, 50 seconds. Could you write it any better than that?
And Mirage taking advantage of their speed. Freshness beating out Andy to that ball. It's just that half second of hesitation that can lead to that, and just like that, Spaceman Mirage turn the tides and go up by 1 goal, less than 1 minute to go.
Subi, that was like watching a player run through that mid-level boss time and time again. They knew they were going to challenge in the air towards the top of the net, so what do? They keep putting the ball there, so they bait players out of the box, and as soon as they have a look, they spike it right down, and they get the goal. It's just about reading the defense where you can, and sometimes those tendencies just continue to happen, and Loco was not able to realize that maybe they should adapt on those hits, and that save did not come through. 2-1, 17 seconds. Looking at the closing moments of Game 2, can Loco find a way to tie things up and send this to OT? Probably not, as this one's going to fall precariously. ZPS will send it into the corner. Andy will now carry over one. Is a teammate there? No! They stuff it at the front of the box, and again, ZPS will get the save. It's still up. Delta can make a play. That's going to go off the back wall. ZPS trying to spike it down. The demo comes in, and it sends it to Game 3. 2-1 win for Mirage.
How clutch was that demo at the end? Good heads-up play from Luke to take that Loco player off the pitch. No opportunity to tie the game for you, and Mirage up 2-0. They're just waiting for their time to strike and hitting it perfectly. Just seems like there's nothing but patience on the side of Mirage. They're playing very zen-like right now.
You know, those are like those little moments that don't show up on the stat board that they should. Like that kind of demo saves Game 2, potentially. And that will never show up on the stat sheet, but it was a great way to close out Game 2 nonetheless. It works. That was a slow spike down, and it's just like, oh, that's cool. I'm rambling. I'm having fun here. So we go into Game 3, man. I'm excited. This has been a very interesting series. Again, it seems a lot like Loco are just kind of weathering the storm of Mirage and trying to figure out where to go from here. And Mirage are continuing to steal boost on the corners, control midfield. They baited Beastabonium out of the box like 3 or 4 times, and it was basically up to Andy and Delta to do all the hard work. What have you
all
seen?
The shots? What about all the shots
all
from
the
Mirage?
time, just constant. That's why I said it's like a mid-level boss. You just keep throwing things at them. You're like, is he going to dodge or is he going to like have a slow hit? You're like, oh, okay, I'll figure this out. And they figured out the pattern of how Loco play defense at the front of the box. They continue to go for aerials.
I think Mirage was watching Loco yesterday and saw how many goals Beastabonium got off that back wall and how many plays develop out of using that back wall, and they're taking it away. constantly. ZPS is positioning himself up there and canceling the offense before it can even get started.
Well, you would love, if you're a Loco fan, to see them go up 1-0 to start Game 3, kind of getting that momentum back. That this series, again, it's a long one. It's a best of 7, but like we said, there are times when a 2-0 down in a best of 7 can just feel like a 2-0, or it can feel like you're down 3-4-0. And at that point, it's so hard to bring yourself back from the brink. A great shot to kick off Game 3. And Mirage circling like sharks at midfield. Luke gets it over 2. And the bump comes in. Goal number 1 to Mirage.
Sure. Beastabonium cheating up a little too far. I don't even know if he'd get back in time regardless. Luke saw him cheating up, but Freshness helps him out a little bit by taking Beastabonium out of the picture. And Mirage go up by 1 early here in game number 3. You almost got to think it's time to start sounding the alarms if you're on Loco.
Well, the crazy thing is that Mirage have not thrown that many different looks at Loco. I mean, how many times have you and I talked about the very real pitcher and batter scenario? Andy with the open net and Andy with the goal to tie things up.
Beautiful, unselfish play there from Delta. Could have taken the shot, but saw that, there's a bump going on in net. I don't even want to risk it. It's going to be hard to hit that angle. Let me just dump this ball off. And Andy brings that one in, ties up game number 3. And they started feeling that pressure, and they responded accordingly.
And Subi, kind of to get back to that point I made 12 seconds ago. We talked about the fact that, you can throw like a fastball 3 or 4 times, but if you continue to throw a fastball at a batter, they will eventually pick up on it and learn how to swing. The same thing's kind of going here. You expect Loco to start adapting to what Mirage is throwing at them, but Mirage have been relentless with these hits. I mean, they're showing you exactly where they're taking the ball at midfield and how they're going to approach each and every attempt. And finally, it seems like Loco are starting to wake up just a bit, and they're catching on to that fastball as Beastabonium was set up by Andy with a great pass off the back.
And Luke missed by inches. He scraped the paint of Beastabonium there. Good idea, but just a little too far off and a little too slow to get to that play, and Beastabonium puts Loco up by 1 here, and that was a good idea from Luke, but like I said, just not there in ZPS with the bump. They're starting to get physical out here, Spaceman.
Well, finally, it looks like Loco have started to figure out a little bit of the rhythm they needed. Beastabonium with an under-the-belly tap. Well, Freshness will cut it off no problem from the box, and Luke will send it into the corner and back the other way. Again, the midfield presence from Mirage has been good to start things off. They don't relinquish that quite often, but Beastabonium off the side of the wall, you have to thank your lucky stars if you are Mirage that Luke was back there ready and waiting. Luke cannot get it over another. Delta with a good play in front of midfield, and Freshness tries to bully his way into the front of the net. It will not work. And once again, it just looks like this relentless assault so far from Mirage is trying to pay off, but they've been stealing the boost. That's good to work with as well. And Beastabonium tries to get it out towards the blue half. He does, but it's taken away.
Yeah, and he couldn't recollect himself there and land on his wheels, and he almost got another nutty angle there. But the defense was standing strong, took that shot away. But Beastabonium is starting to get his confidence up, starting to feel his gameplay here. You gotta start worrying if you're on Mirage, and another opportunity, but Beastabonium, no boost, gonna rotate out. And Andy keeping the pressure on. It's Loco's turn at a shot at offense.
Oh, maybe a great read from Beastabonium to continue that forward. It was just good defense all around from Mirage. The intercept from Delta, he plays it off the ceiling. Is anyone there to connect? No, ZPS misses the hit. Andy actually grabs boost in the process, and now he can get over 1. The flick is there, the read off the back wall, but no one to follow up. Delta again gets him out of the box, and Delta makes it 3-1 Loco.
When you're going to double commit and leave that net wide open, it just turns into easy peasy lemon squeezy. And they go up 2 goals here. Loco making a good statement here in game number 3.
To commit on that ball. And just you have to watch it go over your head sometimes. 3-1, 127. Right now, if you're Mirage or a Mirage fan, you're hoping for a goal maybe the next 15, 20 seconds. to realistically have a chance at this game. Problem is, the Loco look like they have turned up big time. They've been winning the midfield presence. They're finally grabbing boosts that we didn't see them do in games 1 and 2. And now they have found their identity on the field, and they are facilitating all of these
opportunity.
passes.
But Luke takes too long to get to that ball, puts that ball way too up in the air, lofts it, and Loco is able to get back on defense. Freshness lets that ball get away from him, and Delta easily going to steal it away. And like you were saying there, Spaceman, Mirage going to need a goal pretty quick if they want a chance at tying this one up.
And Subi, you said it in game 1. Do you need sometimes some time to have a leeway, just kick off the series? You need time to kind of get your belt under you. Yeah, it's exactly what it was. It seems like that Loco just need a little bit of time to figure out exactly how they're going to play today. A great cross, but just a little too much power behind that hit, and Luke could not get there in time. Freshness with an attempt, a great save away. Bistaboni will carry it out into the corner. Luke wins the challenge. Ball will land in traffic and back the other way. Running out of time is Mirage. Only 3 seconds left. This game should be all but dusted, and it will be, as Loco will take game 3. Now just down 2-1 in the series.
They came out just all out assault here in game 3. What a save at the end from Delta, and Mirage couldn't do anything to get a goal there, even with no time left on the clock. And Loco just coming out with a ton of shots, 10 on the board. That's the most so far in this series from them. And you got to start to wonder, if they start getting, a high volume of shots, does it automatically mean a win for them? Is this a team that just needs that, just confidence builders? All right, that shot was close. Let's keep going. And it just inches closer and closer to the back of the net. But Mirage just couldn't seem to do anything, because games 1 and 2, it was working. Game 3, it didn't work anymore.
Well, think about this. Mirage had 1 less shot than Loco in game 3, and they lost by 2 goals. So it kind of goes to show you just how the defense was spread out. How many times did we see Mirage throw the same thing one after another at the net against Loco, and Loco was able to bait out Luke and Freshness right out of the front? And there was 2 or 3 times where, especially in the last goal, Delta was cleared by himself in the air. The ball bounced up for him to hit, and no one was around. Like, literally no one was in 50 feet to come challenge. And that again shows you the amount of times you're going to throw the same thing one after another at Loco. They will adapt. Now it's for Mirage to have offense to figure out how to adapt and try to throw different looks at how Loco really plays or approaches defense in that fashion. So we'll make sure that everyone's in the lobby, everyone's ready to go. And dude, it's been a great series to kick off the day. We're making sure that, again, all the technicalities are there, but
hey, Spaceman, we're on the field right now.
We are. I mean, listen, I haven't played competitive Rocket League in like 3 days, so I'm just saying, it might be a little rusty. Probably won't be able to compete, but we'll see how it goes. But
hey, you're on the other team, so you lose.
Are you saying I won't? Are you saying I won't win, CP? Is that what you're really saying? That's unfortunate.
Against me? No, you're not going to win. Not even close.
That's negative energy. I don't need that in my 2020 life.
It's
I already have it.
Positive energy, because it's the truth, and I'm not a liar. Okay,
man. So 2-1 in the series, Subi. We have Mirage currently sitting again 2-1. If you guys are just joining us, but I've just been really impressed with kind of the switch that got flipped a little bit for Loco. They looked like a completely different team that we saw games 1 and 2. They looked like they were much more comfortable. And finally, we're starting to see them throw different looks at Mirage, where we haven't seen Mirage do that. Mirage has just been very, very quick to play off the corner and try to set up a pass directly in front of the net, if not make it a 1v1. Now you start to wonder, okay, the gears have shifted. What else do you have in your back pocket for Mirage? You're a team. You're more of a team than Loco is a team, if that makes sense. So now, again, we're wondering, what exactly does this series have in store? It's best of 7, man. Anything's possible.
Well, do you ever start saying something, and then when you're done, you're like, wait, that's not what I wanted to say.
Yes,
or,
all the time.
This would have been much better. And I thought of, this makes more sense. I was saying the high volume of shots to make Loco kind of just get their spirits up. But I think what it is the high volume of shots is forcing Mirage to panic and double commit on defense, because that's what we see from lower echelon teams, coming out of the rival series facing RLCS teams. And I know neither of these teams are RLCS, but mistakes are much more prevalent the lower down the list you go of teams. And when you start to put up a lot of shots, that's when the blood pressure goes up a little bit and you start to panic and say, oh, I got to go for this without saying I got to go for this. And your comms completely break down. So maybe that's what that is. Maybe if Loco is going to be coming out with a ton of shots, they're just going to be forcing mistakes on the side of Mirage.
You know, one of the interesting things between Rivals Series teams or Rivals Caliber teams is the difference between how RLCS teams are all kind of based on personality. And if they are not playing great, it's because clearly they're not playing to their personality. Like when we casted G2, they just couldn't get off the ground. Like we know what G2 is capable of. We know how they play. They just clearly were not playing to their potential. But when we're casting like Rival Series teams, it's a lot less about sometimes personality as it is maybe one or two individuals who either aren't having a good game or there's just clear mistakes that sometimes they make. And I think that as a Rival Series team or as a team at this caliber, you have to treat every individual, every team you play as an RLCS team because that's the only way you'll correct your own mistakes. That's the only way you'll find the right way forward. But
yeah, I've
kickoff
noticed
game
that.
format, it's going to take a lot. I think really for Mirage, it's going to take a lot for them to kind of regain the control of this series. They could go up 3-1 or they could be tied 2-2. Who knows how it's going to go.
Yeah, and I think you made a great point of where you just need to respect your opponents, and treating them like an RLCS caliber team can absolutely do that, because I know in ranked play there's definitely times where I've seen an opponent and, we're at middle of the game, and so I start to say, oh, okay, that ball's coming off the wall. There's no way this guy's going to hit it. So I start to cheat up or do something, and it forces me into a mistake because I don't have the respect for the opponent there. And if you do that at this level of gameplay, these players are capable of literally anything in this game. And you make those mistakes of thinking or assuming that they can't do something, and they will absolutely punish you for it.
Ooh, ZPS with a great drop-down waterfall, and that was an even better demo in net. Freshness did not have any boost to redirect his car right in front of the ball, and that one's going to, again, precariously roll towards midfield. The challenge won by Andy. He's going to follow it into the corner, but never mind. Freshness splits the defense and the opposition. Gets it to Luke, who carries it over one, and Andy meets him with full boost and takes it the other way. A bounce back, but no worries, no problem. Beastabonium is there. And to the adjacent side we will go. And it looks like so many times, finally, Loco has found a way to grab midfield boost and control the corners, and they're much quicker to the ball than they were in games 1 and 2, which is why they currently sit only one game behind in the series. And we'll see what Mirage can throw at them in terms of different looks.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Mirage does this matchup. I'm curious to see their offense, but more importantly, their defense. Good bump there from Delta on Freshness at midfield, but doesn't lead to much, as the ball's still just kind of sitting on the side of the field. Andy trying to pass that off the back wall, and that was a good opportunity. Nobody from Mirage was up on that back wall. The drop-down pass was available, but just not enough power put on the ball, and it didn't come far enough out on top of that box.
The ZPS will carry that one out, no problem. It gets demoed in the process, but that leaves the door open. Can Beastabonium fall back as Andy goes for a shot? Yes! Woo! Delta reads it perfectly. And the pass off the wall. Up 1-0 is Loco.
This is the Loco we've seen and loved all tournament long, is those nice passes. Good 50-50 from Andy to keep the ball alive in the blue half. And then the speed from Delta just going up early to get to that ball. Good vision, good field awareness, and good shot placement.
Well, that one's going to go off the backboard. Delta will play it into the corner. And Subi, how many times have we seen, just throughout the course of this series, have we seen a player from Mirage single-handedly try to take the ball up midfield and go for a shot attempt, where it looks like on the other side, Loco are much more content creating opportunities with everyone involved, whether it's 2 or 3, off the corner, whether it's a pass or a big demo. It just kind of seems like Mirage are relying on individuality rather than, a team-orchestrated push.
Yeah, that's the success we saw them have in Game 1, where the passing plays where they were trying to go for bumps or demos or just those nice hard passes right at the top of the box. And right now, yeah, you just saw ZPS going for an individual play. We're going to see Luke go for an individual play. ZPS goes up, but not in time as Delta's there, and Andy has to make a diving save. Freshness with a shot. And Beastabonium with a save himself, and an opportunity for Andy. Plenty of space, plenty of time, and he puts it in the lower corner. Loco up by 2.
Oh, Andy just made Luke look stupid. Completely misses the hit, rolls it over ZPS. And a goal you cannot give up. That's the momentum swing. 2-0 to Loco. Man, that one's gonna sting. Just a little bit.
When you get faked out, it demoralizes you so much. You just put your head in your hands and just kind of shake it. Just, come on, did that really just happen? It's like getting posterized in basketball.
Made him look dumb. Hate to see it. Beastabonium flies in for the challenge. Again, precarious defense and questionable hits as Mirage try to clear it out of their base. Delta flies over, gets a double tap off the wall, and Beastabonium's going to slow it down. Again, a missed hit so far from Mirage, leaves Freshness by himself. Delta can play it off the wall and kind of intercept that pass. Into the corner with 37 seconds. Now comes kind of panic time. You need 2 goals to tie this series, or excuse me, the game, before the series does get tied. It's a great hit and a setup for Freshness, but the defense from Loco reads it. A follow-up, but Beastabonium is there to clear it out. 19 seconds, open net, everyone commits. And that could spell 3 goals for Loco.
Great opportunity for Freshness, but this series is going to be all tied up, and we wouldn't have it any other way, Spaceman. It's you and I casting, so of course we're going to go to the distance, and of course we're going to get some overtime sprinkled in there. But no overtime here as Game 4 goes in favor of Loco.
Ooh. We're going to go Game 7 overtime. I'm excited. I can't wait. And finally, like, the positives I was giving Mirage to kick off the series and to start things was they're a much more team-based team than Loco is. And all of a sudden, it literally is like a complete reverse opposite. It's been Loco who's been the better team in games 3 and 4, and Mirage who's been throwing these one-on-one hits at net in games 3 and 4. So we're looking at just an even series across the board. Loco look like they have all the momentum. They're in full control. No goals, no assists for Mirage, 4 saves for Freshness, 1 for ZPS. Andy had 2 saves and 3 shots with a goal and assist apiece, but everyone is getting involved on Loco, and that's kind of the takeaway here, is that Loco are much more involved on these plays as a team than Mirage has been in the past 2 games. What do you think that spells in terms of mentality going into Game 5, that if you're Mirage, you have to kick into a second gear? You have to say, guys, we have to stop trying to be a hero. We got to play together.
Yeah, I mean, as far as mentality going into Game 5, you've got to give the upper hand to Loco. All momentum is behind them right now. They've won 2 games in a row, whereas if you're on the side of Mirage, hey, we went up 2-0, and now this series is tied, and we're going into Game 5. You got to start to question what you're going to do in this matchup, because you got to change it. This series is starting to dwindle away. You don't want to just, uh-oh. All right, looks like
we're gonna get the lobby.
We're
gonna get the lobby. Don't worry. We're getting the lobby back together. Yeah, it's all working out. But we're tied 2-2. If you guys are just joining us in the first match of the day, in the first series of the day, this is again losers bracket. So loser of this series turns off their monitor and just stays home, because they would go home, but they're already home. So that's essentially where we're at. You will continue on in the bracket if you win, but it's a gauntlet. You have to think, if you're going maybe like Game 7, Game 6, every single series, it's taxing, man. Yeah, you pick up a lot, but it drains you, especially with how far you have to go today and the level of competition that ensues the further you go. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, and what I've seen as a difference between the start of the series and now is early on we were seeing Mirage go for those demos, go for those bumps, whether it be on offense or defense. And we're not seeing them get the consistency with those bumps and demos now. So it's putting someone out of position. You've seen Luke trying to get a bump and just missing barely. And that's all it takes to put him out of position and give the advantage over to Loco. And whether it be, excuse me, I don't know what's happening. Whether it be offense or defense, and you're going for a bump or a demo, you have to be sure that you're going to connect, because if you don't, your teammates are going to be down 1 man, and you got to scramble back to get back to defense or offense or wherever you were at. And maybe if you're Mirage, you kind of go away from it right now. Just say, all right, that's kind of bit us in the butt a few too many times. Let's just play solid Rocket League and try and get some team plays developed on offense. Then we'll go from there.
Now, we sit tied 2-2 in the series. I would love to know what Twitch chat thinks it might happen. Do they think that Mirage is going to be able to bounce back? Or do they think Loco has this in the bag? It's going to be a 4-2 win. At this point, how the series has gone, if Loco don't come out, or if Mirage don't come out and win the next game, I think we could be looking at 4-2. It could be a reverse sweep. I just think that Loco are so much further ahead right now than where Mirage needs to be in this series. Like, whether it's just on the field or just commitments to the ball on the pitch. They just kind of seem like they're struggling behind everything Loco has thrown at them, which was, again, a complete reverse than what we saw in games 1 and 2.
So I've seen 2-4-2 Locos. I'm seeing 4-2 Mirage. Seeing Freshness is about to go off. People are thinking reverse sweep, but that's not possible anymore.
If you win flat out after going down 2-0, 3-0, that's a reverse sweep.
I don't know.
That's a reverse sweep.
This
has been a question that's always been argued about, but it's a reverse sweep.
What?
Yeah, it's a reverse sweep.
No, it's not.
If you're down 3-0
2-0
in a series, or if you're down 2-0 and you win outright, you sweep. It's not a perfect sweep if you're down 3-0 and you win 4. Listen, if you're down 3-0 and you win 4-3, it's a perfect sweep. But if you're down 2-0 and you win 4-2, that's a sweep.
Okay, so let's just say this. Hypothetically, best of 7, Loco wins game 1, and then Mirage win the next 4. They reverse swept them. Get out of town.
No.
Technically, you're right. I don't like that.
You have to be like at least 2-3 up-0. That was a sentence.
2-3 up-0?
Do you want a perfect? Listen, I can't have production in my ear telling me that doesn't make sense, because then I start questioning whether or not it does, and it makes me upset because I have to argue with you, Subi. And that's all we do. All we do is argue.
A reverse sweep is being 3-0, then losing 4-3. I agree with him. I don't like these casters at all.
I'll concede that. I'll concede that. That's fine. Just
that's kiss fine. Already? I mean,
that's fine.
I don't know how we do that. But, I think Twitch chat is as divided as we are. Not Twitch about reverse sweeping and the definition of it, because you're wrong, but about who's going to win this matchup, because from what we've seen, I have no clue. Game 2, I was like, oh, well, let me guess. I got my prediction wrong again. Mirage is going to sweep this series, and Loco comes out in the last 2 looking pretty strong. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see. We're essentially just at this point waiting for the players to get in the lobby, make sure the servers are all good to go. And it's been a good day. It's been a good way to start the day. That rhymes. And I'm having fun. It's Championship Sunday. We haven't been able to... it's weird. We actually have never casted Rocket League on a Sunday, because Rivals is usually over Friday. And we would go home Saturday. That's great. Thanks for throwing me under that 18-wheeler and just letting the second press come down, man. Appreciate that.
Hey, no worries. I like to... Never mind. I'm not even going to go there. But all I know is the players are getting in the lobby. They're going to test it out. They're up 3-0, 2-0, or whatever. It's up 2-3-0. I don't even know what
I'm excited. We're waiting, man. We're waiting. We're making sure we're all in the lobby. It's good. I'm having a good day. We're casting Rocket League. There we go. We're in. We did it. We're all here. We're here. Love to see it. Nope. It's just EPS. Okay. Well,
it's like... Me and Jorby, we've both cast... Or no, Jorby's camera was left on, but I was casting that match that was only a test. Oh, that was hilarious. So you basically did the same thing, but... Yeah. So even if Mirage win this next game, do you think they have what it takes to get to the finish line and cross that finish line first?
If the finish line is a championship today, no.
Well, no, okay.
I don't... What do you mean, like make it further in the bracket?
The first leg of the race. This is a marathon, and they're doing laps.
Well,
are they going to lap first?
It depends on which Mirage we see. If we see Mirage from games 1 and 2, possibly. They could probably make it to losers round 2 or 3. If they continue playing the same way and somehow survive this series, and they've only been playing off of individuality, I don't think they make it past losers round 2. Hey, I think they have to change.
Let's vibe check. Let me vibe check.
My vibes have been crushed after you threw me under an 18-wheeler.
We're vibing. Everyone vibe check out there. I know you've got enough channel points because we've been watching all weekend long. So hopefully someone out there
please,
the
can we
Swiss
get a
bank
hydration check?
and they can do a jazz stream because I really want to cast jazz. That would be fun.
Can we just get a hydration check in chat?
No,
That's what
we
I
don't
would-
need that. Just drink your water. Be an adult,
Why?
Spaceman. Stop being a child.
Why? I didn't drink water for like 2 years in college. I'm fine. I'm still alive, man. I can do this.
You're not
I
wrong.
can do this. Yeah.
All
it
right.
was not healthy.
So here we go. Looks like server is good. Server is ready. Players are happy with it. And that's good because this game 5, so important. You put your opponents back up against the wall and you're going to force them to have to win 2 games in a row and reverse sweep the series, or however you'd like to try and explain it, Spaceman. I'm just trying to get in your head.
Yeah, no, a reverse sweep would be if they were up 3-0. No, I can see that point.
All
I
right,
can see that
reverse
point.
sweep this.
Listen, I'm used to
ready button,
just
Spaceman.
I'm
Ready
used
up,
to just saying, like, you know, if a team's up 2-0 and they get swept in a best of 7, I'm used to saying, oh, they got reverse swept. But no, you're right. Technically, if you're up 3-0, that's a reverse sweep. I'll give you that. That's fine. But
Oh, I
hey,
know. You don't have to
hey,
give it to me. I know.
Hey,
I'll
hey,
take it.
Subi, we're just, you know what? We're gonna 1v1 on site, just in
Chad
the field.
probably
Okay?
thinks you and I don't like each other at all.
Dude, they've
like,
always
wow.
thought that. Even in Rivals, they thought we hated each other.
It's all good.
Oh,
Nothing
God.
but love out here between all the casters, actually. It's like a big happy family, and we've got Gibbs to be all of our grandpas.
I love that, man. Anyway, we're into game 4. Series tied 2-2. Mirage, Loco. Finally, we are here. Luke gets bumped, and freshness doesn't matter. He gets the goal. Mirage finally get a goal on the board.
Yeah, and I think this is just what Mirage needed, an early goal here in Game 5, and you saw the box out there on Beastabonium just flew right past your eyes there in the replay, but very critical bump there to keep him out of the way, keep him out of the box, and Mirage go up by 1. Loco, no time to panic just yet, and this is going to be an opportunity here. Great clear downfield, but freshness. Good rotations, good positioning back there, and you see ZPS going for the aerial bump. Got to be careful, though. Those are definitely dangerous plays and low percentage plays at that, and it puts your team at a disadvantage.
And that's got to be a breath of fresh air so far for Mirage, just to have something on the board to kind of regain that momentum. Maybe that 5-6 minute break kind of helped things, but regardless, you have to commit better on some of these hits, and so far they've moved out of the box. They've been able to win these 50s. Luke does get it over 1. Freshness now following in pursuit, and Luke gets the tap to kick it up before Delta intercepts. Now Delta playing it off the ground, but ZPS is in the front, and he will kick it out.
Oh,
Andy could not get a good hit. ZPS with a great read and a demo leaves the net open, but Delta is there, and he takes it into the corner. A follow-up from Luke, but ZPS roaming back, needs boost, and Freshness is at midfield to cut it off. Let's see what they're able to connect with. So far, nothing. It's just been a bunch of empty hits, and maybe, once again, we will see a shot on net. Possibly not. Andy takes it out.
good demo there, but it does nothing for Loco as they're still on defense, and Freshness is going to keep this ball alive and looks for a bump on Andy, but Andy head on a swivel, able to avoid that one, and it's going to lead to offense here from Loco, but Beastabonium way off on that shot, nobody home, and Andy keeps his ball alive, and back and forth we go. Neither team has really gotten a stranglehold on midfield yet. Both boosts kind of going in each his favor pretty equally.
Beastabonium grabs the corner, so he can fly back and begin to swing this transition. It's up from Delta off the backboard. That one's going to go back into the corner. Andy with a second touch. Now Delta wins the challenge from Luke. No boost, however, so we won't continue this one forward. Extension from Andy, cannot carry it, just off the post. Freshness takes it away, and Mirage are forcing themselves to sit back on defense. The turtle comes in, and finally it looks like they might be able to escape, but this relentless push that's coming out of Loco has not paid dividends just yet, and a booming clear from ZPS.
There's the Mirage from games 1 and 2, that demo from Luke to take off the third man and take the shot out of the equation. Another demo to open things up and lead to a turnover. Luke is a madman right now, just taking out all of the Loco players as he sees fit.
A couple of questionable decisions just to continue to send that the same corner. You could tell that Beastabonium was ready and waiting, and They didn't go for the challenge. They kind of give up possession right back to Loco, and now they have to fall back in transition. And Subi, we've seen this a couple of times so far in this series where it looks like Mirage have been caught at midfield, and after a booming hit or a great carry, they have had to fly back on defense. Do you think that these commits past that 50-yard line could eventually leave themselves open to a possible open net?
Oh, 100%. Anytime you see a team getting aggressive like that, to where they have, all three members pushed up in the midfield, or the offensive half rather, past midfield, it's could spell disaster, as a booming clear is all it takes to get scored on. And what a read from Andy! The waterfall comes down and he receives it perfectly.
Once again, look at your screen. ZPS and Freshness have to fall back instead of being there ready and waiting, possibly bringing it off the wall. And if you can't get a perfect hit, you will leave yourself open to be scored on. And that's exactly what happened. They somehow give up the face-off. It looked like they won it and didn't have boost, so they elected to go away, but you still have to think about challenging. And once again, a couple of questionable decisions from Mirage, as that's left midfield wide open for Andy, who gets it over one. Freshness now has to take it away. He gets taken out of the play completely. Luke flies back in transition. They now swing it to the corner. Boost was grabbed by Delta, and once again, Loco will take this ball away.
So you remember how I was talking about respecting your opponent?
Yeah.
That shot by Andy, that's one where if I'm on Mirage, I'm thinking there's no way he's hitting this. And he showed you why you got to respect them at all times. Shots can come out from anywhere. That read was insane. And Delta getting back in time. Mirage almost getting a freebie there.
A great hit from Luke. We talk about perfect reads. That is one where you just have to write it down and say, hey, we're going to come back to that later. Luke off the side of the wall, reads it perfectly, an impossible angle, but a probable hit. That was just nutty.
Luke doing his best Beastabonium impression there, and 10 seconds to go here in Game 5. This kickoff so important for Loco. It's on the orange half. They've got to go the length of the field. 5 seconds to go. The pass is midfield, but ZPS cuts it off. This one's up high, coming down low, and Freshness puts it down to the ground, and Mirage sneak away from Game 5 with a victory.
That was a momentum game, a emotional game, as much as you've needed one at this point. You're now up 3-2 in the series. We talk about situations where you absolutely have to capitalize on getting momentum back in your favor. That's one where Mirage needed that game more than probably a game 1 or 2 win at this point. Like, you needed that game. They take it. And it was huge thanks to Freshness and ZPS setting up Luke for that hit. But again, I'm still, Subi, even with that win, I'm still a little bit questionable about some of their decision-making, not only at midfield, but their shot attempts have not been always perfect. They haven't been always the best shot selection, and they've left backfield open a couple of times. So you have to wonder, can that allow them to survive throughout this series, and not only that, throughout the gauntlet today? But Loco, I honestly wouldn't feel too bad about that loss. I know you gave up a late time goal, but it's not like you blew a defensive hold. It's just, it happens. Something like that.
The shots were even in this matchup, even with that last second goal. So you were controlling the pace, or keeping pace with Mirage. It's not like they were blowing you out of the water. It's not like there were too many scary moments for Loco. It was just that crazy pass downfield and the insane angle from Luke off of the back wall to hit that shot. That's a low percentage shot that's very difficult to make. You're coming out and putting the shot behind you while you're trying to move forward. That's just high level play here from both of these teams. But like we were saying, Loco need a win here or their tournament lives are over and they're staying home, not just going home.
Now this is series point for Mirage, and it's basically match point for Loco. They have to win this into a Game 7. Mirage just need one more win. Now, Subi, if we go to a Game 7, it will be a sideways sweep. So I just wanted to clear things up, just to let you know that the sideways sweep is still existing.
You've obviously never used
it still exists. You've never heard of a upside down sideways sweep?
They don't work
Unbelievable.
well like that. No.
Unbelievable.
You're using that. Oh, it's a handle sweep. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, man. Delta plays it out the front of the box. Freshness will let it hang and gets them back in time. Andy cuts it off. Let's see if he extends this one. No. Back the other way. ZPS in the front. Sends it up. And it's just been a little bit of a love tap back and forth. Everyone kind of testing the waters. Beastabonium gets a flick that sends it to the top of this, well, I was going to say ceiling, but didn't quite get there. And ZPS will now carry out to midfield. Does get it over Beastabonium. Just a 1v1 in front of Delta. Up for a teammate, but a save out. Still a 0-0.
That was a great shot there from, I believe it was Freshness. Great angle. Beastabonium shanks that one, puts it too high, and up off the crossbar it goes. That was an opportunity Loco would love another shot at, but there are no mulligans in Rocket League.
Up to the ceiling. Freshness will meet it. Delta will do the same thing on the side of the wall. That is up for Andy, and
there
Andy, perfect. Absolute perfection right over the defender. Top shelf.
And this is just the bread and butter of Loco. They love these passing plays off that back wall. And if you don't have ZPS sitting up there to defend those away, it is going to be an easy read for Andy and company. Loco up by 1. They get that one back that they missed from the box.
Luke just completely misread this hit. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say it. This is Luke. He completely misreads the hit, and he gives up an open lane and then misses the follow-up. Luke just cost Mirage a second goal.
Yeah, good vision there, Spaceman. That is exactly what happened. And whether it's on Luke or Freshness, you know, we could debate that one, but it's definitely a comms breakdown there. Someone has to call that ball or call one of the other players off. And Loco up by 2. Mirage have an extra life to give, but you do not want to give Loco a chance at Game 7. You want to try and put them away here in Game 6. And how nice would it be to get a goal here to just kind of relieve that pressure and only have find one with 1 half to go.
And Subi, how hard is it sometimes to not only take, like last game, Game 5, they take it up 1-0 to start things off, they go on to win.
He missed it! But they make up for it. ZPS had a wide open net there, but put it wide, and then Luke couldn't tuck it in. Thankfully, Freshness was there to save the day. My, oh my, your heart's got to be racing if you're on Mirage right now.
Subi, I was going to ask, I mean, to win that decisive game and to come out flat like this, how much of a swing can that be mentally? Just knowing that you're not executing where you need to.
Oh, it puts all the pressure on you in Game 7, and momentum so huge in Rocket League. It's almost like a home field advantage going into Game 7, or home court advantage, however you want to look at it. And a double commit there from Mirage, but no harm, no foul. Freshness going to have plenty of space to work with. Passes over to Luke, but Beastabonium has seen it trying to develop and takes it away, and Andy puts a shot on target, forces ZPS to go up, but there's Freshness on that back wall. They're realizing the offense stems off of that back wall and out of the corners. If we can take those away, there's no offense coming from Loco.
And these low power hits on defense from Mirage have created a lot of the problems they're seeing with the offensive pressure that Loco's been able to put on. You're not able to get the ball out in midfield, and you're constantly playing with low boost at the back of the net. Another booming hit forces Freshness and ZPS to fall back. Freshness does, however, grab boost, but he misses the hit again. Luke misses it as well. Andy now carrying over ZPS. It's stalled out in the air and a shot down.
Oh!
I don't know what this defense is from Mirage, but it's not working, man. It is just not working.
Oh, that save from Freshness worked, though, coming out of the top of the goal. So hard to do. The mechanics on display here in a shot. Just a little too tight. Can't go inside that inside post, and 40 seconds to go. Mirage still looking for one. ZPS with a soft tap towards net. Delta was patiently waiting. The open net is there, and the security blanket has been placed upon them.
Looks like we're going to Game 7. An open net, no one in the vicinity to come back. and we're going to be going to a Game 7 series. We knew it was going to happen. It was only a matter of time. You and I talked about it before the series kicked off, before the stream kicked off. We said, do you honestly think that this could go 7? And we were like, either yes, or if it doesn't, it's going to be a bit of a blowout. I think it's safe to say that this one has lived up to expectations.
100%. And Luke, with the save, just padding the stats at this point, this is going to be nothing short of a miracle if Mirage can somehow find a way to win this one, because they're going to have to try and split this ball in 2 and put them both in the back of the net, but it's not going to happen. Andy pulls out his pitching wedge and chips this one right into the net.
So we're going to Game 7. Series tied 3-3. 4-1 win. And Subi, I might be a bad guy, but what was it? A bit of an embarrassing loss for Mirage.
You are a bad guy.
The goals they gave up. The goals they gave up were not hard fought. They were easy mistakes.
Yeah.
And you go into Game 7, and you can't afford to make a single one of those mistakes.
No. I mean,
can't.
hey,
you absolutely
get them out of the
can't.
way now, right?
Yep.
Get those mistakes
yeah.
out of the way.
If you're
You
Mirage,
had a free
hopefully.
life to give, but
Yeah.
all 9 lives are used up. You've got nothing left here going into Game 7, or I guess you've got 1 life left. I don't know how that works, but we'll figure it out. We'll let the boys in the lab.
There's a
figure
life
something out.
somewhere. You'll work it out.
Yeah, but you've got to be almost embarrassed for this performance if you're Mirage, because you've been looking smoking hot in this series, and this one, you just missed the mark completely. But hey, like we were saying, maybe it is good to get that one out of the way. Now you know what not to do going into Game 7.
Yeah, and hopefully, again, like, they can kind of slow it down. And even if that means just booming hit after booming hit, we saw it when G2 played Rogue. It was like booming hit after booming hit to kind of just read the terrain, figure out where exactly your next attack will come from. Maybe Mirage needs to start doing that. Maybe they need to slow the game down, because it's clearly Loco has just run away with not only the momentum, but the pace on the field. Mirage have been playing off the back foot. And at this point, you're in Game 7. You have to let the mistakes go. You have to find a way to be able to rebound after just a disappointing loss. This is where you have to put everything on the line.
We called it when Game 4 got here, and the time has come for Game 7. It's time to put up or shut up, because if you can't, you are absolutely out of this tournament, and your chances at that massive prize pool go out the window. And a double demo, both players being taken off the field. So kind of a neutral play here. Great pass, but Beastabonium cuts that play off. Andy pushed forward. Dangerous play there from Andy. Nobody was left in net, but Mirage unable to capitalize.
Well, a much more aggressive Mirage we're seeing off the first 30 seconds than what we saw in Game 6. They're much more quick to go for these challenges. Another questionable flip. You could tell he's just trying to stall out a bit. That one's going to hang and fall back to the corner, and again extended by Delta. Luke will cut it off in midfield. A pass for ZPS, but a save from Beastabonium. Down we go. Luke sets it up for Freshness. Freshness could not get it high enough. Altitude wasn't there, nor was the power. Luke slows it down. 34 to go. 19 to boot, and down from Delta. ZPS tries to play into the corner. Beastabonium sends it back to midfield. 32 boosts now make it 50 and counting. Andy up, takes it away. ZPS should be able to intercept. He does. We'll see how he elects to follow forward, and Delta plays it off the corner. And again, just a great aggressive start so far from Mirage. The question is, rotating on defense. Well, Freshness was there, so for now, you thank your lucky stars.
Yeah, and I think if Loco is going to have success, every time they're on defense and they're trying to clear that ball, they're going to have to survey the field to see where Mirage is positioning themselves, because I've seen a few times where they go for bombing clears and there's nobody close, but that shot so close, and Andy going to follow up. Loco take the early advantage.
So ZPS is out of the play. Freshness could only cover so much ground, and I'm not really sure where everyone else was at for Mirage, but that's just great spread from Loco. They spread the defense, and you can commit 2-3 players on that ball when Freshness is by himself in the front of the net.
Oh, no.
And they leave another opportunity open. 3 have to commit in front of the net, and Mirage look a little bit slow on the defensive half. And they have to play off the back foot. Freshness gets it out to midfield. A great hit from Luke. They can play that from ZPS in the corner.
Great hit. Got to keep the defense honest there and try and put that shot over their heads. Just Make them realize you can't cheat up like that. We're not going to allow you to play that aggressive. And keep that respect factor on the field. ZPS is up. ZPS shoots it down. And this game's all tied up.
It only takes a matter of seconds and you have to hit once. The challenge pays off. ZPS with the spike. Nothing Loco could do. And I'm telling you, man, when you're able to challenge like that and you feel comfortable going for those 50s, sometimes it pays off. And we haven't seen that throughout the series. From Mirage, Freshness takes it away on the face-off. Could not get the double touch off the wall, but he has teammates there as ZPS rolls it around one. Andy takes it away, and Luke will meet it at midfield. ZPS actually has to go grab Boost, so now you're looking at a defensive rotation, and they will swing this back to midfield. Freshness up for the hit. That's going to go off the back wall.
That's where they cannot just be bombing that ball downfield.
A soft touch from Beastabonium leaves it up for Andy, who has enough boost to burn. And back we go the other way. ZPS will grab it. Boost as well. Delta will cut it off. Andy will play it out. Luke will try to intercept. He does, but not enough. Delta again sends it back the other way. Freshness cuts it off. And Beastabonium wins the challenge with no one to contest. Into the corner we go again. Still tied game 143 in game 7. Series tied 3-3. Obviously, this is still the first series of the day. Losers round 1. Open net. Beastabonium called upon. Answers the call. 2-1 Loco.
Luke getting caught in no man's land there. No place he should be right there. And Beastabonium puts his team up by 1. No mistakes can be had in Game 7, especially when it's all tied up. And Luke makes a critical one there. And man, you can cut the tension with a knife right now.
And if you're Mirage, don't be so timid on some of these hits. You have to start sending numbers. I understand you don't want to overcommit, but you're down 2-1 with a minute 20. At this point, you have to start throwing maybe 2 men at these passes.
The demo.
There's one. Andy with a great save right off the top of the shelf. And they pinch it out. Again, Luke with a follow-up, but no one's really there to cut it off, and it forces ZPS to have to fall back in transition. And Delta and Loco can spread the defense out. Beastabonium bumps Freshness out of the way, but it doesn't do enough. 51 seconds.
Still no time to panic. You're only down 1. Do not get overly aggressive because you don't want to allow Loco to get one more goal at demo. And ZPS almost gets there. Luke is up. He puts the pass actually out towards the top of the box. And 30 seconds to go. Luke has to rush back the defense. Delta's breathing down his neck and 25 seconds to go. Mirage still need to find 1 goal to go. This is Game 7. Everything on the line.
And they've taken these passes away one after another. It's been Delta and Andy who have disrupted the pattern. Freshness now up. Can he play it off the back of the wall? No. Luke bumps him out at net, but he only got 9 seconds. The rotation has to come in. A demo from Freshness. They can swing this, but Andy again wins the challenge. These pokes have been deadly. And they're going to spike this down, and he tried to go for the side flip, but Loco bumps him out of the way. Loco win this series in Game 7, 4-3. Too timid for Mirage. One after another, their attempts were poked away by Andy and Delta. Oh, you hate to see it end like that, but Loco do it. They do it in Game 7, and they will move on to losers round 2.
That was as close as it could have been. I honestly, after Game 4, I thought it was Mirage's series. Even after Loco went up by 1, I didn't see it happening. But somehow Loco was able to hold on, and this is a team that's scary when they get momentum. And after this series, they have got to just be ecstatic right now.
I mean, dude, it was a close series, but you got to feel good about how they transitioned their gameplay from reading the defense in games 1 and 2 to really not having anything going to completely changing the script in games 3, 4, 5, and 6. I mean, man, they controlled the pace. I think that's the big thing. They controlled the way that Mirage could play the ball. Every single time Mirage would go with the carry, Andy was there to poke it out. Delta was there to disrupt. I mean,
you want to know, like, probably the best part about that series?
What?
Is you were wrong, and myself and F-Dot were correct. And I think we called the game 7 about halfway through that one. So I'm going to say I was double right and you were double wrong.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm used to you making me feel bad. It's okay. I'll
right,
take this
cool.
too. It's okay. But dude, it was a great series all around. And look, moving forward for Loco, I think you have to continue that same personality we saw here, which was the lack of fear on offense. They were not afraid to challenge you. They were not afraid to poke you out, especially if you were carrying. And that hesitation from Mirage is something they have to work on going forward. And they absolutely can, there's no question. But the hesitation to challenge Andy when he goes for a poke, to follow up on shots, to follow up on attempts, that's something that you can't afford to continue to do when you are losing close games like this, because that's one or two instances where that switch decision leads to a goal. Well, we're going to have a different expert opinion. Let's bring F. back into the mix. Let's bring our favorite host back in here. Let's see what he thinks as we went the full distance game 7. And F. You were right. You were right.
I was right. I did one thing correct. If you're just joining us, welcome to Codename Covert. We are one match in, best of 7, all the way to 7. And Loco, who I think were not the favorite to take this, they do. Yes, I changed. I spilled orange juice all over myself. So let's get it over with. So looking,
At least you're honest.
dude, I was just sitting here. I was just drinking my orange. And I was like, do I have a shirt that looks like this? No, all my clothes are still in California from the Rival Series set. So I have 3 shirts. Anyway, 4 wins here for Loco. I mean, we said that they were going to win, but it's fun. Like, did we really expect Mirage to drop this one, Subi?
I mean, I did kind of because I picked against them, but it wasn't as surprising as I wasn't, I guess, 100% all in on Loco.
Because that's kind of where I was. Like, I put my prediction as Loco, but it was a loose one. Like, I wasn't like 100% they're gonna win. I was like, probably like 55%.
Yeah.
Like kind of barely there. I mean, this was 7 games, impressive, sure, but up next they got to go up against a much different caliber of opposition. Mirage and Loco will face the winner of E United and Envy. So how is that going to go? Either way of E United or Envy, that's a big question. And so with their gameplay here, Spaceman, give me a positive. What will Loco positively bring into a matchup versus the RLCS teams?
Well, they'll bring what I had criticized them at the start of the series not bringing, if that's English. I didn't think they were going to be a completely coerced and synergized team. I thought it was going to be a lot of facilitation to Beastabonium. I thought he was going to carry the heavy load. He did exactly what I thought Mirage would do, and Loco showed me that it's much more than just Beastabonium being the X factor here. It's Andy refusing to give up on disrupting passes. It's Delta always in the right place at the right time for passes. It's Beastabonium who individually can create opportunities, and that's where I see them having a shot at someone like E United or Envy, where maybe you start to wonder, okay, are we going to get all of E United? Are we going to get all of Envy? Or from what we just saw with Loco, can they continue to find that same aggression against teams that are a little bit faster? And if they do, how does that pay off?
It's going to be a crazy matchup. We have a couple of other matchups along the way. So fun stuff along the way. And we are going to continue. Codename Covert, back after this.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be black and white,
Welcome back to Codename Covert. It's F Todd here with Subi and Spaceman one more time. And so last we saw, Loco took down Mirage, took them 7, but they're moving on. And next up, they're going to face the winners of this match, Envy and E United. So I said before, kind of from the bottom to the top, here's the middle, right? Envy and E United have largely been the middle of the pack as far as what we've seen in the big picture. And then here with respect to this tournament, I don't know. I think we've seen a lot of good stuff coming out of E United specifically. I think Hoxer has been on fire just watching these teams. So E United, Envy, floor is yours. Subi, ready, set, go.
Ready, set, go. Envy looked very good. Atomic is a monster at this game. And it's good to see Illusion kind of finding his form and looking scary when doing so. I think Braxton is the Bruce Wayne to Batman, or the Batman to Bruce Wayne. I'm not sure either way, but it's going to be tough to bring down E United. This team has looked very good, very consistent, especially after replacing Roldiz. But do they have what it takes to beat Team Envy? I'll wait till predictions. Are we giving predictions officially? Or should I wait?
Let's keep it in the barrel real quick.
Okay.
Spaceman, what's your read? What's the temperature of this matchup?
I honestly agree a lot with what Subi said in terms. E United has always been for me. Do they have what it takes? Because other than when they showed up at Worlds and they stunned everyone, it was always about the potential of the team was always lost in their performances. Like the potential far outweighed how they actually showed on the field. And Envy, sure, these teams are in the middle of the pack, and Envy was a bit surprising yesterday taking down Rogue, which I thought was very unusual. But I honestly think, look, E United have already played Loco. They won 4-2 in this tournament. They lost to Space Station 4-0. I think we all expected that. Coming in here, I expect E United to win this because I think that, like you said, F. Dot, just to reiterate, Hoxer's been phenomenal. He's been really, really good. And Memory as well. Memory has been a great addition. And I think that this team has a better ceiling that they can hit throughout as the tournament goes on. They go through the gauntlet, then Envy, and then they would go on to play Loco. And, I think they would win that. But I think E United are the better team in this matchup. Look
at Twitch chat. It's just whoop, whoop, whoop. It's going back and forth, man.
That's how the match is going to go. Exclamation point E United, EU for E United, exclamation point Envy in the chat. Get yourself involved in the vote. Spaceman says it's going to be E United. Subi says it's going to be.
You know what? Just because Spaceman said E United and he has shown that he doesn't know how to be right, I'm going to go with Envy. They took NRG to Game 7, and they looked very strong doing so, whereas E United got swept off the floor by Space Station Gaming. And if you've got those two teams, they're so close-knit that I think it's almost interchangeable. And I think Team Envy is going to have an easier time with E United than E United will with Envy.
All right. The E United social media account will publicly roast me if I don't vote for them. So I'm going to vote for E United.
Yeah.
So basically, you guys are pushovers, and E United's a bully, huh?
We're being held
Burns
hostage.
is just very, very tall, and I'm afraid of him. But real talk, E United is where I put my chips. Looking at this tournament, Hoxer has been out of control. Ajax is always out of control. Excuse me, Ajax. And Memory, I'm not well versed enough in the game, I think, to really give the hard hitting analysis. So I'm going to lean on Subi for that. But I've liked what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, Memory is one of those players that I don't think we've ever really gotten to see what he can truly bring. On Ghost, I don't know if it was. Memory's always been a top tier player. I just don't think he's ever had the right supporting cast around him. And is this going to be that team? I mean, Ajax and Hoxer are pretty darn good. And if they can start to connect on passing plays and get Hoxer involved offensively, this team's deadly. But I don't know, going up against Atomic. I'm such an Atomic and Mist fan. They're so mechanical. I just don't see it happening, man. I mean, Memory's great, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to a third man, I don't think you're taking Atomic out of the equation.
I mean, that's a big deal how he fits in with Mist. You left Illusion out of that.
I mean, I thought I said Illusion. Did I not say Illusion?
No, you didn't.
Well,
How's it feel?
It's a 2-man team, apparently.
Look at Spaceman ready to jump on.
I know,
you
for
didn't.
He's been
real.
You messed
abusing
up.
me all stream. I will do what I have to.
Oh man, you messed up.
Necessary.
We're getting the players in the lobby. We're making sure everything's all right for them. Don't worry. We're not just practicing our tight five up here. Players are getting things back in their zone. Looking back at Mirage, looking forward to the future. Let's take a glance down the bracket while we kind of figure that one out. Energy and Space Station. I mean, these are the top guys. They're kind of waiting to. We'll see them a little bit later on. Feelings on that match?
I love it. I cannot wait for that matchup. I'm crossing my fingers that it goes to game 7, and I'm crossing every game as an overtime. I mean, that game, or the series rather, is going to be insane. I think we're going to see some crazy goals. I think a ton of clips are going to come from that for sure. Anytime you have Squishy and Justin on the same team, you know that something nutty is going to happen, and you just don't know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm mad excited for Sunday because I think that all of our games, all of our matches are at that level, right? Obviously, when we're watching Envy and Space Station, it's the top of the top. But even when we watch Mirage and Loco, which are admittedly a different level of competition, we got 7 games. We got back and forth. We got a stomp and then a readjustment and a victory in the other direction. That's the type of stuff I like to see, and that's the kind of stuff I really want to celebrate here with these kind of mid-summer tournaments that we got. We had the Euro Cup. Shout out to Lethamir. I know that Lawler was doing stuff. And shout out to Dazarin and his squad that's putting on Codename Covert.
Big
and we're going to be right on the field right about now. Subi and Spaceman, take us away.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to not only Dazarin for putting on the event, for helping connect the bridge as a conduit between Psionics and the community, to the production team that has been working tirelessly to bring this together, through the graphic design, through getting us where we need to be, through being in our ears and telling us updates. It's been really great. It's been really great to see the community come together like this. And shout out to Twitch chat. You guys are awesome. You guys always show up to these events. We're sitting at, I think, almost 5,000 viewers. So thank you guys for being in here and watching matches like this. You guys are awesome. And it shows that Rocket League has one of the strongest esports communities in the world. And it deserves it because it's one of the best damn games in the world. And I will cuss only then.
And then,
yeah, I'm excited.
Right now, you see the screen wipe and then this beautiful overlay that Daz brought out. It is just amazing, and I love it. I love being able to see the players' boosts when, they're going around on that meter. It's a fun thing to see people come up with new ways to watch the game.
It really is. And man, Subi, I got a smile on my face. It's going to be a great series. We could go the distance. We could not. All I know is the Batmobile's out and Bruce Wayne is met. So it's going to be Hoxer for E United who actually begins the carryover towards the blue half. But on the other side, Memory will slow down the push from Envy. And the demo in net will clear things open. Missed with a second touch. Memory will take it out of the way. And again, we'll go back towards midfield. In transition, we will swing.
Oh, great defense there from Mist to rush back and just push that ball into the corner. There was an open net opportunity, but you saw there, unable to capitalize, were E United, and Hoxer trying to keep the pressure on. Ajax gonna just wait for a minute and can't get the flick over Illusion. And are we gonna call him Braxton or Illusion? We should probably figure that one out now.
Listen, man, I think we just call him whatever his name is in-game. Just easier for viewers, just so they understand. And if memory serves correct, you have to worry about this, man. A pass from Ajax and Hoxer combined off the back wall, and Memory strikes first for E United.
Yeah, good team play there from E United. All 3 members getting involved, and that first pass took 2 defenders out of the equation, and the second one forced Mist to go up in the air for a difficult read to block that ball off the back wall. And E United capitalize first here, but here comes Atomic and Envy, and the pass is there. The shot placement is perfect, and Mist ties up the game.
And we're going to see this all series. A beautiful demo that sets up Mist and the redirect right towards the side of the post. You cannot reach that, even with a 30-foot pole. E United, Envy, tied 1-1. Still plenty of time in game 1. This series is going to be a hell of one to go through as Mist will carry. Memory will slow it down, and a follow-up from Ajax brings this one out. Into the corner, Hoxer should be able to play it. Not sure how much boost he has. But nonetheless, Atomic wins the challenge, and Memory will send it back to midfield. Braxton with the intercept. Ajax goes up to grab. He does, leaves it open. Hoxer sends it down, and Mist will read. Back the other way we go. And again, back and forth. Envy, United finding ways to just poke every so often, but no one getting a good shot on goal just yet. Braxton with very little boost will have to fall back in transition. It looks like United will retain possession for now.
Envy had good offensive pressure there, but the full rotation out of the zone left him down a man, and two players in the corner together led to a turnover, and the shot blocked by Ajax. Good determination there. This one's just a little too wide off the post, and Memory gets turned away by Braxton. Good defense back and forth. Both of these teams not wanting to give up the lead at halftime, but this one's dangerous in the box. Ajax a little too high off the post, and it's scramble time for Team Envy. They can't get the ball out, and finally some much needed time to work with.
And for those viewers who are just joining us, remember Braxton is again Aleutian, just running under a different title today, and we'll continue to update that. And Hoxer, coming out of no man's land, finds the ball. You have to think Ajax are single-handedly setting up this play.
That pass is disgusting. Oh my goodness. Slows it down, catches it on his hood, then nice and hard right to the center of the box. United, 2 passing plays develop, 2 goals on the board, and they go up by 1. Plenty of time to work with for Envy here.
That second touch leaves it up to Hoxer with only 28 boost. He's got a teammate in front. It's Ajax. Could not stuff him in the front of the box. No dunk, sir. 0 boost for Ajax, but Memory is there. That's going to go off the back wall. Follow up. Gets bumped away, and Braxton will read it down into the corner. Hoxer trying to grab. Does have boost to work with as well. Under Atomic, over Mist. Just barely gets it away. Memory now again spiking it into the corner, and Envy have done a great job of staying alive on defense, and now they can clear away. That's up for Braxton, but no one to follow in. Miss just too far back.
Oh, a good pass from Memory over to Hoxer. Hoxer just a little too wide. He was looking for that upper 90. He had to push that ball about 3/4 the length of the field there, and Atomic gonna put that one over Hoxer rather, leave it for Braxton, and Ajax catches this ball in the corner. Good flick over Atomic, but Mist, sitting back on defense, was willing to push that one back towards midfield.
We close in on 60 seconds to remain in game 1. A 1-goal lead for United as Envy are now on the brink, dropping the first game of this series. Let's see how they're able to respond as Atomic off the ceiling. Enough to get it forward, but not enough to center it. Again, just keeping the ball up in traffic. Hoxer brings it down, and a lucky bounce from Atomic leaves it up for Ajax, who has to slow over 1. A great read, but not enough boost to continue. Mist centers it. Hoxer takes it away. 32 seconds remaining.
Right idea from Mist there to try and pass that ball towards midfield, but it got too far in front of him there. His teammate was unable to corral that one in, and Ajax, good stop there. Hoxer swoops in for the clear, but this ball's not out of the water yet. Still in the orange half. Memory sneaking in, and they are just cutting off these passing lanes and just nullifying the plays before they can even develop.
They slow this one. It's a very dangerous one as that. And back the other way. This should touch. It will. The demo leaves it open. United take game 1, 2-1 to go up 1-0 in the series.
I am extremely impressed with the cohesion we saw from United there in game number 1. The passing plays were the difference maker here, and all 3 members just seemed to be on the same page with one another, and the mistakes just didn't seem to be there at all for United. There were no double commits, nothing, no glaring issues that stood out to me, and it is going to be a hard ask if you're trying to get Envy to beat United right now. United looking on point.
Yeah, and there was only a couple of instances where United were putting shot after shot down, especially on the left half of the post. But eventually, again, they were able to center it out, and that led to a second goal. I believe it was Memory who scored off that. But I think Memory brings a level of speed to this team that they needed prior. It was never a question with United about can they perform. It was always a question of Can they hit a second gear? Can they hit a third gear? Because their speed seem to be lacking, especially in the middle of the pack. Memory brings that, and it kind of allows Ajax and Hawkster to be a little bit more free with their passes, a little bit more free with their commits. And Envy did a great job of weathering the storm, and it led to a 2-1 scoreline, which they can't be unhappy about at all. You go into game 2, and it's anyone's series still at this point.
I agree. Sorry, I feel a sneeze coming on.
No, it's one of those things where it feels like your body's about to shut down, and you have to sneeze.
Yeah. I mean, I remember. Yeah, you were saying that yesterday. Just one of those things where you think you're going to say something, and careful. But it didn't happen, so we're good. But game 2 about to start here. Can E United keep this train rolling, or can Team Envy do something to disrupt those plays and try and catch E United overextended?
Well, that one's left open. Atomic had a good look at it, just not enough boost to get in front. And the timing wasn't quite there, but Mist takes it away. Mist will try to waterfall it down. It is, and a save from Memory takes it out. And they're going to carry this one to midfield. The transition now will swing back. Atomic slows it. Into the corner we go. Ajax reads it off the wall. 2 commit. And Memory is back, the third man ready and waiting. And off the ceiling from Atomic. Hoxer. Great read out. Ajax could not get a follow-up. It's Braxton by himself, continuing this play forward. Mist and Atomic both at midfield, hugging the right side. Biggest worry is a booming clear like that, where you have to fall back. Luckily, Atomic has boost to burn, grabs more as well, and they will continue this one forward. Atomic by himself, but it's Hoxer again who wins the challenge and takes it away.
Perfect positioning there from Hoxer. He knew exactly where the shot could go and put himself on that wall to take away that upper 90, and that one rings off the post and out of that right upper 90. And it looks like Team Envy get away with one there, as this game is going to remain tied, but not if Hoxer has anything to say with it. As gets the clear, pushes the ball downfield, and keeps the pressure up.
Another good challenge from E United. Let's try and see how that one might unfold. As again, the ball makes its way back to midfield. A tap from Atomic leaves it up. Ajax and Memory are both there, but Atomic wins the challenge. That one dangerously rolls right past the goal line. Envy with a couple of good looks, but great defense from E United. They spread it out, and Hoxer has a decent look at net. Atomic comes over the top, and the follow-up from E United will not connect. Envy stands strong once again.
And again, impressive defense from E United, and impressive clear there to see what the defense was giving them, put the ball to a teammate, and clear it all the way downfield. E United has great field awareness. That net was open for a second, but Atomic able to get to the ball in time, put a challenge on place, but a double commit. Team Envy starting to look a little shaky on defense. Is panic starting to set in, Spaceman?
It's possible, but there's still too much time in this game with a 0-0. I think at more at this point, the panic is just at the goal line. We have to get the ball out of our own half. Once they do, you'll see Envy, settle into their rhythm, as they look like they will now, as they get the ball forward for the first time in about 30, 45 seconds. But again, it's about weathering the storm of E United. Can you get them to burn out some of their hits and then follow in for an opportunity? The counterattack with a big demo. Braxton's there. The save from Hoxer sends it back to midfield. Once again, E United find a way to stay alive.
And this, trying to bring out what he was so well known for when he was on the Pittsburgh Knights, being that demo player, trying to open things up. It almost worked there, but Team Envy just couldn't finish what they started. Still, minute and a half to go. Ball game all tied up. Neither team able to break through, and as far as shots go, Spaceman, it's all tied up. Both teams even at 7.
And I think it's interesting to note where these teams come from in the bracket. E United drops to Space Station Gaming 4-0, and they come down to the losers bracket. On the other side, Envy beat Rogue in Game 7 yesterday. So there's a difference here in terms of mentality. Envy are fighting to continue on in the bracket. E United are playing their first match in losers, trying to figure out how far they can make this run. Where exactly do they sit in terms of the competition? Yes, they would like to extend it, but it's a bit of a different scenario, Subi. And do you think that plays at all into how they approach each match?
I mean, you would think that it would have to. And speaking of have to, Team Envy's got to clear this ball right now. They're starting to get boost starved, but the shots are just peppering the net, and here it comes. Braxton with the pop, Braxton with the carry, Braxton with the goal, and Team Envy take the late lead.
Patience pays dividends. Eventually, you're going to find success. Braxton right up the middle. The shortest distance between 2 points is right up the middle, Subi. A and B go in a straight line. That's exactly what Envy just did. And now the pressure's on United. We talked about, is Envy feeling pressure? The pressure was to get out of their own base. The pressure was not on offense. Braxton again punishing the open net scenario, squeezing it right under the post.
Oh, that one couldn't have been any closer, and that is just what you wanted. Right under 30 seconds, extend the lead to 2, put E United in a hole and force them to climb their ways out. Good passing play at midfield. The shot, able to find it, and E United take it down to 1 goal.
Still 21 seconds, plenty of time. It's an eternity in Rocket League. I thought for a second, Stevie, that one was not going to go in. I thought it was just going to barely roll off the side.
I mean,
but
8 seconds to get that. That's all it took. That is perfection
Well,
right
if
there.
If you needed a goal, that's the time. That's exactly the time. Now it's on E United to make a play. How much boost do they have, and how much are they willing to give on offense? Can you commit 3? 10 seconds. The bump leads things open. Hoxer over 1. Up for Ajax. Braxton with a huge save. Here comes a follow-up
There
shot.
it is!
That's an open net. E United tied up with 1 second.
Perfect play there. Braxton extends. Hoxer takes missed out of the equation in memory. Just has to focus and put that one on target at the open net. All tied up. 1 second to go. Everything is pointing towards overtime. But not if Atomic has anything to say. Still has his flip, still has the pass, and Memory going to push this downfield. And Envy willing to put this one to overtime. My goodness. Talk about clawing your way back into the match. E United not willing to just lay down.
21 seconds is an eternity in Rocket League, man. Anything can happen. But now we find ourselves in OT once again. That one's going to ricochet down.
Oh, no!
No, Ajax! How did you make that work?
Oh, no! The mind trick's coming out and forces him to just make a mistake there. Goes over his head so he can't jump up. And the own goal, you hate to see it. My goodness. Spaceman, what is happening?
Oh, my L. Unfortunate. Envy up 2-0 with 30 seconds. They were up 2-0 with 30 seconds to go. And they gave up 2 goals and an own goal to end game 2.
My goodness.
Subi.
Team Envy needs the Heimlich maneuver because they are choking right now. That game was theirs for the taking. They're up 2 goals with 29 seconds to go. Or 30 seconds to go, technically, and then at 29, you give one up. No big deal.
Subi, the thing that really stings is it's not that it was. I think it's more that it's not that it was the own goal in overtime, which obviously it sucks, but it's the fact that you were up 2-0 with 30 seconds, and then the way you end the game is with a mistake. It sucks all of the air out of Envy's lungs going into the rest of game 3 and 4. Like a decisive swing momentum part of the series. You give up 3 goals in 30 seconds, and you're being it down 2-0. That has got to just sting me. Like, in those comms, you're just sitting there quiet. You're just completely quiet. Like, I can't believe that.
But you
just happened.
can't be. You can't
Yeah,
be if
I know.
you're on Envy. I get that it sucks, and own goaling to defeat is not a way anybody wants to lose, but you have to just have short-term memory loss when you're playing Rocket League. You've got to forget about that. You've got to learn, but forget about what just happened because you played very well for 4.5 minutes. You played great, but those last 30 seconds, the most important 30 seconds, you cannot falter there.
Envy is in need of a major comeback. Maybe it takes some Hungry Bucks, Campbell's chicken noodle soup or something, or Chunky, whatever he eats. I don't know. One of those things. Maybe he needs some of that. But
I'll take some. I haven't.
oh, man.
It's almost lunchtime.
Oh, it's rough, man. Envy. Your backs are against the wall. United have all the momentum in the world. A little love tap from Ajax.
Love tap.
It was a love tap.
Oh, that
No
was a
demo.
love
No
smack.
demo. No demo. Just, hey, buddy, just get out of the way. That one will fall down. Into the corner we go again. Envy on attack. Up from Atomic. Very little boost, though, as that one's going to come back to midfield. And now a transitional opportunity as Braxton will have to fall back, and Ajax overextends just a bit. A great shot from Memory, but a save from Atomic, and Envy still keeping a 0-0 scoreline up until Ajax punches it in.
Has game one ever ended? The team plays just continue to happen. United have started the match with their stride and have not given up since, not missed a step. These guys are on a roll.
A big demo from Mist will allow Atomic to fall forward. Once again, United not scared to challenge these passes. And another, once again, if you guys are just joining us, remember that Braxton is Aleutian. It's just a different name, same player. But sometimes you have to wonder, is that a little bit of a, what do they call that in sports? A superstition? A little bit of superstition? Gotta think. Maybe it's not working out.
Yeah, it's time to put the Batman mask back on and turn back into Aleutian.
That one's going to slow down as Memory stalls it out. A dead weight at midfield. Continues to carry, but taken away once again. Envy. Move it, the pass forward. A great pass at that, and Hawkser with a great save. Memory has all the boost to take this one. And Atomic falls back on the other side. Braxton's there. The pass back and the extension forward. Off the side of the post.
Oh,
a follow-up
no!
from Envy in a second. The defense from United just very, very strong. And here comes Ajax with a shot, but Mist will slow it down.
That was the shot they needed to make. Mist just launches that one too high, but the passing play back down to Mist. Mist going high again, but Memory there. All three members of United were on the line. That was going to be a hard one to go in. They need to start reaching into the bag of tricks because these simple 1-2 passing plays aren't working right now for Team Envy. And Mist gets beat to that ball, but Atomic keeping it alive. And you just saw Braxton there get that boost steal. Is it going to pay off? No. Hawkser with a great defense, but net's open. No one's there. Braxton just has to hit it, and he puts it far post, gives Hawkser time to get back. And United hang on.
Once again, it's just kind of collateral damage one after another. You get a good shot, you lose position, you have to make an awkward angle, and United stand strong at the front of their box. They will push this one out. Another follow-up from Atomic. Envy have been on the attack for the past minute, but United have refused to let up. A follow-up hit. Ajax with a poke. That one's going to hang. Down for one more, but Hawkser and Memory are there. They're going to get this one to midfield. Boost to burn. Braxton does get a couple. Not enough to follow through. Up for a teammate, but Ajax says, no problem, I'll take it away. Into the corner as Atomic follows in. Memory continues this one forward. He will get a flip, but no follow. Atomic now by himself could not get it out centered. He does just enough. But United, the defense of old, is perfect.
Well, it's just simple plays. You're not keeping United guessing. You can see the plays trying to develop from the get-go. So there's no guessing game. You position yourself because you know what's going to happen. And Mist pushes that ball down to Atomic to Braxton. And here comes Mist, but goes up a little too early and couldn't quite read that ball. And United just have to hold on for 1 minute longer, and they're going to go up 3 games.
These simple hits that allow United to boom out with the open net. As that save comes in, these open hits just burn time. Now a one-on-one, it's Mist. He gets the goal. Tie game, Envy. 37 seconds, they make it work.
United doing their best Envy impression right now, giving up the lead with just 30 seconds to go. Mist looked easy, but good 1v1 to get that over to the defender and not let that opportunity go by the wayside. But here we go. An ever important 30 seconds here. If you're on Envy, you've got to think that this is so important. Reverse sweeps are the unicorn of Rocket League when it comes to Game 7s. They almost never happen.
Ajax was centered from Memory's position. Hoxer was able to come in and connect. Misses the hit. And again, this one hangs in traffic, Subi. 10 seconds. Hoxer will not win the challenge. Atomic following in. They're going to play this off the corner. Ajax does get a good hit. That's up for Hoxer. This could be a goal. It's taken away. The booming clear sends this one to overtime again.
Second overtime in a row, and I'd be willing to put money that it will not end due to an own goal. Ajax has to go up. Pretty easy read for him. Put that ball back down into his own corner. And Memory, good hit over to Hoxer. Hoxer can't get the double tap off that wall, but it makes Atomic have to put patience onto that ball. And here comes Memory, trying to get it out of their own half. Miss, good little flick there, good delay, but does nothing with it. And 30 seconds have gone in overtime. Neither team looking too strong here just yet.
And if you're E United, you have to get this one out of the orange half. You have essentially replicated Envy's strategy from game 2. You're getting punished in the front of the box. You have to find a way to extend it out. They finally do, but once again, they lose possession in the corner, and they give it up for Envy to move it forward. Memory slows it down, only has one player to beat, but he gets bumped in the back from Atomic. That one's going to go off the side. A follow-up from Memory, and into the corner we go. Ajax will carry. Can he center it down? No. Envy doing a great job on defense. It's E United now applying pressure in all the right ways. And a follow-up shot from Ajax clears the net. Game 3 goes to E United.
Just a hard shot forces the defense to just stay on their wheels. And they had boost. Braxton was a little low, but nobody jumped at it, and that was easy for E United. And they are on match point, looking to sweep Team Envy, and now we can have our reverse sweep discussion there, Spaceman. This is where it needs to come out.
Well, look, you send it to overtime if you're Envy, and you played great defense. You did exactly what E United was doing for the majority of this game. You're putting shots on net. Maybe they weren't high quality, but nonetheless, they're shots. Then you come into overtime, you have a couple of good hits, you give up a transition, you give up a couple of opportunities, and now you're looking at E United putting shot after shot after shot. They clear you out, they boost starve you, and it leaves it open for Ajax to get a perfect hit. 2 goals for him, that's all he needed. We move into game 4, Envy down 3-0 in this game, in this series. And that's one of the things, Subi, I said when we were making our predictions. I said, look, I think E United, especially with Memory, their ceiling is much higher than where I see Envy going, even if that's just a speed comparison. But they're showing you that they are relentless when it comes to offensive pressure. What are you seeing out of Envy that needs to change immediately, or is it just E United's playing better?
They just need to be aware of where everyone from E United is at on the field at all times, because the passing plays are coming out from E United, but they're kind of just weird. You know, you don't expect them to come out, and when they do, we're going to get a new lobby up here for these players. This one's very important. Game 4, Team Envy looking for a chance. And real quick, I think they need some vibes on their side, okay? They need good vibes. So I'm going to do a little vibe check here to just get it started. Nope, that's claim bonus. Where is it? Vibe check for Team Envy, because I picked them. So we're vibing for Team Envy right now, Spaceman.
We are. I'm not saying I picked them because I was being threatened by E United. I'm saying I picked them because I believed that E United could do it. I believed in that. Burns and E United, please leave me alone. But I also think that they're a good team.
Is E United just going to roast me if they sweep Envy right now?
Absolutely.
But it was only because it was
karma.
you. It was nothing against E United. It's
building
just
good karma. That's what this is. That's what this is.
Good karma.
It's just karma. Yeah. I'm protecting myself. But also, literally, at the end of the day, I do believe that E United is all around a stronger team than Envy.
Nope.
And look, we can disagree. That's fine. That's fine. But they're up 3-0 right now. They're up 3-0. That's what I'll say. And if they could go on to win this series, think about this. They're going to play Loco next. They beat Loco 4-2.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
If history repeats itself, again, you should be looking at E United to be favorites in that matchup. And then they go on to lose round 3 and 4. So this is a very interesting series because the potential for E United's run compared to Envy's is much different than anything we've seen yet.
True. This is true. It's going to be a much easier run for E United if they were to win this than for Envy, I feel like. I mean, not because of the reverse sweep. That's the easy answer, but just based on the opponent coming up next. But I think E United, don't look ahead. You've got to respect Envy right now. Yes, a reverse sweep is almost next to impossible in a best of 7. It's going to be so hard for E United to lose this, to be honest. Ready up here, get this match going. But don't just start looking past Envy because they are a formidable opponent. And while they haven't quite shown up today, give them one match to win, let them build that confidence, and it could be game over.
Well, this is the one you need. I mean, not only is it like a momentum swing, but it's the game. You can't afford to drop anymore. So, Envy, this is your time. This is where you come in and say, Spaceman, you're an idiot. Can we get Spaceman as an idiot in the chat? That would be great. But let's see how it actually works out. E United on series point, Envy with backs against the wall. We'll see how it goes. But off the start, it's all of Envy as they push this one forward.
Yeah, and I think Envy needs the first goal here, and a good shot there off the ground from Atomic, but couldn't get the power from that panching. Good challenge from Hoxer. Gets that boost steal, but kind of puts him out of position. Here's Atomic in the 1v1. The pass over to miss, but Ajax, clutch defense there in the 1v2 situation. Scary play there if you're on E United.
Once again in traffic, that ball will hang and down very sharply. This Ajax, again, has been all over these contests. And when you have someone as quick as him to get to those passes, it really creates opportunities like this where Hoxer backed up a little bit too slow. Gets demoed, we'll see it in 3 seconds. Back to full strength we are. E United, Envy, back in midfield once again. Ajax will carry over one. Can he waterfall? No. A follow-up shot. Envy, unfortunately, not good at defense enough. English is cool. Ajax sets up the goal.
And this is like 2 or 3 now that have come off the back wall. Look like a pretty easy pass to defend, but just poor positioning from Envy allows E United to put the easy shot on net, and it's going uncontested. And there we go. E United, 4 minutes to go. All they have to do is hang on, and they move on in Championship Sunday.
I think my brain broke for a little bit. But I think we're back to 70% strength. We're almost there. Memory's
Was it
gonna
ever
rotate in.
working in the first place?
It used to be at 80%, but who knows, honestly, what's going on in my
It's like a cell phone battery, your brain. It just can never
it overheats
quite get back
very
up to
quickly
100.
and just turns off.
Yeah.
Memory did grab boost. Ajax is the 3rd man back. That one's going to fall into the corner, and Envy will have to turtle up for now. They don't really have much boost. And swiped away as Memory gets the last touch. Again into the corner we go. Envy not having great success, but Hoxer will play the board. Never mind, Spaceman. It's Memory there. He grabs that. Boost as well. He's going to extend this one forward. Open net.
Oh,
Envy,
boy.
Envy, where are you? Hello? Envy, where'd you go?
They started panicking way too early. All 3 members pushed up in the orange half, and Memory says, I don't see anyone sitting back there. I'm going to pull out my driver and launch this one down the fairway. And he hits a hole in 1 to go up by 2 there. Memory with both goals for E United.
Ajax has ball and Envy has left the chat. Memory and Ajax together have been absolutely lethal this series. It's been a hell of a show from E United, but Envy just had... You know, at this point, man, you just got to find something. A goal like that would start things off, but you have time to work with. We know there's plenty of time to come back. You just need some form of momentum, something to keep things going. The way that E United have been bullying Envy on some of these hits and taking the ball away like that, leaving 2 players back and Atomic forced to play a 1v3 as players rotate in. You're swinging that kind of momentum onto Envy's shoulders. It's a lot to ask, and you just need a goal. Sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah, this is going to be very low percentage that Team Envy is going to be able to tie this game up, because right now their offense is nothing short of lackluster right now. It just seems very basic, very cookie cutter mold of, okay, we're going to do this, then we're going to do that. And E United knows what comes up next, and they are just taking away every single passing lane before it is even developed for Team Envy.
The boys in blue look cold, Subi. That's a pun.
Well, blue means cold, right?
Yes.
When you turn on your water.
Welcome to the second room. Boys in blue are looking cold.
Have we gotten like a jazz stream yet, so we can start casting like it's a jazz match?
We really should. It's one of those
Someone
things
needs
that
to
has
do
to
that.
work out. I mean, anything's possible this year. It really should. A great save from Mist. But listen, man, at this point, 106. It's hard sometimes when there's not a lot to say. It's just Envy have not thrown a lot at the table. They haven't thrown a lot because E United have had their way with them. They have picked them up by the pants and taken all their lunch money. And it's hard. It's hard to bounce back when you just cannot find an angle. 3-0.
Hey, hold on. That was ball game right there. They still need two. It's technically still possible, but they need a goal, and they need it now. That net's going to be open, but Miss can't quite find the angle and allows them to get back on D. Great D from Ajax. He has been their savior, and the miss there allows Memory to clear this ball away. 23 seconds to go, and it's not looking like Team Envy is going to do this. E United is going to sweep Team Envy to move on in the tournament.
Envy needs some of Michael Jordan's secret stuff in the locker room. They need that stuff. They have been absolutely blown out by the Monstars. There's nothing happening. 3-0 tie.
Why not? Why not,
up.
Memory?
Put
Get a
a
hat
bow
trick.
on it. It's over. It's done. Bill Murray couldn't even save this team. It's over. 3-0. 3 seconds left. E United destroy the boys in blue.
Team Envy could just never quite get it going together, and it showed. They got blown out here in game number 4. It was all them, and you could argue that it was all them all series long. E United look like they are ready to play in the grand finals today. Memory woke up, and the first thing he put on today was his backpack and said, "Come on, boys, I'm going to carry you to victory."
You know, Subi, remember that thing you told me before the
No,
series started?
I don't.
When you
Nope.
said Spaceman is going to look dumb again because I'm going to pick Envy because Spaceman doesn't know what he's talking about. Well.
Delete the
Look
VOD.
where-
It never
look how-
happened. Hurry.
Look how the turntables turn, Subi.
Look
Look
how
where
the
we are.
turntable. Yeah, that does work. You
Look
know
how
what?
we are.
Can we just... No, I don't want to get F. back in here because he picked...
F dot, why don't you scoot your little cute butt over here and let's talk about that
No,
series
let's
because
not.
E United just manhandled Envy on the field.
Oh yeah, Subi, I missed that set. How'd it go?
Well, you're a bad host because you should be paying attention. That's your job. I'm not going to break it down
was
for
right.
you.
So 3 goals in game 4. How many in game 3? How many in game 2?
You know what? You win some, you lose some, and I am man enough to admit that my team should have won.
No, you know what? It's fair. Spaceman and I are. So I'm just being peer pressured by Spaceman. All in all, we got
Yes.
bullied into voting for E United. I really don't want to be this mean to Subi. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, it's
But-
fine. It's
But
fine.
E United were mean to the opponents across the way. I mean, Envy could not grab control. Jokes aside, Subi, what did Envy kind of lack in this matchup?
I would say creativity. The positioning was the difference maker in this matchup. E United was positioned perfectly. Anytime there was a pass trying to come off the back wall, someone's there to push it away. Normally it's Ajax. He had so many saves. He had just a calmness about him in net that you need to see from a defender. There was never a panic from him. And once he did get that hit from the positioning that he had, it was a smart hit to a teammate, or he's hitting it downfield over the defenders. And Team Envy couldn't figure it out quick enough. And it just seemed like E United was evolving as the match went on, and there was no catching up from Team Envy.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple of matches on the way. We're going to see Energy and Space Station, some big stuff coming up. And then, of course, we have one more lower bracket before then. I think we have to see Loco versus E United now. So we'll see how this one works out. Real quick, before we go to break, no context question. Are you team overtime or team 5 seconds, Subi?
Team overtime.
How about you, Spaceman?
Team overtime.
All right, we'll be right back with more Codename Covert after this.
I'm not going to disagree with them. You know,
I want no.
Oh, I'm muted. My homies heard me, but you guys didn't. Let's try this again. Okay, ready?
Muted. Phew, okay, all right, we're good.
Hello
Nobody
and
heard
welcome
after that.
back to Codename Covert. I've upgraded my casters here, Jorby and Supersonic. How you guys doing, buds? Flawless,
I'm doing
right?
wonderful. Flawless is correct, but I won't, comment on the quality of anyone other than myself, which is, of course, flawless.
Gotta say so. How you doing, Super?
I'm doing good, man. This is that match that we've been looking forward to. So I've just been kind of like hyped, sitting in the chair here, watching the matches go by, and just getting ready to cast this one. This one's going to be an awesome matchup. This is probably what we're going to end up seeing for the finals, would be my guess. So I'm excited to get to look at this one so early.
I see Subi coming for me in chat. Now listen, Super's a really big nerd. I think the one that we're all kind of waiting for is Space Station and Energy, and that's what we are going to see. My bad. I thought we were going to watch Loco, and I was going to say, so the lower bracket would make sense for you to be into. Energy Space Station. This is the big one. My bad. I'm unprepared. Hold on. Yeah, hype. Exactly. Space Station Gaming has been playing out of their minds this tournament. Energy, on the other hand, are just Energy. Squishy's there. So, I mean, this to me is really like the team. Energy has been performing. They're kind of the established ones, but Space Station are stepping up this weekend. Jorby, in your experience, what really stands true? Is it the tournament team or is it the big picture team?
I think the tournament team takes it really far, and in rare cases, you'll see like a Peeps from DreamHack Montreal make the run and take down all the teams that nobody expected them to. You have other teams like Team Echo Zulu in DreamHack Leipzig, where Taz pre-jump saves were the story, but they couldn't actually win the tournament. So my answer to you, F-Dot, is with both things of Rocket League, it depends.
Well,
but
so here...
sorry, to finish my point.
No, it's all you.
I don't think that either team is like just a tournament team or just a big picture team. I think right now these are two of the top three teams in North America with how they're playing right now. Like if you gave me power rankings, NRG, Space Station, and G2 would be at the top of North America in any order. I'm not putting them in order there, but yes, that's it. That's my point.
I feel that. And Super, you're usually the color commentator, which means you have to be our analyst here. I'm going to ask you to give us the hardcore breakdown because I know you like to get into the nitty gritty.
I love breaking things down from the stats side. I like staring at them, and over time, I know that individual matches don't always matter, but over time, stats end up ringing true and show teams' consistency. Space Station is a team that has been together and been super consistent. They play at the top levels. As Jorby just said, nobody's questioning that. A top three team. Where they sit exactly, I don't know. But they're a team that has the cohesion level already built there. So my favor is going towards Space Station Gaming, but by no means do I think that we're talking 1-2% in my brain of which way this is going, because NRG, that lineup could make anything happen, and I don't want to try and predict what's going to happen. I want that first match to come out. I want to see these players go at it, and I want them to set the pace and dictate to me what that storyline is. I don't want to set this one up. I want it to be a surprise. I want to be as surprised as everybody else when we see it. I
like that attitude for sure. This is one of those times where like finals are one thing, but a lot of times you get a treat in the semis, right? We're just like these two teams going head to head. This is a crazy kind of matchup. Jorby, Rocket League historian, what matchup does this remind you of?
What does it remind me of? Oh man, I think that this you know what this has the makings of. This is really recent, but before Astro left Dignitas, this has like the makings of a Vitality versus Dignitas at Season 8 LAN. Like that's the effect that this like match gives me when I look at these two teams, and I'm thinking that's the potential for this match and like to develop into a rivalry, because I think that NRG picking up Squishy Squishy has been waiting to play with Garrett and Justin for so long. This team is not breaking up anytime soon. Space Station, I don't see them breaking up anytime soon. I think this could be the start of a very fun rivalry in Rocket League.
I'm excited. I really am. Energy just recently coming together, adding Squishy Muffins to the mix, and we are going to add Space Station and Energy to the pitch. Jorby and Supersonic will be your hosts. I'm getting out of here. Good luck.
Well, I think it's no question between me and you, Supersonic, as we talked about it earlier, that the star of Codename Covert has been none other than Sypical. And he certainly ended yesterday with a bang. And the dude he's got goal scoritis. He can't stop scoring. And Space Station, they look so strong in this tournament. NRG, they've kind of waltzed through most of this. But how you feeling? How you feeling about NRG?
I feel like exactly what I was saying yesterday is that you need an answer for Sypical. If they're not going to be able to shut Sypical down, that is going to be a problem. That guy was everywhere yesterday. 10 goals in that series. It was like he scored 10, the other team scored 7. He scored one of their goals as well. I'm probably off by 1 goal on that. I think he was at 9. But he's somebody that they're going to need to figure out how to shut down here. And obviously, the talent of the lineup on the NRG side absolutely have the ability to do so. And an early shot from Garrett as off a pass from Justin in the corner, and he's going to put that in the first 9 seconds of the match. NRG up 1-0 already.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task, and Justin's approach to the ball there, he got a great bounce off the corner for Garrett. And NRG, as we saw them play yesterday, Envy got to them a couple of times. It was mostly through physical play and really on demos where Envy were rotating out. And Space Station there, you have Arsenal on that side who loves to headhunt. But Arsenal also has kind of evolved his role. He's not just an enforcer. He also, he wants to be the great enabler for his team, enabling this guy, Sypical, as he carries this ball out, to keep scoring goals and keep Space Station on top. So I think you're going to see a lot of passes. You're going to see very fast gameplay overall, but you'll also see Sypical as he continues to try to control Space Station. They were able to hang past midfield for a little while, but they're going to reset back on their own half.
Sypical tries to bring this one down. Arsenal coming off the wall to pick it up. Squishy there with an easy read to break it up, but AXB trying to keep it in play. Out of the blue half comes Squishy and about to say Energy and Justin, but nothing really going to come of this yet. This kind of feels like what I was expecting the start of the match to be, a little bit more of a feeling each other out. I definitely wasn't expecting that goal that quickly out of Garrett, and this is going to be that moment where these teams need to figure out where they're comfortable at. And Arsenal going to put one over, easily knocked away by Squishy to the corner, and Justin going to bring this one out.
Neither team willing to overcommit or get their whole hand a little too early and risk a very aggressive third-man challenge. That's a great pass in front to AXB, but cut off. Maybe a breakaway for Squishy, but the ball got away from him, so AXB will try to carry it out.
A little dangerous there for a moment with 3 members of SSG in that corner. They go ahead and get back into a rotation, though. Sypical with the dive for it. Can't get there. Justin snipes one into the lower 90.
AXB got that initial clear, and Sypical, he got chipped by Garrett as well. He came up, but he had low boost, and it wasn't clear that AXB was going to be able to shovel that ball out of the corner, and so he ended up getting burned on his positioning, maybe going a little too fast along the line. Either way, NRG, Justin, he made that shot impossible for Sypical. Justin getting involved in offense early, exactly what NRG want in this matchup. Space Station, the backboard came for free. Sypical, easy shot off the rebound.
Yeah, these are shots Sypical's going to make all day. Squishy with a uncharacteristic miss there as he goes up for that backboard touch. Bit of an odd camera angle to go up for that one. That is going to go the side of SSG. 2-1 here as we approach the halfway mark. Shot from AXB's on target, but Justin there to break it up.
Now NRG, everyone pulls off the ball here, waiting to see how Space Station will approach it, so you can get a chance to look Boost totals are pretty full here for NRG. Everyone's sitting at 80 or above at the time Garrett had caught the ball, but can't get much done. Forced back to their own end. Squishy just able to get to it with everything he had. AXB cutting it off in midfield again. Space Station doing a good job not letting NRG have too much space and cutting off these passes in midfield.
Yeah, AXB's been somebody through yesterday as well who just gets up quick in that midfield and kind of breaks up those passing lanes and maintains pressure. He's that guy that's getting up and keeping the ball in the opponent's half so they can keep that offensive pressure going.
AXB wins 2 challenges, and Arsenal's down in front. Pops it up, gets the bump, but Squishy rotates back and denies Space Station the tying goal in game 1.
Garrett with a good read there off of that knockaway. AXB able to break up the shot, though. Garrett going to bring this one across to Justin, looking to come off the wall. Justin with a bit of a carry. Not going to be able to keep control over that. Not able to make anything of it, but Garrett keeping the ball in the offensive half, and now Squishy doing so as well. Arsenal going to deny that goal.
And all Squishy could have done was shot it with the amount of boost that he had, and Garrett and Justin both trying to get reset on the rotation, and then they just couldn't actually get anything generated off the rebound. NRG looking for another goal, and Squishy almost sunk it into the corner. Less than a minute to go. NRG, they have done a good job of really preventing consistent shot pressure from Space Station. While they've been doing a good job, AXB especially, cutting off passes in midfield and making some good challenges. Beyond that, it's been pretty lackluster in terms of opportunities. The best one was Arsenal's ground-to-air dribble bump that Squishy ended up saving anyway.
Yeah, there hasn't been any real heat on any of these shots. No real pressure. I mean, we have the one goal that came from the whiff from Squishy, but I don't know that that was pressure or a threatening shot that was created by Space Station. So I 100% agree with you. They haven't been able to create anything yet. That was close. Garrett almost sneaks one in on that on the top shelf there, but it catches the backboard and out.
That'll do it. Well, maybe. Unless they get one more chance. AXB couldn't make contact. NRG taking game 1 in the winter final and got that quick goal to start out. Things really started to die down after that. There wasn't a lot of offense from either side for a good while. But, shot total, it's not a massive gap. You have 6 shots for Space Station, 8 for NRG. It was definitely close and more of a battle of attrition than anything else. Neither team was really able to pass the ball extremely well.
Really, I don't think either team was in the form that we expected there, to be honest. It felt a bit slow pace for both of these teams. I expect more passing plays. I expect to see some more high-flying action. Some of the plays that we saw Squishy and Justin going for previously, where they'll both go up and look for those aerial passes. We really didn't see any of those types or styles of play, and I wonder if this first match really is that kind of first round of a fight in boxing or in MMA, where you just kind of have that feeler at the start. In game 2s where you're going to finally come out and start making these plays. Game 1 left a bit to be desired for me.
Game 1 is usually a feeler in every match like this, but I do feel like Space Station and NRG were looking for passes. It's not that, I think that both teams just did a good job of challenging the ball in midfield and putting themselves in the best position to break up passing plays. All 6 of these players have very, very good field awareness and have a really good pulse on how the flow of the game was going in game 1, and I think that just led to the stalemate that we saw. Kind of had shades of some of those old battles with Gale Force and Method way back in the day, where they were probably 2 of the most defensively sound teams. Ooh, AXB's shot just turned away, and neither team could really find offense, in abundance. So this one has, oh my goodness, typical. The ball just got hit right back into him. He's got no boost, still on the line, wants a shot, and Garrett won't give it out to Justin, but NRG do retain possession here in the corner. That'll be a high ball for AXB. And Justin gonna let Garrett take this ball out. So far, not really much.
Ooh.
Maybe something here for Space Station, catching NRG off the rotation. AXB wants the pass, but Sypical's too far out. Got the reset.
Yeah. Sypical originally looking for, I think he was expecting a quick pinch. Arsenal going to break that one up, but I think he was expecting a quick pinch to come across the goal line, and he wasn't looking for that kind of angle coming out, and he had to try to reverse to get there. And we all know you don't typically want to be driving in reverse. You want that forward momentum to be carrying you.
Garrett winning another challenge, up quick for it. In front was Squishy. But again, the actual shot on net is really difficult to find with how Space Station are getting the rotation. And AXB gets a fortunate bump as well to give Arsenal space. AXB makes the next challenge. Arsenal's up next. Light shot that Squishy easily handles. AXB buying some time, and NRG throw it right back in. We are truly at it feels like unstoppable force versus immovable object in this tournament.
I agree with you. I'm starting to change my opinion of being disappointed from the last round, and I'm starting to just more realize that both of these teams are showing each other a ton of respect, and they're playing a very similar play style in the sense of getting up in that midfield and breaking this up, which is why we're just kind of seeing the ball travel back and forth down the field without these threatening shots coming, because they just can't get them going. Both teams are staying in a really solid rotation.
And again, solid touches here from NRG, and every single time there's someone there to challenge that ball in the corner. And Space Station, they haven't really had an option to throw it out towards the middle. The angle's been closed. Right there. That little microcosm is, I think, exactly the summation of this series right now, where it's a close pass in front, but there's someone in midair to challenge it. They are literally boxing midair, Space Station and NRG, and neither team is giving up any ground. It will take maybe a mistake at this point in game 2 for any goal to be scored.
Definitely feels like that's going to be the situation. Justin going to break that one up, and that's exactly right. Nice quick dump over to Arsenal as he takes that shot, but Justin was there. Opportunity for Arsenal, going to pop that one off the sidewall, or off the back wall. Garrett able to get the read and send it back down to the other side of the pitch.
And it was still an awkward situation there for Arsenal. Look at this 1-2-3 passing play, but it couldn't end in a goal. Arsenal's shot not good enough, blocked by Garrett G. AXB again. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Continue, sir.
Oh no, it was just the was just gonna continue the play-by-play as Space Station keep it up against the backboard, and a nice challenge there from Justin. Justin was so confident on that read, he's like, he doesn't matter. Ooh. AXB picks up the save. It doesn't matter for Justin. Is he still in front of the box here? We're gonna move on from the earlier point because NRG just immediately flip onto offense. Don't have time to talk about the last point. We're right on to the next one. Space Station, downfield. Arsenal got the touch to Sypical. Oh, blocked by Garrett G right in front. That's probably the most creative that we've seen, the most creative play we've seen so far. And still, Garrett's there for a block.
We're going to break that shot up from Justin out to the corner. Arsenal's going to pick that one up, sends it up off the ceiling. Sypical looking for the read. Garrett's there to break it up, though. Out into the open. AXB's up for the shot. High off the backboard. Knocked away by Justin.
Justin, he got demoed in the corner, gave Arsenal a little bit of wiggle room. It bounces over one, but Garrett, again, there for the save. AXB on the next challenge. Sypical close behind him. NRG not giving up on defense here at all. No panic in this team. The rotation has been absolutely solid. Arsenal looking for a hole. Justin bumps him out of the way, and Garrett gets the ball. Heads up play, but now Justin caught out. Can he get back in time? He'll make the save. Back around to the side. Space Station hunting for the goal at the end, and no, AXB misses the ball. The ball rolls out towards midfield. Now Justin at 0. Flick! No, off the crossbar. We got overtime.
I'm thinking NRG wanted that to end because the pressure coming out of SSG here in that last minute was something to see. That was more of what I was expecting to see out of these teams. Ton of pressure, attack after attack. Arsenal now taking a shot on goal, knocked away by Squishy. But NRG been stuck in their half for over a minute now.
Space Station continue to lock things down, but NRG, they found a hole. The shot's on target, but AXB has the block, and Space Station hang on. But here come NRG again, and AXB, who has made touch after touch in game 2. He missed that shot opportunity at the end of this game, and he would like a little bit of redemption for sure. He'll pick up a little bit of that with that last save, but now he's back in his own half and behind the ball. He'll get the next clear for Space Station as we approach a minute gone in this overtime. So fast. Now, up again. Plays it out to the side. And Squishy has the clear back to Justin. Justin looking for Squishy. The shot blocked again.
Yeah, this midfield is really kind of a conundrum at the moment and just overly packed, but Squishy gonna come through. Sinks one into that bottom corner under the defense, and they're gonna take down game number 2. Energy up 2-0 in the series.
Oh, and AXB just tried to find the angle as he turned around for the shot, or turned around to try to block Squishy and just could not get up. Squishy. NRG. Whew.
That series started turning up. In that final minute before we got into OT, Space Station started getting things going. Right before that, Energy started trying to get some of these passing plays going. But the one thing I'm going to say that Space Station is doing really well is that their midfield presence is shutting down those pass opportunities that we're expecting of Justin and Squishy to come through and make. There's almost always somebody there right underneath trailing that ball, breaking those shots up for them. However, it hasn't been enough. At the end of the day, they're finding mistakes and they're able to punish those. There's not a ton of them, but when they're happening, NRG is making the most of it, and they're taking down the series so far, 2-0.
I just realized that, well, I didn't just realize, I realized it towards the end of that game that I kept mixing up Sypical and AXB because where my cam is when I have it zoomed out and I'm watching things from afar, both Sypical and AXB, they're just little, the names are little blobs on my computer, and they look exactly the same since they just have 3 letters, and I realized it near the end of that. We're gonna get a new server up going for these players, and I think this is now crunch time for Space Station. You can't go down 3-0 against NRG in this set. It is so hard to reverse sweep. This is the critical game.
This is
it's
the
not
moment.
Game 4, it's game 3. Yeah.
This is the moment. If you're gonna do it, you can get the Spaceman sweep. It starts now, Space Station. You got to 4-2 it, though, to pull that off. And that's what I'm referring to that as forever. Going forward, it is going to be referred to as the Spaceman sweep.
The Spaceman sweep. I got nothing to say about it, but for Space Station, I thought that all of that pressure, if you're AXB, you have to find a way to just shake off that last attempted shot. And then also being in the position to try to make that save, you got to be able to reset here in game 3. 5 minutes, 0-0, because that's the biggest thing that's going to affect Space Station, is AXB's got to be able to shake it off. And if he can, then Space Station can definitely fight back into this. But that was Space Station's last chance in game 2. They're going to get some more in game 3, but Squishy squaring up, looking for a shot.
This is a test, Dorby.
Right. Yep.
We're in the test. We are about to get into that game 3. They're just getting ready and getting going. But again, does the speed of play carry over into this game 3? Are we going to see more of what we saw at the end of game 2, or are we going to start things off where they're kind of feeling each other out again?
No, I think it really depends how the kickoff goes. Like, how do they approach the kickoff? Most teams do just send somebody to cheat nowadays, but if they're able to kill the ball, whoever grabs possession off that first kickoff has a great chance to really set the pace of the game.
Yeah, I think kickoffs actually probably determine more of that. It's not something I really gave deep thought about, but if those kickoffs don't really create speed at the start of the game and it kind of ends up being slow, then you kind of have to build into that. It creates that situation where the teams start off on kind of the back foot and then build into that speed over the game.
Well, game number 3 gonna get underway in the winter final of Codename Covert. Garrett was the one to cheat up here on the kickoff, but he ends up losing the ball. Justin having to cut in. That could have been a real chance for NRG to put on some early pressure. They still keep possession. Squishy will also steal that boost away as AXB tries to carry this ball out. He finds Arsenal. Sypical's the next up. Does he got the rebound? No. Garrett getting the first clear. Justin up on the wall to meet Arsenal, but the ball's right in front of the box. And AXB barely slowing down NRG's tide. Sypical actually stops it completely. And just that first challenge just stops everything NRG have going for them on a counterattack. And Space Station, they're just so good. Turning on a dime, making an aggressive play on the challenge. Arsenal just getting in the way of the defender off the backboard. And they're working NRG end-to-end in their own territory right now.
Yeah, looking a lot like the end of the last match, even though it did go the side of NRG. Space Station Gaming has been in control of the pace of the game and controlling, keeping the ball kind of stuck in their opponent's half. Squishy there to break things up in the midfield, and it's something that we probably want to see a bit more of out of NRG is winning those midfield battles. Those midfield fights so far, I would say, are going the way of Space Station.
And AXB slowly receives the ball on his own backboard. Oh, and Arsenal blocking another shot. AXB, with the little boost that he has, does what he can, and just a lot of really awkward situations in these touches in midfield. Right here, just trying to keep the ball away from NRG. That little touch from Arsenal. And then another challenge. Like, both teams are just, all right, let's try this. Let's try to get passes going. They're trying to create space by having negative space. And air dribble, bump, Sypical. Not much of a dribble, but certainly the bump.
Garrett takes out Squishy here on that back wall, sends Squishy out of the way, and then Garrett ends up and over the ball. I'm giving the assist to Garrett on that one. Unfortunate situation for NRG as that occurs. That gives up the first goal, and I believe that's the first lead of the series for Space Station here in match number 3.
I believe you are correct. And Arsenal next to carry this. RG, patient to wait. You know they like, well, Garrett likes to just pave his way towards the box. And RG content to clamp down on the sides and prevent your angles of clearance. Do such a good job of that in locking you down. Garrett keeping the ball away from Arsenal there. But Arsenal still on top of it. Off the back wall, Justin gets up in time to get it out to the corner.
Gonna drop it off onto the nose of Garrett, but Arsenal and Sypical are there to get touches on that ball. AXB off the nose of Squishy, and that one's gonna fall into the hands of Justin, who's gonna take a shot. No real threat. 3 defenders back for that, and they start to bring it down into the NRG half, looking to make some plays, but Squishy will have none of it.
Typical. They couldn't hang on to the ball. Now Garrett, runaway, flip, and saved by Arsenal. Space Station hanging on to this lead. AXB, oof. AXB's having some trouble, and Squishy is just dunking them. NRG on 1-1.
Squishy, great landing here on that back wall, able to recover, sees that coming all day, gets out in front of Arsenal, and just says, no, not today, sir. You are going to take this one.
Squishy popping up again for NRG. He had the game-winning goal last game. He gets the tying goal here. Squishy will always be that threat. And he takes this ball out around the corner. NRG in a tight spot here on the rotation, actually, but they handle business. And Justin, he's got Squishy, who's got Garrett, and NRG are up 2-1.
NRG getting the passing plays going. 1, 2, 3. Justin down the wall to Squishy. Squishy with the touchdown. Garrett just straight down the middle on the top shelf. Booming shot. Beautiful play. 2-1. 1:27 on the clock.
The chemistry's clicking. If anybody out there had questions about this NRG team, every single game they play, just prove it more and more. The synergy's there. Space Station, all of a sudden, in a deficit. And again, another challenge. Back around to the side. Arsenal, the last man back. Trying to keep this close. He's being harassed from behind, but he's getting past 2 attackers. Past another. Shots on target, and Garrett G with the save. And just can't get back to the touch, but Justin's there. Space Station desperately looking for a goal. Another high ball here from Sypical, but Squishy sends it away. The backboard unavailable for Space Station.
Yeah, it looks like NRG's kind of switching over a little bit, and they're just trying to break this up, send the ball downfield, eat time off the clock. They're playing it smart. Justin going to come across and knock away a shot from Arsenal. Demo onto Squishy. Garrett left alone in the backfield. He'll carry this one out across the midfield, drops it off. Sipical going to get a touch, though. Justin still involved. Squishy with a shot. Arsenal there to defend.
Oh, Arsenal had to jump up earlier to anticipate that shot. That's how close some of these are. And again, look how fast. Just the speed from Squishy to cut off that next pass. Sipical, he tries, but midfield has just been impossible to get by. Arsenal, one more chance. He'll go for the pinch to close the gap, and Squishy is going to make life real difficult for Sipical, but he's up to the task. Pops it over Squishy on his way out of the stadium. Garrett kills the ball, and NRG 3-0 in the series, and these last two games have been anything but gimmies.
I don't think any of these games have been gimmies at all. And, you know, you said something in the middle of that match about people at some point having questions about NRG, or you could have said, are they going to click this early? Are things going to blend well? Clearly they are. I think the only question we have now is, how far is this team going to go and how long are they going to be dominant for? Is more where I'm starting to lean towards on the question on any kind of questions, because NRG is clicking.
Yeah, you a believer?
Much
You a believer?
quicker. I'm a believer right now. They are putting up a great fight, and again, it's not gimmies. They are putting up a great fight and taking it to a team that is arguably could be the best in the world.
It's very clear NRG feels so comfortable right now. And, you know, when they made the announcement that Squishy was being moved to NRG, he posted a video, to talk about the announcement. He couldn't get over how excited he was and how long he's been wanting this. He even said at the very start something that he never thought would happen, because he's played against Justin and Garrett for so long on Cloud9, and the fact that he actually gets to come over and do this, like, I know that the mood and the spirits are high over on NRG, and when they feel good, they are nigh unbeatable. And that's what we're seeing right now. And Space Station are bringing it to him. I just feel like there's small little mistakes going on that they gotta clean up. Squishy, when he got the tying goal, that was off an AXB miss off the back wall. And granted, AXB having to try to rush to that touch because he had no boosts. But still, like, AXB at this level, like, you're expected to make touches like that, so he's gotta clean that up. And NRG to get game 4 started, Justin almost sniped the corner. Sipical will try to carry this out.
That was off by just a couple pixels. Another pixel or two down, another pixel or two right, and that ball goes off of the crossbar and in. Scary shot here to start things off. That is definitely not what type of shot SSG wants to see coming at them this early when they are currently down this far in the series.
Ooh, hard pass,
Whoa.
and that will be AXB punching one in. He starts his redemption arc with a banger.
Yeah, Sipical with a great pass, just barely out of the reach of Justin. I think Justin thought he had that one and able to sneak it over the top. Nobody else ready to jump up for that one. Space Station gonna take a lead here once again, but the question is, can they maintain it through this match?
And that pass from Sipical was... Space Station, they've been going for those passes consistently, and they've consistently been in traffic. Sipical gets over Squishy, but no shot will come for Space Station. And they're finally starting to connect on them bit by bit, but it's so close that AXB had to get the read off the dunk. It's chaos on the Space Station goal line. Justin collects.
There are too many people on the line for me to tell what happened. We'll catch in the replay. Garrett came through. He's the one to pave the way, clears it out, bulldozes the line, takes Sipical out of the way, and opens the door for that goal. Tied, 1-1.
And it's very likely... Oh, what a pinch from Sipical. It's got shades of Cooks here. Sipical. Sometimes all you need is a pinch of sip.
I got... Beautiful shot. Got nothing else to say. I had the worst camera angle in the world, and I got surprised by that one.
I saw as soon as I saw him jump in the air, I'm like, yeah, go for that hard clear, but he saw that gap, and he hit it so clean.
Yeah, me on the other hand, my
Sipical
camera was doing the auto switch, so it was like stuck in the wall for a second there as he did the pinch.
Ooh. Squishy comes up with the ball off that pass from Justin. And NRG take the ball back. The positioning is just so for NRG that they are beating Space Station by a half inch to every one of these touches. Garrett, another high ball against the backboard, but no immediate pressure. You see, they're just waiting. They know Space Station don't have the hard clear, so they sit down, they wait for these touches because they know it's difficult for Space Station to make those clears. Finally, they do get around Arsenal. Muscles past one and almost forced his way into the net after, I believe, I don't know who bumped into him, but almost was a technical own goal. Squishy air dribble against AXB and Sipical, but they get the clear.
Sipical still in control of this one. He's going to miss that touch. Garrett's going to get up, takes it around Arsenal off the ceiling. Justin's there to make a touch. AXB gets there first, though. Sipical going to have to knock one away from the box. And Garrett pushes one into the corner. AXB should have a good clear here, but he drops it kind of soft into the corner. There's the transitional offense. Arsenal with some threat on the net. Garrett gets a touch, and Squishy able to knock it away.
Ooh, and Sipical. One challenge here against Justin. Justin trying to force his way forward. Garrett next up here for the rotation. Got two for NRG. Squishy was up quickly for it. Next up is Justin. He'll win the challenge against AXB and will dump the next play to Garrett. Garrett off the ceiling. The shot's good, and NRG right back in the game.
Garrett with the self-pass up off of that top transition. Hard to read for the defense, and then just quicker than the defense of Space Station, and he ties it up.
So NRG trying to complete the sweep against Space Station when many thought this was for sure a 7-game set. And when it just looks like SSG are finally grabbing the reins of a game, NRG come right back and they score. 2 commit though, as Arsenal hops right back in front. Justin trying to work for the clear. Now it's Space Station closing the gap. Great pass, but AXB's shot is too wide. No good, and NRG back on the board, or back on the ball here in midfield. Again, Garrett takes the ball down, caught by AXB. And he'll slow down as Arsenal just couldn't find the touch. A broken play for Space Station. Now they're going to have to reset. Another look as Sipical's forced in the air.
All right, this one's going to get behind them. Squishy going to be able to pull this one to the corner. Arsenal tries to bring it through. Squishy's able to break that up with ease. AXB puts one up high. Squishy going to beat Arsenal to the ball. Nobody there to pick that one up, though. And Sipical going to bring it back down into the NRG half. And Justin now looking for Garrett. AXB there to meet him. This one going to Arsenal. And easily knocked away, and we're getting into a bit of a back and forth kind of volleyball match.
It's just challenges in midfield, and then this, Arsenal hops on top of Garrett. Garrett just trying to maintain possession. He comes away with it now off the ceiling. He couldn't get power off that final flip to get the bounce, and now Space Station run away. Arsenal, Space Station goal, and a lead late with 19 seconds left.
19 seconds left, up 1, looking to stop the sweep. Space Station just needs to hold on here. Taking a win here obviously is a must, but you want to have that energy coming over, and being able to get a goal in those final seconds and secure that's got to set you up to feel good going into that next match and hopefully be able to bring that energy over.
And for Space Station, they don't get that opportunity every day with an open NRG net. It has certainly been closed for business, but they've broken through. And the 4th goal, Sipical popping off on these passes.
I would typically say that this is the moment where things are, that's the nail in the coffin. That's the every other sane, every one of us casters have said at some point, but after watching Space Station gaming yesterday, I would say that it's always possible. Not today, though. Space Station gonna take down that match. Finally taking down a match in the series. They stay alive here. Can they take down another?
Sipical had 3 assists. If he doesn't get the Savior medal, if he doesn't get the hat trick medal, he gets the Playmaker. It doesn't matter. Sipical doesn't know how to not get the ball into the back of the net. He doesn't know how. It's impossible for him to do anything else. If Sipical has finally found his flow, then NRG might be in trouble. I know I said 3-0 was like impossible to come back from. We've seen it 3 times in high-level competitive play. 3 best of 7s had ended in reverse sweeps in all of RLCS competitive history, even major history. It doesn't happen, but if anyone could do it here, it's Space Station in this winter final. And they might meet each other again anyway later in the tournament. We're gonna find out.
Which will mean we'll have another opportunity to see if they can do a reverse sweep. Maybe it happens again. Maybe this is the 4th.
Space Station. We're gonna start things off here, trying to find possession as Justin hops right on top of him. Typical and AXB can't get anything going here. Justin, he's down in front, just waited for that touch from Garrett, but again, AXB flying back to make the next touch. Somebody's always ready. Every time another touch taken away, Squishy will get a look off the backboard. It'll actually stay here. As AXB does what he can with no boost. Justin up in the air again. No one gets a clean look on an aerial. No one does. You gotta try to create space, which is why you saw Space Station earlier, and
You
NRG
gotta try
for that
and create those
matter.
opportunities.
Back passes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Create your own space.
You've got to find a way to create space, because neither of these teams, not a single player on the pitch right now, is going to ever freely just give you space. Every player here is a threat. Everyone knows it. So we're going to have to see creative plays, and a lot of the goals so far have either come from either a quick transitional offense where you caught somebody out, or it has come from those moments where they've created an opportunity for themselves.
And that's the thing, is they haven't caught each other out very often. It happened at the end for NRG. Squishy got caught up a little too far, and they got burned for it. Here's a shot, a laser blocked by Justin, and used the little bit of boost he had to stay right behind it. Now, Squishy in no boost zone. AXB will make the challenge. Sipical pitches it high. Tough read for Garrett, but he's always up to the task. Squishy couldn't get there. Garrett makes another touch. Garrett's still behind the ball, but he's now going to have to give way for AXB, who's actually got nothing in the tank. And Justin gave him the respect he had to, and he'll move the ball out.
He gave him a little bit of space there freely for a moment until he realizes that there was no point. He's not coming to get it. Justin decides to go up and grab it. Pacifical, though, he's going to pick this one up for SSG. Bombs it downfield. Squishy going to try and return the favor down to Garrett. Garrett down to Squishy. Squishy sends it home. I thought he was going to catch the crossbar, but he does not. Squishy there right on time.
2 commit by Space, or 1 commit by Space Station. Really, AXB was just too far back. One caught out in the corner. There was no chance to get back. That's a rip. That's a rip for Space Station. And with how hard offense has been to come by, do they find it here?
It's easy. Offense is typical when it comes to Sipical. Puts that one in, just bangs it into that upper 90. Sipical ties it up as we approach the halfway mark.
But Sipical still had to make a perfect touch. Even though Arsenal, he does this crazy bounce off the ceiling to get the touch down to Sip, Sipical still had to be perfect. Because NRG were right there on the challenge. They were just about like an inch off the mark. And everything, like Justin diving in front there, taking out a defender, just as the defender finds the touch. That's been every single touch in this game, in this whole series. It has been really fun to watch. Uh-oh. Ooh, the fake. That's where they might start coming into a bigger, where they start contributing more to the game, as the mutual respect and challenging everything in midair does a fake trip up a player if no one's making any mistakes.
I think if you can find the right moment to do so, I think fakes are going to be huge, because again, as you just said, they are. Everybody is there to challenge everything. So if you can just get them to take a whiff in air, maybe make it look like you're going to go up for the hit, bring it down, give yourself a little bit of space to create some room in some 3-on-2s or 2-on-1 situations. Arsenal doing just that, goes for the fake, but Garrett there quickly to back him up. And now it's just kind of a cluster here in midfield as Justin finds a way out.
Still, though, NRG are having trouble getting those continuous touches. Space Station have done a good job. That right there, just meeting NRG. Pace on pace. Squishy. Another challenge, giving Garrett an opening. few and far between. And Squishy, he's waiting for some boost, Justin needing to make that touch. Space Station opening up some gaps with 2 demos. AXB ends up just throwing it up to Garrett, but it will be Sipical up next on the touch. Now again, Arsenal, shot blocked by Garrett. You thought there was an opening. Well, Garrett's laughing at you. Justin gets there in time for the next touch. NRG hanging on defense, but here comes another shot, blocked again by Garrett G. The dude is a titanium wall bigger than the entire net. You can't get by. And NRG are hanging on to this tied game. They're back on offense. But another clear for Space Station.
Sipical with the pitch. Oh! Garrett unable to get there. And what a booming shot from Sipical.
Again, Sipical can't stop scoring. I don't know how fast his touch was, as the last read is the read on the defender, own goaling. But it was definitely well over 100 kilometers per hour. Space Station, can they do it again? Can they get another game in this set on the journey of the reverse sweep as time expires and as they roll down to NRG territory? It's looking like they're staying on the road. Squishy, one more chance over to Justin. Has Garrett downfield. I've seen this play before, but Sipical denies them the goal, and Space Station force game 6.
And there's 0 seconds on the clock, and Justin's going to touch the ball. I almost assume that we're just going to see a goal happen. But does not happen this time. Space Station going to take down their second one in a row, as you said, on the road to trying to get this reverse sweep, keeping the dream alive.
This is the battle of the goaltenders, man.
Will the dream come to fruition, though?
Yeah, I mean, typical 4 saves. Garrett 4 saves. Like, Garrett made some insane saves in front of his net. And Sipical having to jump right on top of Garrett. He wasn't able to get to Garrett. He still found that block. And, they almost matched each other in shot totals. 7 shots to 8 shots. The server went down for maintenance, so y'all are going to have to wait for game 6. We're just going to build that tension. Couldn't have wrote the script any better, man. Well, I can't say that yet. This is game 6. It's not game 7 yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We will, we are, I think there's a good chance that we do get there. I hope we do. I love game 7s. For me, I know players don't like getting to Champions Field. They obviously want to end it long before they have to get on Champions Field. I personally, as a caster, I love it every time we get to game 7 and we get to see Champions Field, because it means the stakes are high and it's going to force the best out of the players or force some nerves that create the worst opportunities for them or the worst moments for them.
I think that Sipical is awake, and that's a beast that NRG need to continue to respect. But, credit to both of these teams. I think that this is a heavyweight match. This is great versus great right now. That's what we're watching with these two teams. So it's no surprise if NRG can dominate for 3, that Space Station could dominate for the next 3. And dominate's probably a little too much hyperbole, because it's been close. And you could probably play these games a couple times over, and you'll get different results. But as Game 6 gets underway, give me one targeted thing that NRG can do to stop Space Station right here.
I think it's the offensive prowess that they have. Those passing plays, those out to the corner, back down to the middle. They had them going. They had them working. They need to figure out what's breaking that up and start finding that point where they're getting met and feeling that resistance. Maybe start faking in those moments. Find that spot on the field where Space Station is being that problem child for you and figure out a way around that to open up those opportunities for those plays to start happening again, because those plays are getting broken up at point 1 in the play. It's not happening down at the end. If they get past that first defender and they still have possession of the ball coming around that guy, they are getting those moments and getting those plays going for them. So I'd like to see them get around that first defender and come out the other side with possession of the ball on the sidewall and create those infield opportunities.
Space has definitely been at a premium, and we saw Space Station utilize demos earlier to try to create some space. That's how frustrating it has been on the pitch. And NRG, they've only had two plays that they could make a 1-2-3 connection without actually having Space Station stopping them at every single touch. Game 6 underway. Can Space Station continue the unlikely journey? It's only happened a handful of times, literally, in the RLCS and other majors. And Sypical bombs this downfield. Justin will keep it close. Nothing too scary just yet. AXB flips it by one. Arsenal slowing it down, trying to force it in front of the box, and AXB bailing out Space Station with a much-needed challenge.
Justin able to break that one up, and it's going to be a challenge from Arsenal against Justin there. AXB going to boom one out, and Garrett going to break it up. Pass to Sypical. Sypical under Justin, and Sypical starting things off here, keeping the dream alive, keeping the momentum going.
Oh, you said it. It's typical for Sypical. Just put the ball in front of him. He's got the hot hand.
Just put the ball in the hole.
And he's got all the chips, man. This is exactly what we saw yesterday. As soon as he turns it on, he's unstoppable. Justin, looking downfield for Garrett, and Arsenal will carry this ball away. And it's a lot of talk about Sypical, but Arsenal and AXB, they're the guys finding him in traffic, in half-chance opportunities. Arsenal dumps another one.
Justin gonna send one out. Squishy looking for the hit. My audio is breaking, or I lost Jorby.
Jorby's mic must have just died.
All right, you guys are stuck with me here for a moment. AXB gonna bring this one out. Sypical looking for a touch, unable to do so. Justin bringing it downfield. And AXB gonna bring this one up towards the ceiling. Doesn't look like he has the boost to chase. Shot from Sypical, open net, no one home. Space Station getting themselves the second goal of this match so far, and they're up 2-0 with 3:22 left on the clock. And test? Dot? The smoothness of your slide-in right now impresses me, as you always do. Arsenal, though, looking for a shot. Garrett P gonna bring this one away, and AXB puts it out to Sypical. Almost another typical shot for him, but Justin with the defense.
Justin trying to set up another shot. There's Garrett. Oh, it's off the crossbar, bouncing in front. Justin again can't get there. Space Station hanging on to a 2-goal lead. Now Sypical, with a little bit of boost left, squares up on the challenge. He needs Arsenal's help, and he's got it.
Your impersonation of Dot was so on point, I can't even tell you.
Impersonation of what?
Of F Dot. He came in for a second, slid in, and now you came back, and I'm just getting confused by the play. There's chaos in my headset. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Thanks for the bailout, F Dot. Arsenal next up in midfield, taken away by Justin, but AXB's next. Off the backboard, Sypical's there! The shot's off the crossbar and in! Sypical! 3-0!
Sypical is awake, he is alive and well, and NRG needs to be worried. You need an answer for this, and you need it a minute ago. You needed it at the beginning of this match. If Sypical keeps this momentum going, I don't know if anyone can stop him.
Dude, Arsenal swept the defender out of net. He literally fell off the backboard. Justin's gonna get one, and NRG are able to start the clock. They finally get a goal.
All right, NRG, the goal they needed, the goal they wanted. They needed something going here. They need to tie it up. They got 2 minutes left to do so, which, if your SSG is about, 10 times the amount of time you would need or more than. See if NRG can bring this one back and close this series out. Otherwise, we will get to see that Game 7 if things continue the way they are going in this match.
Arsenal's challenge bangs it off the back wall. Squishy looking for Justin, and they'll actually run into each other a bit, trying to pinch it. Now, downfield, Sypical. Can't find AXB at low boost anyway. NRG trying to grab control and get some consistent pressure, but Squishy's forced to boom the ball back downfield. And now they set up. How do Space Station approach it? Well, Justin hops in front. Now Squishy back over for Garrett, who's just going to play it away from Space Station. He bought plenty of time for Justin to wrap back in. Garrett again making another touch. Garrett making 2 touches. Squishy jumped yesterday, and so he's just going to say, here you go, Justin. It's a 1v1. Oh, he almost muscled it, and it's another save from none other than Sipical. Squishy cuts it off, but Sipical punts it away yet again, and he's going to get the ball for free off the back wall. Now Squishy forced to wait, but he makes the touch. NRG need to get downfield with less than a minute left. Garrett G down in front. Can he bump one out of the way? Squishy flips it out. Sipical able to race back. Controlled chaos on the retreat from Space Station, but they prevent it. Another long pass. Shot on target. And NRG will not go quietly. Squishy puts in the second.
Just barely off the nose of Arsenal, unable to get there. Squishy sneaks through. I think AXB thought Arsenal had that all day. Late reaction, unable to get up, and just a booming shot out of Squishy.
Arsenal trying to prevent the comeback in the midst of their own comeback in the series. They call it comebackception for NRG. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Justin downfield, shot blocked by Arsenal. NRG just trying to get some space, and the shot again. Sipical is there for another save. That's his 4th. Justin's gonna try again, this time off the ceiling. Garrett close behind him, off the ramp. It's too close, and no one's gonna be able to do anything. Squishy trying to generate some space. Here's Justin across. Garrett sends it in, but it stays out. Space Station, Sipical have the save, and Arsenal makes the challenge. And Justin, can he keep it in the air? He loses it. Arsenal just has to kill the ball, but it refuses to touch the ground. Finally, it does. We head to Game 7.
Woo! Hold on, shaking out the energy there a little bit. That was a nuts ending. NRG almost bringing that one back. Unable to do so. We are going to get Game 7 here. It's what I wanted. I don't know about everybody else, but if a Game 7 Champions Field between these two teams, and I still say that this is the preview of what the finals are. You know, the script, if you're going to write it, this is the script you write, and I hope it happens every time.
Well, you all know who wrote the script out there. Not going to say who. You can find out for yourselves. But Sipical, 3 goals, 6 saves. He was 3 for 5. AXB had 3 assists. And Arsenal, he didn't have to do anything. He just filled in the gaps. He got that bump that doesn't show up on the scoreboard that pulled Space Station away from NRG. But, dude, how is he this consistent right now? Ah, man. He's got the Midas touch for sure.
Has been a monster throughout this tournament series. It has been insane to watch him play. The things that he has pulled off, they're just, at times you just sit there and you watch and you're like, it's just not right that you do it and you do it this often.
Well, it's Game 7. We're in Champions Field. Codename Covert has been the funhouse of 7-game series. We've had a couple of Game 7 overtimes too. It has been hotly contested. Space Station started this series with a lot of close games and a 3-0 deficit to climb back from in this series. And they did so with Sipical just taking over the lobby in Game 6. Garrett, shot off the crossbar, Squishy punches it in. NRG get things started on the right foot.
Yeah, NRG finally, at first time in 2 games, possibly 3 games, putting the first goal up of the match. It has to feel good to finally be the 1-0 on the board in favor of you. It takes a lot of pressure off where you're not having to fight from behind. But at no point do I even think that SSG have had pressure on them from fighting from behind. I would have said they did, but after watching what they did yesterday, 4 goals, I believe, in 17 seconds, whatever ridiculous number it was, I don't know if they even know what pressure is.
Oh, but you gotta remember who Captain Clutches himself. Just incredible, punches another in, and NRG have insurance.
The angle I had, I thought it was hitting the ceiling at first, and then I saw him make the touch, unfortunately not getting enough power to stop the momentum of that ball. Sipical did go for it. Fortunately, goes in for energy as they go up 2-0. Sipical boys need to come alive here, tie this one up. Can't let NRG run away with this.
Space Station trying to force an opportunity, and Squishy will take Arsenal the whole way back. That'll allow NRG to make this next challenge, but Sipical has a good catch. Justin. Nice challenge right off the Sipical. Squishy, back again. Squishy off the post, but it's saved. Garrett, next on the rotation. NRG, keeping Space Station locked, but Arsenal and Sipical found the gap. Sipical can't get any farther. Squishy, an excellent carry off the backboard. Arsenal right on top. Oh, and a little too wide on the angle. Not good enough for a pass or a shot.
Yeah, a little more power than Sipical would have wanted out of a pass, and not quite enough angle to make it a shot himself, just off the mark. Squishy trying to bring this one out of the corner, up against AXB. He's going to win that challenge. Picks up that mid boost, gets demoed for the effort. Sipical up in the air for a block. Arsenal sends one up. Danger in front of the box here. Squishy coming in, one-on-one versus AXB. AXB able to get up in time and knock this one away.
XP's so thankful that he had the time to get back. NRG had to come from midfield to go take that shot. And now Justin takes it again. NRG, despite Space Station holding on defense, they have had 0 offensive output, only 2 shots to the 6 from NRG. Here comes the third maybe. Arsenal keeps it close and Justin will knock the ball away. This is where it really gets tough for Space Station. You gotta find a way to keep the ball locked here. If you let NRG clear this ball out a couple more times, the road is gonna be really difficult in Game 7. That clear is really gonna make things tough. Again, Arsenal, he's got one downfield. AXB back to Arsenal. Is going to keep it away from NRG. That'll give Sipical a chance. Quickly up, in front, gets it around Justin, but AXB already committed. And Justin and Squishy will combine to move downfield.
Yeah, as we come into the final 2 minutes here on Champions Field, still up 2-0 is NRG. Space Station Gaming running out of pavement. They're going to try and bring this one through, though. Sipical up off the back wall. Justin there with the read, able to bring it out to Garrett. Arsenal to break it up. Has an opportunity, unable to recover on the wall there, though, and that play is going to fall dead.
It still would have been a half chance, but it would have been a chance for Space Station, and it's tough to remember what a chance looks like right now with how good NRG look on defense. Sipical, no boost, but he'll make the next touch. Arsenal keeps it in, or AXB keeps it in front for Arsenal. Now Sipical forced in a tough situation. Justin has open range and 3 goals. With 1 minute and 9 seconds left, NRG have taken complete control of the series.
The speed here on the side of NRG has been cranked up just enough. They're getting there ahead of the time, rather than being there to just challenge the ball. And when they do get there on the challenges, they're winning a lot of these 50-50s. They've been in control of this match the entire way through. Obviously, with the scoreline showing that. Down to Sipical. What a pass from AXB. Heads up play. The softest of touches to put it right behind the defender. Just drops it down right on the nose of Sipical.
And both the last 2 defenders going up for that, just missing, thinking AXB was going maybe straight down or going for the shot. Really, Sipical was ready for it, just couldn't find the angle. AXB slowing it down just a bit, but AXB can only keep it locked there. Now Arsenal, back to Sipical, the demo open space. Sipical off the backboard, off the back wall. Arsenal muscles it in. Space Station trying to repeat their own history from yesterday. That's 2 goals in 15 seconds.
We can't possibly see it again, right? Like, is this about to happen again? I'm a little on the edge of my seat here, man.
There's plenty of time on the clock now for Space Station. Super. 40 seconds, and they have possession. Sipical took that corner boost away as well. Garrett, he's going to need a solid touch here. Arsenal. Ooh, that's going to be too far in front. That will give NRG a little bit of time here for Squishy and Justin. With that one blocked, here's another one. Oh, and no save! Garrett G! The shot slips through, and they get late insurance back.
Right here, Garrett just over Arsenal. Arsenal backflipping, unable to get up for it. Not enough time for the second defender to get there. Up 2, 25 seconds on the clock.
Oh.
I'm not counting anybody out.
Arsenal tried to do everything he could to chase that ball down, but a smart play on the kickoff from NRG to bring the ball back to them and waste so much time on the clock. It was a minimum of 10 seconds, and now they've just retained possession, and time winds down off the clock. Winner final in 7 games belongs to NRG. They move on to the grand final and await the victor in the lower bracket.
NRG just showing up, new lineup, clicking, gelling so well already. These three know each other inside and out off the start. And this has been a great first tournament and great first showing for NRG Space Station, putting up a huge fight all the way through that. And I expect to see a repeat of this most likely in the grand finals. I think it's going to be a tough road.
Really close chances. Yeah, I think so too. I can't imagine Space Station are out of this tournament. And my too early prediction before we do end up throwing to break is that Space Station, I think they're going to meet NRG back here. I think that being able to come back from 3 games down to nothing to get to game 7, the adrenaline that you have to be feeling at that point, to have it snatched away from you, that's going to feed the fuel in the lower bracket F dot as we bring him back in. And man, that series, honestly, after game one kind of met it too, but like the rest of it just met all of my expectations. That was so much fun.
That was insane. There I am. That was insane. I mean, I tweeted out a picture of Typical with the backpack on real quick. Like he extended that match. Like period, end of story. If I'm Typical, I'm probably not doing this. But if I'm the coach, I'm going, where are your teammates? Right? Like we saw some flashes in the pan,
Hang on.
Go ahead.
No, I totally disagree.
Shoot.
Yeah. I'm just like Arsenal and AXB. Like AXB, I thought struggled at times throughout the series, but overall, they are what enabled Sypical to be so much of a force. And when Sypical is the one passing the ball, he's always hitting it on target. But like Arsenal was getting key bumps, AXB was passing the ball really well. Arsenal was getting key blocks in situations where they needed him to buy time for his team to get back. Like I thought that they played really well as a cohesive unit. It's just Sypical literally doesn't know how to stop scoring. That's just the end of it.
I think the one thing you didn't mention there is just the presence in midfield of AXB in Arsenal as well. Through a lot of those, they were stopping those matches where they started making that comeback and winning those matches. They were shutting down those midfield plays. They were winning those challenges. It wasn't Sypical coming through and winning all the midfield battles or winning the 50s down the wall. It's AXB and Arsenal to allow him to have that opportunity to take those shots. It's not like he just soloed it down the field around 3. So right, I think they had a lot more to do with that than
I didn't mean to take it to you.
No, you absolutely should. No, like jokes aside, dude, you absolutely should. That's how we have conversation. That's how we dissect these games. Real quick before we go to break, then, I mean, what prevented Space Station? We're talking all these good things. What prevented them from taking the win, Jorby?
Man, I felt like it was those little mistakes that killed them, where, they got scored on in situations where if AXB makes the touch, then they don't get scored on. And I don't mean to like pick on AXB, but those were the mistouches that were highlighted in the series. And he's definitely he's a capable player. We saw it at the end of that series. So I think as long as he cleans it up, I don't think that this is the end of Space Station in Codename Covert.
All right. Well, coming up next, I believe we have Loco versus United Space Station waiting for the victor of that, and Energy just chilling up there in winners finals. Codename Covert coming right back after this. E United versus Loco. That's up next on the docket. What's good? It's your boy F. Dot, joined here by Sleegy and Supersonic. Sleegy, your first time on camera together. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm still coming down from the adrenaline a little bit after that last match, but I'm excited to just jump into this next one. Hopefully, we see the same sort of excitement.
Yeah, last match was insane, but my man Super, looking at how that last one went, E United versus Loco, obviously a little bit more of a mismatch. E United, an established RLCS squad. Loco, on the other hand, not so much, but we have historically had some teams kind of come out of nowhere. Shouts to Andy with his Rival Series debut last time around. But Super, what's your feel on this? Is this going to be 3-0 E United or no?
I find it hard to say 4-0. I think that we'll probably see at least one or two games get taken off by Loco. We are seeing a repeat of the first match of the playoffs, period. It started off E United Loco. That was the first game of playoffs yesterday. And, it went the side of E United, but it went to game 6. It went 4-2. And Loco has shown up since then. They had a great win over Affinity, great win over Mirage. Neither of those teams are pushovers, but neither of those teams are RLCS teams either. So this is going to be an uphill battle, but I think that Loco absolutely has the talent and are up to the task. But I do think that the side of E United might be a bit much for them.
With respects to Loco here, Sleegy, I mean, like I said, Andy came through last year in the Rival Series, but Delta and Beastabonium, relative unknowns / bubble players. What can you tell us about these guys? And you've been watching. I mean, Beastabonium's kind of insane, right?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And, I think a lot of people really sort of underestimate this type of skill that a lot of these players in the bubble scene can have. And that's really, proven by how far they've come along in this bracket, right? And so coming into this match, you're going up against an E United team who they've had a couple of their own pitfalls, but they've been looking really good. I think this is a moment where you'll see this Loco team really start to give it their all, because this is an opportunity to show why you are essentially able to compete at that next level. And I think with that chip on their shoulder, they're going to really start to give it 110% going into this game.
Yeah, and this is a fun opportunity because obviously things went awry, and we have all of these different community tournaments. Shout out to everybody that's doing them instead of like our normal process. But by operating outside of the normal process, we get to see this happen. Loco qualified through an open qualifier, and they're playing against United. This stuff doesn't happen with the regular sort of world here. So, looking at some of the angles that Beastabonium was giving us, Supersonic, I mean, how real? Let's talk Beastabonium, because I think that he has taken a lot of the headlines here when we talk about Loco players getting into their lobbies. By the way, is Beastabonium where is he on your radar? How high can this guy fly?
He's on my radar, and yes, he showed up. And obviously, he has the talent, he has the skill. I got to see him play really well through a hoops tournament I casted as well, so I'm aware of him and I'm aware of his skill set. Right now, I'm looking for the consistency of that. Are we going to see more of those plays from him? Is he going to come off the back wall? Is that something that was that 2 times that he did it where it was back to back and made it look really good? Or is that something that he can pull off time and time again every time that ball's thrown at him? Now, if that's the case, Beastabonium's stock goes way up, in my opinion, because those are the types of plays that are so hard to block. And if you can utilize those all the time, you're going to become a problem for other teams to where they have to change up their defense and worry about these types of things. They have to watch an angle that they're not used to.
So let's turn that commentary into a black and white question directed at you, Sleegy. Is Beastabonium just a flash in the pan, or is that the type of player we can expect?
I think it's the type of player we can expect. I think Loco's really going to show up here. I think they're going to show people why they've made it to this point. And I still feel like E United's going to be able to take away a win, but I honestly think that we could very easily see this game go to 7.
Seven's big. I absolutely think that Loco, by the way, exclamation point Loco, if you want to vote for them in chat, like 34% of y'all have, which is actually higher than I expected. This is the opportunity for them to go ahead and do it. Like you said, let's talk United across the way, because this is going to be the upper card here. Normally during RLCS, I'm looking at Ajax. This is the guy, but Hoxer has really stood up this weekend.
Was it directed at me?
I kind of just tossed it up there.
I was
He just threw it in
fixing
the air as like a beach ball, and we were both just like,
my game like was crashing out, and I'm sitting here kind of staring at the game trying to fix it, and I missed your question, and that's what I do. You give me things,
Here,
I look foolish, and
I'll rephrase my question.
yes,
Instead of
please
asking
do.
you a
Give it to me.
question, let's jump into the game. E United and Loco, Sliggy and Supersonic, take us away.
all right, appreciate it. And either
Every
way,
time.
I think we're gonna see a good game here, Supersonic. I really do. This is an opportunity for Loco to show everyone what they've got. They're going up against an E United team that again has been performing really well, and they themselves are trying to fight back up into that grand final. So there's going to be a lot riding on the line for both of these teams.
There's a lot riding on it for both of them, and then an even tougher task when they get through this one. They're going to have to take the energy that they can get here. These teams want to get clicking. They want to get this stuff going immediately here in this matchup and win 4-0 if you can, and take that energy over to take it to Space Station Gaming, because that is not going to be an easy match. We just watched them go toe-to-toe with NRG. Both teams looking great, so one of these teams needs to get this going, and they need to be able to carry that through to the next match.
Yeah, this is where it all comes together. It starts with this match, United in blue, Loco in orange. As we get underway with game number 1, we're already seeing a little bit of offensive pressure coming out of Loco, but E United now heading the other way. Ajaxon almost able to get that in the net, but Andy with the save, pressure still mounting. A good block there from Ajaxon. Hoxer slowing it down, able to get it past one, looks to get it past Andy, but he finds the bump. Memory looks to drop it down. Delta will have a clear downfield. Andy supporting on this left side. Beastabonium sitting in mid. Pass comes through. It was a good shot, but a great save from Hoxer to prevent that from being the opening goal of this match.
Ajax keeping this ball alive. He's going to try and bring this one across the line. Hoxer was actually looking for a quick pass across. He was out wide right. Andy bringing this one back, and Hoxer just going to boom it back downfield again. Ajax in the air. Nobody around to really make anything of that.
Another good clear into the quarter from Beastabonium. Andy follows it through. Memory will reverse field. Ajaxon just sitting around the midway point, letting Hoxer pressure that one. We'll see him follow it up. Falls back down to Memory. Andy not making a move on that one. It'll be Delta that has to clear it back down the side. Delta follow up straight into Hoxer. We're not seeing a whole lot of pressure out of the United right now. It feels like they're just waiting for a mistake to be made. They know they don't really need to overpressure. And speaking of overpressure, Ajaxon almost able to knock that into the top right. Delta coming away with the save, but they are not out of the woodwork yet. E United spending a lot of time in the Loco half right now.
I like that effort from Hoxer trying to get that bump on the back wall against Andy. Wasn't able to find it though. Memory trying to bring it out. And one of the things that really isn't happening so far for E United is the blocks on the net is what's not happening. Delta gonna put one in just over the top, crossbar down and in.
And that was just a missed touch from Hoxer. Andy with a beautiful pass over to Delta. Just launches it into the bar. No way that E United was going to be able to save that. So Loco, they get themselves on the board first here. Critical moment for them to try and build momentum. And now Andy trying to pile on. Beastabonium will follow up. It's off the backboard. Delta up, but it's going to be wide. Hoxer looks to gain possession. They get scrambling back to defense. Beastabonium just takes a shot, but Memory able to easily swat that one away. It's off the
Follow here, Memory looking for the shot, and it is in just over the top of Andy. They're going to sneak one in as well. I was about to say something that they really weren't getting these transitional situations where they could get their offense down and into their opponent's half, but E United, 3 men down, full force down the field, and they get rewarded for it.
That they do, and right as we cross into the second half, it's 1-1 in this game. Beastabonium potentially having an opportunity, gets a good shot. Delta was lurking around the halfway point of the E United side. He wasn't able to pounce on that one fast enough as Memory takes it back down. Hoxer waiting in the midfield. Andy will take control. It's a double commit from E United. Neither able to find it. Andy scrambling to get to this ball in the corner. Delta waiting for some sort of pass. It'll be out to Beastabonium, who finds Delta on this left side. Memory and Hoxer playing near post. Gonna be out to Andy. Shot blocked by Hoxer. We're going the other way, still tied at 1, but Memory looking to connect with Hoxer, but these defenses on both sides really coming out strong right now as the passing plays are there. It's just the finishing that needs to pick up.
Andy going to bring this one out, tries to drop it out for Delta, a little wide, and Ajax is going to be the one there to grab that. Andy looking for a touch. Hoxer brings it back around, and Beastabonium going to send it down. Really, E United hasn't been able, they've gotten the one shot. Both teams have done the one shot, but neither of them have really had these clear moments where you expect them to take the ball down the field and create a play opportunity. They're not able, they haven't had enough boost. Boost management has been just under where it needs to be for them to stay on the ball and keep these challenges. Why we keep getting this ball back and forth down the field rather than one team getting to kind of stick the ball in their opponent's half.
We see Delta with some boost right now, trying to clear it all the way down himself. Comes all the way off the backboard, straight down to Andy. And you know, you're absolutely right. The boost really limiting their ability to play these balls. Hoxer gonna send that in from the left side, just underneath the bar, and E United take the lead.
You don't need to be able to get down in the opponent's half and create these types of plays that I'm talking about if you can just score transitional offense goals time and time again. Those shots are so hard to block. When the team hits them right, the ball's moving so quick, it just really breaks the defense open.
Oh, and it could be another one here as well. Beastabonium barely finding a touch to save away. Follow up from Memory, read like a book. He gets the hit off the bar and sends it through. E United on their way to securing game number 1.
The last second read, you can actually see Memory realize where it's hitting and get that read as he comes in and hits the ground and power slides to get that little bit of turn to get the nose on the ball. Beautiful heads-up play from Memory.
Now it really feels like the pressure mounting from E United. They do not want to step off the gas right now. They've seen other points. They've seen other points in this tournament where teams have essentially stopped applying pressure and comebacks have happened, and so now they're continuing. They don't want to waste time. They want to continue to score goals. The final 10 seconds counting down. Any opportunity for Loco to try and mount a comeback fading away, and it will be E United taking game number 1 because they really started to pick it up in the second half of that match.
Yeah, E United kind of clicking, coming together here, and really I think the story of that is on the side of E United is an established team at an RLCS level, and we're going to see that consistency difference. I know I brought that point up in SSG versus NRG. That one's just a weird conundrum for me of how well they click off the bat, but the difference is that this is a newer formed team with Beastabonium, Andy, and you know the Loco side is not going to have that same level of comfortability that has been established with E United, and you can see that E United's fine with letting the pace of play be whatever it needs to be, and they're just waiting for opportunities. The majority of those goals all coming from quick transitions off of defense, passing that ball out to somebody in the middle and just sending it home. And when those opportunities are presented and all they're doing is punishing, they're always back on defense. They always have a presence, and they're just breaking everything up. It's going to be hard to break through if they can't find some ability to offset that pacing of E United.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the big things about that as well, right, is you touch on E United playing with each other a lot more often. It's sometimes that can, I mean, a lot of the times I'll say that is a huge benefit because you're used to each other. You know how each other plays a lot more. But one of the things I think is a benefit to teams like Loco that haven't had that ability to sort of work together as a unit more often is you see more dynamic styles of play come out of them because you're really just sort of using your gut instinct to make those plays and to try and string things together. And for a team like E United, who's used to playing against other teams that have those coordinated efforts, it can sometimes be off-putting to not really know what to expect from these teams.
And sometimes that's the factor that changes games up, right? Like everybody's used to playing against Justin in the RLCS, but he's that kind of unpredictable player with those secondary touches and doing things that you're just not normally seeing out of other teams. So sometimes that's a huge benefit to you. But trying to ride through a tournament on the back of that being the key piece that's going to get you through typically is not going to be enough to make that happen. So they're going to need to find some consistency, find some plays that are working that they can run over and over again to get down at least into the opponent half and create some pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one thing you touched on a little bit earlier, but E United has been so patient in that first game. They were not overcommitting. They weren't being too aggressive. They weren't leaving space in their backside of the field. They were waiting for Loco to make mistakes, capitalizing on them well, and it really was working out for them because we saw them take away a lot of really solid possession out of Loco just by waiting for them to make a mistake. And that's something that Loco really going into this game too is going to have to clean up, because they're not going to be able to get away with some of the plays that they can perhaps pull off against other teams. This E United team is not going to allow them to create space without absolutely working for it.
And they don't really have to, though. That's the other thing, is that United is not being forced into that situation. They don't have to do that because the third man on the Loco side is getting up so quick. They're so quick and just itchy to jump for that ball that the rotation is just slightly off on that defensive side, which is opening up those opportunities for them to punish. So until they see something different coming at them, I wouldn't change anything up on the United side. Be okay with it until they start slowing down that third man. If that third man has no patience, he's going to create opportunities for you.
No, I mean, I'm with you all the way. From what we saw from E United in that first game, there's really no reason to do anything else other than stick with the game plan that's been working for you. So it's going to be up to Loco in this to try and figure out what is going to be necessary for them to build that momentum. And as we get underway, it'll be Hoxer with possession, immediate pass trying to find A. Jackson in the midfield. It'll be Memory to follow it up into the corner. United still holding on to that slow and calculated style of play that has been serving them so well this series.
Yeah, as you watch and as the viewers are watching, you can kind of see these moments where there are moments where Delta, Andy, and Vistabonium are almost on top of each other. Double commit situation right there as Andy jumps rotation to pull ahead of Vistabonium. There's these situations that are occurring time and time again, which is that pacing that you eventually develop over time in playing in events and playing tournaments and the amount of time in that E United already has. Hoxer from the sidewall. Booming shot. That one's going to be in, and they take an early 1-0 lead here in game 2.
What a shot. He picks it up off as it comes off the wall and just launches it. What a beautiful angle to send that in there. And again, E United so cognizant of the space available to them and taking advantage of it so well. That's going to get them off to the lead really early on here, and it's going to put Loco in a position where they have to respond, and that can really affect the style of play that we see come from them.
I mean, the other side of that is with that type of play. Almost in there. Broke my brain for a second there. I thought that one was in, and it comes out off of the post. And now I lost track of my other thoughts, so we'll just jump back into this. Delta going to get up and send that one out of the corner, down. Memory's going to pick it up and tries to take this downfield. Hoxer with the quick transition shot, just wide off the post. Another opportunity, not able to do so. Ajax keeping it alive. Finally broken up by Delta.
And that right post in the orange half of field has not been E United's friend. That's the second one in a row that should have been a goal, but pings off of that woodwork. So now heading the other way, Andy setting up a pass. Vistabonium was there, but he runs into Memory. So back the other way, Delta last man back as Andy tries to get in position. It's not going to happen in time, and Hoxer going to make it 2-0.
The other thing with this pacing out of E United is that by having the spacing between each other and not double committing and not ending up in these situations where they're all on top of each other, they have a great spread across the field, which is making the defensive side of Loco have to slow down a little bit and try to pay attention to what's going on. If they can't start getting a little bit more patience and recognizing what's out there and what's available, they're going to continue to run into this. At times, they're actually respecting it too much. That's counterproductive to what I just said, but they respect it so much, like for that shot that Hoxer came off the sidewall. He should have never had that much space to take that shot. No. So they've got to find a pacing that works against E United, and they just haven't been able to figure it out yet.
And Loco playing a bit too hesitant right now. They really need to try and dial up the pressure. I know that sometimes that can lead to mistakes, but at this point, playing patiently for them is leading to mistakes, and it's mistakes that E United has no problems capitalizing on. Hoxer unable to find the touch on that one. It'll fly to Delta, gets a shot over Memory, getting that clear off the goal line, but Andy to follow it through. into the corner. Andy, the drop down to Delta. Beast of Bonium waiting for something to happen. It comes straight out to him off that hit from memory. Delta was looking for the bump, but wasn't able to come through with it. Final 2 minutes. It's still a 2-goal advantage in favor of E United, and it was almost cut short. But Beast of Bonium's shot saved by Hoxer.
Bump there from Beast. He might be able to turn for this ball. Not going to have the boost. Over the back man. Andy not there. Memory going to send it home. Again, little aggressive here. In this replay, you can see everybody all the way out of that defensive third. Just a huge opening in the backfield. Breakdown in rotation. And that's an easy third goal for E United.
And really, that goal comes off the backs of Andy and Delta. Both of them were pushing really aggressively up the field. So when that long clear comes by, there's no one in their half to try and deal with it defensively. You have them scrambling to get into position, and E United, playing as calm as they've been so far, is just able to easily stroll on up and knock it through. They've got a 3-goal advantage now. They have nothing to worry about, and they are capitalizing off of the sort of fearful plays that are coming out of this Loco team right now.
Yeah, again, they've been playing that kind of defensive style. We're looking for quick rotations, and we want to punish your mistakes in your defensive rotations. And the opportunities are coming time and time again, and they're just appearing more and more right now because they're so forced into being even more aggressive now, down 3-0 with under a minute on the clock, that E United can just kind of sit back and relax.
They don't want to relax too much. Oh, I spoke a bit too soon. I thought for sure Andy had that in on goal, but he sends it just off the bar. So they stay at 0 for now. Beast of Bonium coming away with a save there. And even though they might not be able to make a comeback, though, as we've seen in this tournament, a comeback is surely possible until the very end of the game. It's looking a lot more unlikely, but if Loco can at least try and grab something at the end of this game here, Sonic, they can build at least a little bit of momentum going into Game 3.
Yeah, you want to try and grab some sort of goal, something just for your headspace, something that you can say, you know what, that worked, it worked well. That's something we can build off going into the next match. What other things do we need to change? But you got to find something because so far it's not working out.
No, not at all. E United has really come in with a game plan and they've stuck to it. No need to change as it's been hyper effective up to this point. Final 10 seconds counting down as Loco just look to try and find any sort of consolation goal in this game. They won't find it for now, and E United going to be winning their second in a row. They're halfway towards taking this series and facing Space Station Gaming in the losers final.
Space Station Gaming, after watching them play that last game and what they were doing yesterday, and Sipical going to be playing with a chip on his shoulder, that's going to be a scary match for either of them, but I'm excited to see that one when we get there. Can Loco, though, piece something together now to give themselves an opportunity to get over there and have a play against Space Station? Right now, it feels like they're playing overly aggressive. I feel like they need to slow play down a little bit. At the very least, that third man needs to have a bit more patience and not be so quick to jump, because the defense or the first guy that's rotating back is not back far enough to be able to make a play to save the ball the majority of these times when they're going out, and they're kind of leaving themselves out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen comebacks, though. I mean, we just saw right before this series, Space Station and NRG. Space Station looked like they were well and truly dusted at one point in that game, and then they come back and get 3 in a row. They're not quite able to pull off a sweep, but it really shows that anything can happen in these series. And so Loco, they're not down by too much. 2 goals might seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it is not out of their grasp just yet. They just need to start trying to find some sort of momentum any way they can before the series really gets out of control.
Kickoff here in round number 3 of this matchup. Andy going to be the first one to bring this out. Ajax going to get broken up by Beast of Bonium, but Hoxer's there looking for Ajax. Delta gets a piece of it, though.
It'll be Delta following it in this corner as well. He's got Hoxer waiting close. Ajax in the air, Beast of Bonium to follow it through, reverses field. Be a soft touch back out to mid. Dangerous position there, but it might pay off. This is going to ping off the ceiling. Andy is there. He's looking for the double. He finds it, but he doesn't have any accuracy with it. So it'll be Hoxer clearing it straight into Delta. Memory finally going to be able to get it back down the other way. Possession changing hands quickly right now as both teams try and establish a rotation. Beat Delta. Sending this one up to Beast. Andy coming up mid to support. It's going to come out, but Memory on top of that play. Delta has to try and find something on this. Could open up. Hoxer was ready, but Beast of Volume coming away with clear.
Beast going to try and continue this one out. Going to get knocked away by, I believe that was Ajax. Andy with the second touch puts Memory in a bit of an awkward situation. Ajax, the hero from across the field, going to come in and break that one up for a moment. Andy with a shot down off the backboard. Memory with the read, and they have an opportunity for a transitional goal here as he tries to bring this one out and down. Beast Demonium, though, right there to break it up.
Ooh, and that's a great touch from Andy to get it over top Hoxer. He's got two defenders to deal with now. Delta able to get it past one, was looking for the bump, but Ajax able to suppress it. Now he'll look to go the other way. That's going to get blocked. Memory unable to beat Delta to that ball. It's a good 50-50, but Delta getting demoed for his efforts. Ajax setting this one up for off the backboard. It came down a bit too quickly and he wasn't able to follow through. Memory still on top. But Delta now clearing it away. We're 2 minutes into this game. We still have yet to see our opening goal.
Memory throwing out. Opening goal opportunity here. Ajax looking for the double touch off the wall. That one's going to get broken up, though. Memory now keeping this play alive off the top. Delta sends it up. And Hoxer, right now, E United's finding a bit of a rotation. That mid player is kind of getting to stay back. The third man staying back, and Memory and Hoxer are just making rotations back and forth, cutting to these side boosts, keeping pressure up over the back of Hoxer, off the front of Delta. First goal right as we approach the halfway mark.
You know, at first,
way finally of Loco.
Yeah, and you know, at first I thought Delta might have made a mistake grabbing that boost there at the beginning of that play because it put him where he had the 50, but the 50 ends up working out in their favor. So they grab a goal off that right here at the halfway point. Ajax going to look to try and respond quickly, but it's dropped into the corner again. Z United, they do not want this lead to stand for too long. They had a good setup, but unable to finish it off. It'll be Memory picking this one up off the wall. He looks to get it in center. Andy dropping it down. Hoxer will take a shot. It's wide. Ajax with the follow, and he's going to be able to get it through. E United find the equalizer.
Ajax going to be that guy to step on the E United side and send one home, tying it up here. And really, Memory with 4 shots so far, unfortunately for him. I mean, E United's really kind of been in control of this match so far. The scoreline doesn't show it, but Memory's been just slightly off on these shots. If he can get them a little bit more on target, they'd be up 4-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, they really would. It's incredible how well they've been getting these positions set up, but just haven't been able to find the finishes. Hoxer sort of scoops Andy off of that ball. It'll fall back down to Beast Demonium. We've got 3 E United defenders on this right half of field. Now Loco looking to try and set something up down the other way. Memory in the air. He's not going to be able to beat Andy as Beast of Bonium looking to set this up for Delta. Hoxer going to lob that one up. Actually looks for the follow. Gets a good 50, but now Delta with an opportunity. He booms that into the backboard. And it really feels like a game of volleyball at some points in this game, Sonic, because both of these teams are getting possession, and then they're just trying to lob it down the field, and that really hasn't been a strategy that has worked in this series so far.
Typically, the lob plays aren't really ones that work that well. This back and forth doesn't really do much. It's eventually one of these guys is going to win a good 50, and that pace is just going to explode, and we're going to see some offensive pressure come through. Andy able to break one up. Gets it around Hoxer, bringing it through the mid. Hoxer didn't like that. Goes ahead and rips Andy away from the ball. You don't always have to hit the ball. You can always just take the player out.
I mean, player removal is the best defense removal as Ajax gets the ball removal, sending it into net. My goodness, 129 kilometers an hour, and it soars E United into the lead.
This is the bread and butter plays of E United right now. The majority of these shots and goals through these matches so far have come from those infield passes, quick transitional plays where they just get behind the defense. And again, that comes at the read of that third man. That third man is creating opportunities for the opponent and allowing E United to have some of these shots and opportunities. The challenges just aren't there at the moment, and the third man isn't back far enough to make something of it.
And you can really start to feel the desperation come out of Loco right now. They know that if this 16 seconds goes by without them able to score a goal, they're going to be facing series point. It's a drop down from Delta to Andy. Hoxer deals with it competently. Final opportunity here. Andy gets the touch. It's into the wall. They've got to let it keep it in the air. They can't let it touch the ground. Delta, Andy, neither of them able to make it to that ball in time. And now Loco 1 game away from being eliminated by E United in the lower bracket.
Yeah, E United has been in control of this series throughout. I mean, number of shots here, 6-6, looks pretty even. Number of saves, though, on the E United side, 4-2. They're winning on defense and turning that defense into that transitional offense, and that is where they're beating them in the speed coming back down the pitch. And it's that patience and being willing to wait for those opportunities to present themselves rather than just trying to all-out speed force situations to come into fruition. It really does feel like Loco's trying to force things to happen, where E United's just comfortable letting things go the way they go, and they'll make the best of whatever's presented to them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really been sort of their style all series long, right? I mean, we've been talking about it since game 1, but E United, they don't overcommit, or they haven't, at least so far in this series. They are perfectly content to just play time, wait for Loco to make a mistake, and then use that as an opportunity to try and push it down the field. And if that opportunity doesn't result in a goal, it's fine, because they're still not overcommitting. They're sending 1, maybe 2 players to each sort of attacking opportunity, and that is really just suffocating Loco, not only in their own half, but in the midfield battle as well, because it feels like every time they try and build momentum, E United is there waiting to shut them down.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that the E United play is necessarily one-dimensional, but it is a very clear-cut style of play that they're going for right now, and you need to know how to go in and counteract that. You can't just let them be comfortable. Or either your offensive pressure needs to get down there and you need to get some bumps, you need to create some more chaos on the line where they're not feeling comfortable, or 2, you need to step back and wait for them to make a mistake and play that same style. Create yourself an opportunity and wait for those to open. You cannot just keep trying to force the situation in that third man position.
Yeah, I mean, you're hitting the nail right on the head. It really feels like there's a lot of trying to force plays to happen from this Loco squad. They're trying to just barrel their way downfield by sheer effort, and it's like E United is just playing a game of chess. They see these moves coming, and the brute strength just is not impressing them right now. They are sitting there, they're embracing all of this pressure, and then they're using it to springboard it right back into the Loco half. And as much as Loco has had some pretty decent opportunities attacking, they haven't really been all-stars on the defensive side, and E United has been taking clear and concise advantage of that fact.
Yeah, it almost feels like kind of, beating the same point, but it's just such, to me at this point, it's just such a clear one that stands out, that this is where you are getting beat. This is the thing that needs to be addressed in the room. United's not coming up and doing crazy ceiling passes. They're not doing flip reset passes off the back wall, these ridiculous creative touches or passes underneath them where somebody's trailing and they're getting aggressive. It's the same shot. It's an infield pass off the sidewall, or it's a transitional shot out to the sidewall, and that guy's just sending it home on target. They're hitting their shots from the middle of the field, and there's nobody between midfield and the goal to do anything about it, and that's a problem. That is a rotational breakdown.
Yeah, it really is. And it does look like we've got the server back up and running now. So we're going to be just a couple of moments away of potentially the last game of this series, and also potentially the last game that we'll see of Loco in this tournament. I mean, they've had a good run. They've made it to the losers round 3, which is farther than some other teams that a lot of people coming into this might have considered potentially better. And this is their last chance. They have to get a win here. Otherwise, they're going to be watching the rest of this tournament on Twitch, because they'll be out.
And Delta going to be the one to start things off here. He looks for the double tap, unable to do so. Memory going to bomb one up and over Beastabonium and off the post. Memory going to clean it up though, in the same situation is the start of this what could potentially be their final match in the tournament. Once again, all three guys downfield, complete open backfield, and Memory able to just boom it down, come in and clean it up off the wall. Easy money.
Yeah, over-aggression been the theme of Loco in this series, and it has not been a good one. They look to try and get something moving down the field. Andy not able to find that touch. It'll be Beastabonium looking to send it around, but Memory with possession will be cleared back out in the midfield. Hoxer finding that touch straight into Memory, but Delta on top. The demo coming through from Andy. He's got an opportunity to clear it in the mid. Beastabonium was just waiting for some sort of shot to open up for him. It never did. So now Delta with a clear back. Andy sending it through, looks for the double touch, but it's going to be another clear from Ajax. He's looking for the double, and he's going to find it. 2-0 E United.
And now E United is doing something. You know what? If you are going to leave that third man back, because we know you got to react to us, we're just going to start clearing them off the field in the middle of the rotation. Opening up another free net. Ajax, easy double touch off that back wall, sends it home. I don't want to say easy. Double touch is clearly skilled, but
he makes it look
these
easy.
open goal he makes it look easy, which makes me say easy.
Either way, easy or not, they're off to a 2-0 lead here in this game. It has gone from bad to worse for Loco. This is their, again, final opportunity to try and make something happen. It'll be Andy. Ooh, Beastabonium was looking for a really good redirect there, unable to find the touch, but I like the thought process behind it. As Delta blocking Ajax on that play, it'll be Andy back with possession. Delta gonna get balled by Hoxer. So now Memory is gonna opt to send this back in the mid. It's a miss coming through. Beastabonium soft pass to Delta, pass to Andy. The Blimmo coming through, and what a team play from Loco to get him back within one.
Beastabonium to Delta. Delta with the cut. You can see Ajax already has committed, pre-flipped out. One defender left. Delta there to just body him off the pitch. Opens the net up. We got a game on our hands, 2-1. We'll see if they can continue and keep some of this pacing up, though. We saw it for a flash in the pan there for a moment. I want to see that thing get built up and turn into a fire.
Just an excellent team play to potentially build some confidence. It's another shot coming in from Andy there. Delta following it up in this corner. He's not able to beat Memory. Memory now taking his time. It's a pass to Ajax. Pings off the post. Andy wasn't able to get in front. It's a double touch there from Hoxer, but he can't find his way through either. It's now Memory just dropping that for Beast. It'll be back over to Andy, who's looking for a redirect. Delta pressing. He misses the ball. Hoxer is able to get it around Beastabonium as well. They look to try and just establish some sort of control here. E United floundering a little bit as it feels like Loco is starting to pick up some steam, but with only 2.5 minutes left in potentially this tournament for them, they need to try and pick up that steam at a much higher rate.
Once again, Andy and Delta, they're going to be able to pick this one up because it's not a booming shot, but once again, both of them sitting on that 50. Nobody back there for those moments where that ball gets bombed downfield, so still an issue here that they haven't cleaned up.
Another good clear from Beastabonium. Drop down from Delta. Andy got pumped a little bit on his way to that ball and threw him off. Delta takes a wrap back around. Ajax and Memory both pressing hard. It's Hoxer now coming through over top of Memory. Ajax getting back around in goal. Andy's up in the air, but he's not going to beat him. Beastabonium just looking to maintain possession here. He misses that follow-up touch, and this pass to Hoxer could set up an opportunity for United. He finds the flip reset. He gets it through, but it doesn't have enough power to beat Beastabonium on the goal line.
He looks for a quick little touch there, turns it around, puts a shot on net, and it is good, just outside the reach of Beastabonium. What a shot here from Memory. The great placement as he makes that hard cut back off that sidewall.
And I got to give Beastabonium credit. He was reaching, stretching to try and find that ball, but just not enough speed to be able to make it there in time. So they're back down by 2. 90 seconds left in this match, and it is do or die. E United, they understand that perfectly well and are continuing in their effort to just score as many goals as possible, make this comeback just essentially mathematically improbable, but what a drop from Andy, and it gets him back within one.
What a shot here. Delta pops that one up. Andy with the read all day. Off the back wall, the soft touch as he rotates around to catch that with the underside of the car and puts it right on target. Great showing of mechanical skill there from Andy.
Now, back within one, this could be an opportunity for them to grab a win here and maybe start down the road of a reverse sweep. Memory was looking to put the nail in the coffin, but we rage on here. Final 60 seconds. Ajax sitting in the midfield waiting for Hoxer, but he's going to get beat. Ajax himself will now push. He's not able to beat Andy. Left side, possession changing hands. It's a pass from Memory. Beast of Bonium dropping it into the corner. Ajax looking to connect with Hoxer, looking for the double touch. He gets it, but it's wide. Andy now with possession going the other way. Gets it across field. Beast of Bonium looking to follow it through. Hoxer takes his shot, but it's wide. Memory now just looking to slow things down. He's able to beat Andy, but gets bumped out of the way. And the opportunities for Loco running thin here in the final moments. They have one potentially making its way through. Final 15. Delta up in the air. He's going to beat Memory. It's coming straight down to Andy. That's going to get a hit over. Beast of Bonium needs to get a powerful clear downfield. He does. Andy going to take the shot. It's on target. Hoxer finds the save. They can no longer let it touch the ground. It's another shot, but Beast of Bonium feels backflip man, and E United will face Space Station Gaming in the losers final.
Man, E United played through that series clearly with a game plan. Clearly they had exactly what they wanted to do. As soon as they realized that there was the overcommits, etc., coming from Loco and opening up those backfield, they said, this is what we're doing. This is how we win. Punch the ticket, and we're going to ride this through. And Loco never found an answer for it. They got a couple opportunities there. We saw some cool, flashy goals, but the style of play never altered enough to really take down E United. And now E United takes them out and is on to a very tough task coming up in their next match against Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Space Station Gaming that just took NRG to a Game 7. So, I mean, even though they're looking really good with this sweep, they're going to have to try and make an additional effort. And FDOT, you know, I know you've been watching this game along with us. I want to know your thoughts on how this E United sort of handled this situation and taking away a sweep in this game.
Thank you very much, Sleegy. Great job on the call alongside Supersonic. I mean, how did they handle it? They handled it, man. They gave him the hands.
That's all you can
happened.
say.
4-0, and you know, Loco was able to get some goals here, but ultimately I think this is what I expected. This is Championship Sunday, and so when we get here, this is where the teams that, oh my goodness, how'd they do it? Yeah, now reality sets in here at Super. You know, looking at E United and how they were able to kind of leapfrog over Loco here, how do you think they line up for Space Station?
That's going to be a tough one. The style of play that we just saw them use to win this match is not going to get it done against Space Station Gaming. We're going to need to see a bit more heads-up plays out of them. We're going to need to see some creative passing. We're going to need to see a more active offense and midfield presence to take down Space Station Gaming. I think that they've got the skill set to be able to get in there and go at it with them, but they're going to need to get that done early. If they let Space Station get out in the lead early, get up 1-2-0 in the series, I think it's going to be a really tough hill for them to climb.
I got to agree with that one as well. I mean, Sleeky, before we go to break, last thoughts.
I mean, E United surpassed my expectations. I said beforehand I thought they were going to win. I thought it would take them a little longer, but now I'm really excited to see how they do against Space Station. And, you know, regardless of who wins this next game, this grand finals, I feel, is going to be insane.
Should be dope. I'm real excited. Sleeky, Super, again, great job on the call. Codename Covert is back with E United versus Space Station Gaming. We'll be right back. What's good, Rocket League Nation? F. Dot here. I'm going to be hosting my own cast. Oh, man. Daz. First of all, E United versus Space Station. We'll get into it. Thank you for putting on this tournament. This is the final day of Codename Covert. Talk to me a little bit about putting everything on.
Yeah, it's been a show. It's definitely been a long week for some of us in the admin team. Shout out to the admins, Omer, Jasher, Stump, as well as some who have been helping out, Furtive and Strangest. Those guys are putting in so much work behind the scenes, as well as the broadcast team and everybody that you guys have seen on the stream. There's been a lot of moving parts, but you're right. We're here. We're here at the losers final with E United and Space Station. We started from day one of quals and watched a team like Loco battle their way through groups and through playoffs, even making it almost to this part or this final stage. But E United just showing up today, as well as the Space Station and NRG match that we saw in the winners final. It's just been such an incredible tournament, and it's actually everything I wanted. Like, we got the stacks and F.cast, we got Game 7, NRG, SSG. Like, you can't ask for just so much more entertainment, good Rocket League, and surrounded by good people as well.
Straight up. I mean, yeah, everybody behind the scenes gets a shout out from me. And like you said, this is kind of the perfect storm, because sometimes you can plan a great event, but the games are boring. Sometimes the games are dope, but like everything else sucks. This stream has been awesome. The games have been dope. Like you said, we got the lower guys, so like Loco kind of showing up. I need to see more Beastabonium in more events. Like, gotta see it. Right now, though, we got to see more E United and Space Station. I'm going to start with the number one conversation right now. Sypical. Like, this guy, top 5 players right now. Like, he is insane at the moment.
So let's just talk about Sypical's performance in that last matchup against NRG, right? If we look at the stats, 1.29 goals per game, most goals per game, only person to actually hit over 1 goal per game. Everybody else, the second closest was Garrett G at 0.57. Looking at another stat line, the saves, 2.14. Closest was Garrett G at 1.71. Shots. He actually was a little outclassed by shots. Arsenal outshot him 3.86, but he was still doing solid with a 2.57. His shot percentage was 50%, and his goal participation percentage was 100%. Over the course of 7 games, he was involved on the offense. That is an incredible stat line from Sypical.
That's the stat. That's the stat. Goal participation. That scores and assists 100% over 7 games is insane. Like, that's insane. And then on the defensive end, I think you mentioned a couple of them. Just watching Sypical completely block almost all the shots coming through. Really just incredible. I've been astounded by what Sypical's been able to do. Our teams creating the lobby and getting ready behind the scenes. Across the way, though, E United. Hoxer was the guy that I was really talking about kind of standing up. Chat seems to have mentioned Memory a lot when we watched E United play last time around. Who are you looking at here for E United?
Definitely looking at Memory, because he's kind of having a similar day close to Sypical. That being said, Hoxer has stepped up too, and so has Ajax. All the goal participation has been split pretty evenly over the course of E United, but Memory definitely having the lead here in terms of at least shots on. He's sitting at 3.25. Hoxer's keeping up with them in that particular area, but the goal participation, along with the amount of goals he has scored, which is 1.25 per game, he's sitting at 58% goal participation, which means like he's getting just as involved as E United. I feel like these guys as a team are just completely gelling today, which has been something that is definitely been different than yesterday. Now, we have seen this particular matchup before with E United and Space Station Gaming, and it didn't really end that well for E United. So
not quite.
I think they want to run this one back anyways.
It's possible. Earlier when I was watching the Space Station, I'm a little newer to the scene. I was watching these guys go off, and I started the post game like, Sypical's the guy. Where's everyone else? Jorby and Super cut me off right away to say that AXB and Arsenal have also been playing well, and that's what's enabling Sypical. I mean, the way that Space Station's opening up the floor is really impressive to watch here. We know we've gotten out of Sypical, but AXB and Arsenal might be harder to see, quite obviously. So break it down a little bit how they've been able to help their teammate.
Well, it's mainly because AXB understands like the fact of the ability that Sipical has on the pitch. He understands that he's having a good day today. So there are a lot of plays where AXB will go up for the ball and people will probably give him some respect, but really what he's doing is trying to set his team up in the best way. Arsenal and Sipical are popping off. AXB doesn't need to have that spotlight. He just wants to win. And in order to get the win, sometimes you need to enable the people who are performing on the day. And if that's Sipical and Arsenal, then he can do that to the best of his ability. He's a very smart player. He understands the pitch. And when he has to step up, he does so when needed to.
Got to feed the hot hand. I understand that much. Shouts to JR. So when we look at E United across the way, I mean, Sipical's been crazy, and AXB and Arsenal have really, really enabled him to kind of work it out. E United, on the other hand, much more cohesive, I'd say. Ajax, Hoxer, and Memory all together kind of bringing it. And I'm not here to kind of ask the question which style is better, because I think in a game like Rocket League, you can play either. It's just about who's hitting the floor better, who's got more gas in the tank. And so here we are, one away from grand finals, energy lurking in the shadows. I mean, up and down, E United, Space Station, and 7. Who are you taking, Daz?
You know, we got Burns in the chat.
Nobody wants to get mean by the United account, but I'm telling you right now, Pookie and the boys at Space Station will meme you just as hard.
Okay.
United and Space Station have been battling on Twitter just as much as the pitch.
That's true. That's true. I'm not trying to get in that crossfire right now. I feel like my head's on a spike. I don't know how to feel about that. But if I have to pick one, and Everwood, please, there's a lot of thought I've been putting this. If I have to pick one, I got to go with Space Station. They're just having the better day today. Like, honestly, like going against NRG and 7, like you can meme me if you want on Twitter. It's fine. I'm going to mute the conversation. But you got to understand that Sipical is on point today. They just lost to NRG and 7. They're not happy. They're coming into this matchup. For E United, like much love to E United, but they dropped 3-goal run in 17 seconds against this team. That is something that we cannot ignore. Space Station clearly hasn't ignored it when they've made the video.
Yo, you're not wrong there. You know, I really do think when it comes down to E United and how they played against Space Station earlier, the narrative that like, oh, they lost last time, they're going to lose this time in the same tournament is not something I usually subscribe to, and I'm not going to do it here. I think E United are the type of team. Listen, this is the red, white, and blue. They understand Rocket League or otherwise how to win, and they go, listen, we lost to Space Station. We're going to watch the footage and figure out what they do. I don't think Space Station has largely changed their approach from 2 days ago or yesterday, whatever it was. Space Station still beats you with Sipical leading the charge, AXB and Arsenal opening up the floor. So I think E United, having lost to this, actually puts them in a better spot. Although I'm building E United up, sorry, guys, I'm leaning towards the black and gold because of exactly what you were saying. Because here's the deal. E United are going to come in and do everything right. They're going to study the tape. They're going to do the homework. They're going to think about the guys. They're going to play their team. And Space Station Gaming just has the X factor right now. They've just come in hot. And I think when it comes to a momentum game like Rocket League, it's that important. Guys, teams are getting ready and entering and making the lobbies. I'm not just talking to hear myself speak. I promise we'll get to Rocket League in a moment. SSG E United on the docket. This is going to be a tight one, though. I think we see at least 6.
You know, I can see 6. E United has been having a really good day today, as you know, we're getting them kind of set to go here. But I do think that for this matchup, you know, although Space Station have been having a really good day today, E United's been on the plate. They're not really. I mean, we saw the earlier matchup against Envy, right? I kind of went into that one leaning a little bit towards Envy. E United just said not today as well. So we will see whether or not they'll be able to make that.
They will figure out if they can make the run or not. I mean, it's gonna be an uphill battle. Both of us are agreeing right now that Space Station are kind of the top card, so to speak. But with all that said, this is analyst land. We are splitting hairs. I think this team really is separated by a tiny. These two teams are separated by a tiny amount. I just want to see what happens when they get out there on the field. So, I mean, E United, what's up?
Yeah, speaking of what's up, we are actually going to have to cut to a quick break
Oh, no?
because we do have some connection issues going on over on the United side that we want to iron out before the game. So we don't want them to have to play through because last thing we need is someone to make excuses on Twitter. So we're going to cut to a break here as we kind of settle up and get everything going, figure things out for United, and then we'll be back with the matchup, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is Codename Covert.
Jazzarin. What's good, friends? Dot here. Just giving you a little bit of an update. We are still struggling with some things behind the scenes. It's tech difficulties, man. Live TV. Daz, how you feeling, man, about United Space Station?
That's a loaded question right now. But I don't, out of everything you're gonna ask me, I'm not. I wasn't ready for that one.
You know what? The floor is yours. Talk what you want.
Okay, so right now, as we get things updated for the matchup, we're just trying to figure out what's going on with Memory and his internet. I've reached out to the players, and we just don't know what's going on. So like I think at this moment we are going to end up having to go back to another break, and then we'll see whether or not United can actually play in
Yeah.
the lower bracket. So we have to
It'll
get
be
stuff
rough.
figured out, but we just need a little bit of the time, and then we'll come back to you guys with the final decision or the game. But stay tuned. We'll take another short break.
Welcome back to Codename Covert, put on
I
by
like that.
your host Jazzerin. How you doing, man?
You know,
Uh-oh.
I'm doing good, F. Dot.
Oh, there he is. Man, I ain't got my shades up here. You're
See?
making me...
See,
oh,
you
man,
weren't ready
got
for me.
I
You weren't
wasn't.
ready.
Too swag, too serious. We got our game on the way. United Space Station Gaming coming up without too much more delay. First and foremost, shout outs to Lethamir and the squad. Congratulations on Team BDS taking the victory. Insane stuff over there on the Euro Cup. I mean, incredible. You love to see the underdogs win.
Yeah, you do. You do. You enjoyed to see that. It was a great tournament overall. I was really excited to watch. I was as this was going on. I know things were happening simultaneously, but even I was peeking over to see what's going on. I had people telling me, "Guys, go back to your own chat room. Like, get out of here." I'm like, what? I want to watch some Rocket League too. You know what I mean? So, big shout outs to Lethamir and the Euro Cup. I'm glad it went well. But yeah, like you said, we have E United versus Space Station Gaming. Everyone is here. The ping test is going good, and we're gonna have this matchup for you very soon. So I'm happy for it.
Awesome. Jumping right on in here. Space Station Gaming. If you guys haven't watching the Euro Cup and you're just joining us with Codename Covert, first of all, welcome. Second of all, E United have been doing decently, but Space Station Gaming have been on a tear. And this is a rematch. We're here in the lower bracket. The winner goes on to face Energy in our grand finals. Space Station Gaming's Sipical is out here looking like one of the best players in the entire tournament. AXP and Arsenal have been lifting him up. And E United, on the other hand, have been playing as a full team. DeMar, what's your take on E United?
E United has, like we said, E United definitely has been playing more like a team. We've seen the stat lines across the board from them, and it's been pretty even. Memory, speaking of which, the guy we've been waiting on has been one of the most prolific players on that squad, but everything has been spread all the way down. We've seen highlights from Ajax, highlights from Hoxer. They're finding each other in the pass lanes, and it's definitely something that we have been able to really enjoy. They took down Envy, and now we're seeing them play against Space Station. And so this will be an interesting one to get into, F. Dot.
I'm just mad excited to finally get in here. Arsenal, he's frowning, but we are not. Ajaxon. AJ there, over there. Ajax rocking the Batmobile. An interesting choice. We haven't seen too many people on there, but he'll be taking care of it. Sippin, we're going to start things off. Memory demos him from behind. Blue players toss it up towards mid, but still Arsenal and SSG are able to maintain relative possession. Memory's going to turn that around and just barely misses up the crossbar.
So already we're seeing E United come out with a lot of energy here, getting the first shot of the game. As things do look like they're keeping up with the momentum previously here. Hawks are in the air, and Arsenal just says not today as he's trying to play that downfield. AXB with the follow-up. Now, we talked about Sipical so much here, but AXB, definitely one of the smarter players on the pitch. He knows exactly what to do and how to set up his team. Hawks almost had an open lane, but Sipical was there to make the save.
That's what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to be intentionally looking away from Sipical. I think he might steal the spotlight, but I really want to see how AXB and Arsenal really kind of command and make this happen. Arsenal's going to play one off of the ceiling, tosses one out into mid, and just dribbling by himself, but Hoxer's able to win the challenge. Sipical on the other side slows down E United. The ball popped up on the right, and Space Station going to try to take over.
That's a good cut from Hawks. They're still keeping this ball in possession from E United. They're looking for an opportunity, but look at the pop-up from AXB. Again, buying some time here for Arsenal and Sipical to recover. Sipical will play it downfield, and they'll give Space Station Gaming some space here, but they want to be smart. They don't want to give up possession easily. AXB playing that slow touch low allows Arsenal to come up and then allows Space Station to turn the other way.
Sipical and Arsenal both looking for the ball. Sipical's going to be the one grabbing it. AXB setting up. Sipical just barely underneath. Couldn't find the shot. Arsenal here going to redirect, and Memory find themselves in the middle. AXB looking for the control, and Hoxer keeps it on the orange side of the pitch.
So now Typical will play this forward. Meanwhile, Ajax waiting in the back line will try to take this one towards the wall. And Ajax on the Batmobile this tournament, definitely something that we don't see too often, but he's had a good performance here with the Batmobile. Something definitely to take note of.
For real. And I want to dive into that a little bit later. Right now there's some back and forth here. Typical going to come off of the demo, and Arsenal going to slow it down. Jackson says, no way. Jax here just trying to make things happen. Hoxer tosses. Typical gets there first. Memory lobs, and Typical can't get there. Memory, we wait and we receive. Goal 1 of game 1, E United.
And Memory delivers. Sip was trying to play it away from Ajax, and Ajax said, I have Memory behind me, bumps Typical out of the way, and leaves that a clear net for E United to strike.
Incredible. I mean, that was just another one. Typical says, hey man, hey man, hey man. I don't like that. And comes right on back with the 1-2.
And a shot off the kickoff, the cheat and the read on where the defense is. He has a clear lane, and Typical will pick it back up for Space Station.
All right, so as Stacks like to say, a new game with 2:20 on the clock. Typical going to catch that loose shot from Hoxer. Memory is going to show up as well. Possession for Space Station, just off the miss, but Arsenal finds it with a follow-up, and just like that, Daz, we have back-to-back-to-back goals.
AXB with the touch to set that up, threw off the E United defense, typical to Arsenal, and boy, oh boy, Space Station Gaming, they decide to come alive right in the middle of this game 1.
I mean, this is what we've seen from Space Station all weekend long. Memory is going to win that challenge, send the ball careening into Space Station's corner of the map. Typical says no. Hoxer says yes. AXB trying to slow this one down, but it does E United a favor. Set up, shot off the mark. Hoxer takes over from the right-hand side. Typical gonna dribble up the left side of the field, now on E United's side of the court. Who's in the mid? Who's in the mid? It's E United, and the ball's back to Space Station Gaming side.
There's Hoxer with a quick shot. Almost got some solid placement to get it over Typical, but it will be stopped out. Space Station trying to turn things the other way. A demo comes through. Ajax makes the save to slow off the offense, but it still keeps going. Another high one. Memory had to turn off ball cam to see where Arsenal was to make that stop. And E United are slowing things down here for Space Station, but they keep knocking at the door.
You know, if AXB was in position, he might have gotten a third shot on goal, but if he wasn't where he was, he wouldn't have been able to return it back to possession. Arsenal briefly watches the blue team take over, but drags it right back to the goal. Shot going to be just destroyed. Space Station Gaming up 2 with about a minute to go.
Now, Space Station moving downfield is something that you can get lost in from how much time they have in the air. One thing they love to do is just get that air dribble and just take up so much more space for their team, so much more free real estate, as some people say. And no one really has an answer for it, because at the same time, most of them, Typical and Arsenal, who are very mechanical, and it's hard for people to get in front of them in the air and try to cut that off.
Yeah, it can be tough. And Hoxer has been repeatedly the one to look to do that. Typical takes down Memory, opening up the field just a little bit. Arsenal puts it in the mid. AXB goes for it. Would have been a shot. Memory says no. Great defense from E United. Just a little bit too little, too late. 5 seconds on the clock. E United take control. There's enough time to make this happen. Arsenal clogs it up and puts it on down. That's the end of game 1. Space Station lead us by 1.
So, a decent opening here for Space Station Gaming, right? They get 2 goals, and they really play this slow for the most part. E United, they showed a real good breakaway there with Ajax and Memory, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to create any more score opportunities. That being said, shot totals were equal there, 6-6 apiece, and if you look at how that one really broke down, there were definitely a couple of chances for United to score some quality goals. Just a shot may have been a little bit off the mark or so, but Space Station definitely held on to that game with just how much offensive possession they had. They kept it on United's side of the field, and they just continued to pressure them to the point where United couldn't get too set on the offense.
Again, a whole lot of Sypical, man. AXB and Arsenal are setting this boy up. Feed the hot hand, or in this case, feed the hot, we don't have that sponsor. Feed the hot car. So let's look for that one. Space Station and United, game number 2. You finally got there, did you?
I got there a little bit. I was trying to decide if you was talking about Hot Wheels or Hot Pockets. I didn't know which one for normally. That could have been either way. But one of the things that I have noticed again is just how this team coordinates as they move down the field. Sypical comes through from the corner, but look at AXB. He sets it up, forces the double commit. It's a free ball for Sip as he passes to Arsenal, and he bangs that to the right side.
That's beautiful. And listen, I know people hate when casters get so excited about a single play. That pass was more impressive to me than the shove-in by Arsenal. Like, Sypical's still doing it, even as the assister.
Yeah,
Let's see.
One of the things is too, although Sypical has a good pass there, the play opens up because of AXB. He pulls the ball downfield and pulls 2 defenders out. Their challenge gets towards Sypical, which gives him the space and time to perfectly place that for Arsenal.
All 3 players in the right spot. AXB opens up the floor. Arsenal puts it in. Sypical with an excellent pass. United tries to lob one to tie it up. Sypical intercepts. On Space Station's side of the court, and AXB trying to change that. Hoxer puts one towards the goal, wide on the right side by a hair. Another shot by Ajax. AXB is able to say no way.
Now, although we see Memory over the course of the last few series for United have a really good day today, one of the people who helped them get to that position was Ajax. If he starts to pop off in this series, it could be a threat here for Space Station Gaming because we've seen many highlight plays from him over the course of the tournament, but he has been a bit quiet as the series started.
Yeah, it's always, you gotta wait for you gotta be afraid of the other shoe to drop, right? United have already taken one step forward. Watch out.
Right now, Space Station Gaming looking to find their way downfield. There's the flick from Sypical. AXB will try to play it high. Hoxer straight down, pinching. Ball slowly getting away from them in that midfield line.
AXB with a decent look, slowing down just in case Ajax was to miss. Of course, he doesn't. Arsenal, though, with a secondary look. Slow speed. And so the defender's able to grab that one. Not able to really get the oomph behind that shot as he was already in the air. A scrum to the right side of SSG's goal. SSG kind of win it out, but Memory keeps it on this side. Simple shows up, goes in the air. Hawks are going to shove it at the wall. Are their teammates in the mid to play off this? It do not matter. AXB contests and wins the contest.
Goes downfield, back here to United, and again, nothing worth really talking about for their offense just quite yet. It seems as though once they get it to the SSG side of the field, they're more focused on keeping on to the possession, let alone setting up a shot opportunity. It's really hard for them to create a chance because there's so many members of SSG set. Meanwhile, they have to stop that constant threat of offense. As you saw Ajax get the block off Arsenal.
I feel like United have been better at keeping the ball, keeping the offensive possession. But with Space Station, Hoxer gets there just in case. That would have set me up too well. 2 shots of whatever. The third a little wide as well. And a clear out here from the blue team. I was going to say Space Station have been better at putting the ball in the net despite not having much time on offense.
Yeah, they have, except this one. Their past 4 shots from Space Station Gaming have all been just off the mark, whether it was the miss in the top corner or a miss where it just goes to the bar. Ajax gets a solid save too, but here they go. They still keep up the pressure, and they're still able to put these numbers on from the quality opportunities that they're getting. But the defense here from United is something to speak on, as they aren't letting anything come through. Another one, and Ajax will try to push this on transition.
Yeah, that's what I call that popcorn offense. You're just pop, 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 pop. Unfortunately for SSG and their fans, unable to sink it here. 1 minute to go. SSG lead by 1 in both the game and the series. Looking to make it 2 was AXB. And Ajax going to take down Arsenal. Can United do anything with the open?
And almost a chance there. Ajax dropping it for Hoxer. Had a chance, but hold on. Sypical comes out of the sky.
That's it.
Give a 2-goal lead to SSG.
That's it. That's it. Not for the match. but for
What?
this game, there's 40 seconds, and mathematically you can do it. I don't know, man. I don't know. If United don't get off of this kickoff, I don't think they come back with 2 goals.
That goal from Simpical. I don't know what Chrome told him in between the matches from NRG and now, but boy, oh boy, do I worry for United at this point. Maybe I shouldn't. Memory will pick up one, and there's 25 seconds left. We've seen this happen, but it was on the other side.
Yeah, and I still stick to what I said. I think that mathematically there's totally time here. 1 goal is one thing, but I think 2 and 3 will be even rougher. We'll see if my caster's curse goes the distance here. Memory set up, and I almost looked like it. We're on the orange side of the court, 15 on the clock. Typical here. Trying to keep it on this side. It's just a stall game here for Space Station Gaming. 7 seconds remaining. Ajax sends it towards the goal.
Memory.
It's right. Memory puts it up, and it's blocked by Orange. It's got to land, and that's going to be kept up here by Ajax, Daz.
Trying to play this to the side. Look at Simpical trying to get in the way here, but it will pinch out, and Space Station will take game number 2. Z United tried to get a last-second play through, just couldn't execute in time, and again, another 1-goal game here in this series, I've got.
Yeah, separated by 1 goal again. Typical 3 shots, 6 for Arsenal. I think that's really kind of what I'm looking here. AXB, Typical, and Arsenal have kind of really solidified how they're approaching this match or this tournament. AXB seems to be dragging defenders away. Typical is just kind of doing whatever he can, and Arsenal is filling in the gaps, providing those shot opportunities. And so I like what came out of here for Space Station Gaming. United behind by a hair. How do they change that?
Possession. The first thing is possession. Space Station will continue to pressure E United in their own half. They continue to keep the ball on their side of the field, outshoot them, and limit E United's opportunities over the course of the game. There's only 5 minutes off the clock. If you're spending half of that time playing out of your own end, and then the other half of the time trying to set up offense, it's going to be a tough story. They need to change the narrative of this game so far, which is SSG controlling the pitch. They need to start, and they need to put their foot forward.
E United, 2 chapters behind of a bad choose-your-own-adventure. Space Station, on the other hand, they're chilling. Up 2 games to none. Best of 7, of course. Winner goes on to face Energy in our grand finals. E United with possession. Scratch that. Space Station have taken over. And a boom out towards mid. Typical keeps it on the blue side.
So now we see E United playing out of their own end, but it could be a transition. Hoxer, almost a chance to put a shot on. XB respects it though, and he'll just dribble this from its own end. So still chances here. Hoxer trying to apply pressure. Arsenal messed up the half flip, and it'll cost them a goal.
Real rough stuff here. I mean, this was, like you said, this was just a minor kind of mistake by Arsenal. Goes to the right, ball goes to the left. Hoxer shoves it on it.
Yeah, it took too long to set that half flip up, and it gave Hoxer just enough time to put a shot through. So now we have E United actually controlling the pace here. They have a 1-goal lead. It's up to them to continue to apply this pressure.
It really is, and as long as they continue to do so, this can be the turnaround. Ajax blocked by AXB. Hoxer shows up for the secondary opportunity. Won't be as pretty. Space Station kind of take it. Memory gonna stunt the shove, but the follow-up off by a hair to the left.
So this is great from E United because now you can see the offense getting set up here. Looking more consistent. They're having everybody get involved when they make their pushes, and the opportunities are clean. Look at Hoxer. Look at the confidence in the shot. It will be saved out from Arsenal, but the fact that they're getting these opportunities is a huge step in them coming back in this series.
3.5 to go. Shots slightly wide to the right, then slightly wide to the left. Kind of E United in a nutshell this match. Typical puts it down. Would have been a good opportunity for E United, but nobody in the mid. Ajax demos AXB from behind. That's a big deal. AXB had the shot, but will not be able to take it. Hoxer loses it in the mid.
And Hoxer's waking up to this game. He's had a lot of good shot opportunities, and he has scored the only goal in this game so far. him waking up and getting involved here on the offensive end is huge for United. Is he can definitely be a standout player in his own right.
Absolutely. I mean, Sypical has been the guy that's been stealing. Blocked by Memory, in and out just barely. But AXB, as he shows us there, is really no slouch. Shot high from Blue. Hoxer, the secondary one, a slow one. AXB now shoving it out. Ajax lying in wait. Low speed here in the mid, Daz. And nothing doing.
Yeah, it was really just United trying to hold on to the pressure there. But AXB sitting in the back waiting for a proper time to clear that ball out. So now we have Space Station Gaming. I feel like this is their bread and butter. That air dribble downfield gives them so much room to work with as they try to take control on the offense and set things up for the rest of the team.
Ooh, Arsenal with a nice move there. Changes the momentum of the ball. Memory gets in the middle. AXB won't be able to take control. Two members of Space Station lined up. Arsenal goes to the shot, blocked by United. There's a little bit of a nudge, and Memory is going to take control. AXB takes the contest and will win said challenge. Arsenal goes up, looks for the redirect, doesn't have help, and Hoxer gets in the middle of it. No goal.
Oh, Arsenal to Sypical here. Might be a chance. The flick is high. Arsenal's trying to set up AXB now. The shot blocked out from Ajax right in front of the goal line. The Space Station are working here. Keep in mind, they're still down by 1. Time not on their side. 1:20 left. We've seen them score with no time on the clock here, F. Dot. But they got to land these opportunities. I don't know if we can see lightning strike twice. We have this tournament, but I don't know if we'll see
Quite
that
literally.
Yes.
We have literally seen lightning strike will expand later. Right now, United looking so different from the first two. 60 on the clock, and the defense is strong for the red, white, and blue. Hoxer playing defense. Good thing. Space Station haphazardly kind of shove one low, but it will be blocked. Typical now trying to return to that situation. Ball near his own goal. A scary bounce there, but no such thing.
And I'm really worried because there have been some really impressive saves from United as the shots have been pretty much on the goal line for Space Station Gaming. The part that worries me is that it gets that far in the first place. They've been able to transition well and set up, again, opportunities on inside that goal box. United need to eliminate that opportunity, but they also need to hold on to the possession here. Crucial game time. 13 seconds left, and Space Station are knocking at the door.
10 to go. United with the lead. This would be their first win of the match. Space Station trying to keep it alive. AXB demos Memory in an attempt to do so. They're going to look to keep the ball off the ground. Hoxer with the opposite mindset, quite obviously. And that be that. The beginning of a potential Spaceman sweep.
Yeah. Because for those of you who don't know, a Spaceman sweep is when you go down 2-0 in a best of 7 and then just win the next 4. You can @Spaceman SR on Twitter for all discussions about a Spaceman sweep. In the meantime,
Make it happen.
Wow, there's a command in chat. That's actually pretty cool. In the meantime, let's talk about what United did do differently, right? One of the things was possession. Possession seemed to be evenly split on the two teams. Space Station kind of having the edge in those final seconds where they really tried to put on some offensive pressure. But for the most part, United had all the offense there. Hoxer getting involved was a huge step, and that rotation just seemed much more comfortable for United. They looked much more confident in how they moved down the field this game. Now moving into Utopia Coliseum as we get our game number 4 set, it's up to them to continue to do that. I feel like a lot of it has to do with United being able to get on the board first, because once they have that first goal, then they know Space Station are playing on the aggressive. It's not the best cushion to have, but it's still there, and it helps them set the tone.
United kind of seemed to play the same game that they did last time. The big difference for me was they actually got on the board there. Hopefully they can do the same here if you're rooting for them. Sypical starts to return this one. Hawks are going to keep it on Space Station's turf. Arsenal here, and Memory slows it on down.
Hawks are looking for the dunk there on Sypical in the air, but again, Space Station opened this one up. Playing on the defensive end here. We haven't seen them on the offense. Arsenal swaps to the Fennec here. And we have seen him definitely show up, especially if you go back to the Fusion 2v2, but Hoxer will throw a shot towards the net, and it'll go the other way here for Space Station.
What was he on before?
He was on the Octane.
Oh, that's the same thing.
It's
Okay.
not. It is, but it isn't. It's a
Okay.
long story. We'll expand
All right.
later. That's what we say. We'll expand later.
Shot! Gonna be slightly to the left, returned here from Space Station Gaming. Whole lot of nothing. Very slow-paced one here in our fourth game of our best of 7. Hoxer loosely shoves it towards the goal and back towards mid. Very slow pace here, guys.
It's a slow pace, but I feel like that just has to do with a lot of teams being careful here.
Sure.
As no one wants to overcommit. We're seeing Space Station just, again, these wider rotations. Arsenal wants to apply some pressure here, but it does feel like it's not at the same speed that we have seen before. I think Space Station want to see just how E United are moving on offense. They play this slow pace, oh my gosh, pace downfield, and they're letting E United come up towards them so that when they get the counterattack, it's at its height, and they can get away with a goal.
Well said. I think that this is E United lulling Space Station Gaming into a false sense of this is E United's game. They want to play slow, and Space Station need to keep it fast. That's how Space Station are going to find the victory here, guys, is by looking for this fast popcorn offense I called it before. More of that. This slow one-goal gameplay, that's what E United are lined up for, that's what they're ready for, it's what they're trained for. It's how they just beat you, Space Station. So I need to see them literally hit the gas.
A crucial part of this series as well is a chance we could be equalized here. Winner of this one going up against NRG in the grand finals, and we want to see exactly who that could be, but right now it's been a game of inches, so to speak, as both teams not trying to give up too much, but at the same time, the methodical gameplay coming out as no one really applying too much pressure, using too much resources on their offensive push.
That's a big one, trying to keep control of the boost. Haven't seen too much of the boost battle, honestly. People just getting their own. Hoxer couldn't find the angle there. AXB chips it up, and Space Station tried to chase. Hoxer again gets in the middle of it. Arsenal now trying to reclaim. Sip puts it above the net. Teammate. Nobody's there. Unfortunately, they were looking elsewhere. And Ajax able to center.
So now AXB with 1:25 here on the clock, trying to get themselves downfield. Oh, the Arsenal dropping it straight down. And Typical playing it into the corner. And we're seeing United, again, playing it back here a little bit. You know, definitely some spaced out defense. But for the most part, I felt like SSG's best opportunity was when we saw all members of E United try to go for an offensive push. It didn't work out. There's a chance here, though. It's Hoxer waits, but AXB doesn't give him any time. Memory will try to keep this in play, but Typical will slowly carry this downfield.
Nice save there. Turns into the air dribble, and now all of a sudden it's Space Station Gaming's ball. Got to catch up. Jack's not going to be able to find the angle off the wall here. Just about half a minute to go. Hoxer sends it back. Arsenal will do the same. Still scoreless.
Yeah, no one having any clear chance so far. Everything has been contested as E United are slowly pushing forward. I feel like for them, they have been able to keep this ball on the Space Station side for a lot longer than normally expected, but holding on to that pin selection, maintaining that presence has been tough for them. Final few seconds, Ajax can get this through. Memory might see a chance. He's going for the mid boost, gets into the air. That one goes off the backboard. Chance, and AXB with the clear way. Are they going to let this go to overtime? Ajax keeps it up. So does Arsenal. They're keeping it up at 0, but Typical will kill. And we have overtime in game 4.
Our first overtime of the semi-final of the lower. Well, here we go. First overtime of the match. Typical gonna send towards there. Don't laugh at me, guys.
Okay.
No, you're good. Just barely missing there is Arsenal, and AXB gonna take over. Space Station starting with possession this time around. A much different situation. Memory gets in between, denies the shot from Arsenal.
Now still pushing through. Ajax doesn't get the touch. Memory in a tough spot. AXB can't get it through. There's a pass out to Typical, but Memory gets it downfield. It'll be AXB taking this one. He just bangs it. Hold on. Hey, Typical is going off the ceiling.
There it
they
is.
don't see AXB. And
Just-
it comes through big for Space Station.
The self-alley-oop, you love to see it. Up 3-1 now. Space Station Gaming plus 42 on the clock in game 4. Spaceman sweep will be disrupted. Space Station now 1 away from moving on and taking on Energy.
That last play was very interesting because you have Typical going off of the ceiling, and if you're E-United, it's not the wildest thing you've seen from Space Station Gaming here. So you have to respect it. You have to respect the play, and you have to say, okay, well, what if he hits this? Then by the time you understand that he doesn't have the ball, that's when AXB is in the air, and he's like, well, I got a clear shot. Puts it in a perfect position there for Space Station. This series is getting closer and closer. We're having overtime, scoreless situations in between these two teams. And we're going to get into game number 5 on Wasteland. And I still don't feel like E-United's out of this yet. Although they're down, I feel like they still have a chance here.
Absolutely not writing them off. Real quick, Octane, Fennec, break it down.
Oh, man. So although the Octane and Fennec have different
It's the
hitboxes,
same hitbox.
but the cars have a different design. The Fennec hitbox is obviously more square in the front,
Word.
which means that depending on how you feel, your touches are different.
It's a
like
feel thing.
it's a feel. It's 100% a feel thing. It's 100% a feel thing. Like,
Got it.
I know we got hosted by Euro Cup. We have Flakes fans in the chat. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
That's my favorite. Give me the Pokeball card. Let's go. That's me because I'm a terrible casual. But let's get into game number 5, shall we? Space Station 1 away from saying what's up to Energy and the boys. United trying to claw their way back into this one. A great game 3 they had. Memory with a great save. And honestly, a great game 4. Both teams kind of brought it out. Just an okie doke goal at the end with an incredible angle. Like, how you gonna do that to him? So, that one on the other hand, Jack's just faster than you, man. Just beat him down the race.
Yeah, I mean, Arsenal with the miss there. Hoxer just lobs it to him, and even AXB knows he's beat on that play. The transition, picture perfect for E-United. They strike first here in game 5.
Hoxer starts the kickoff. AXB and his teammates will immediately start looking for an offensive set. Right now, just a little bit of jockeying for position. Hoxer off the wall. This could be a good angle. Arsenal shows up in time.
That's an incredible save from an incredible shot. Hoxer in transition with a beautiful shot on. That's not easy to hit, and he almost got the goal for it. Now E-United turning things up on the offensive end. They have a 1-goal advantage. They're looking to apply the pressure.
Arsenal would have had a great angle if that was the other goal. Is able to deflect it for his teammate and shove it up towards blue. Hoxer here knocks it towards the sky. Arsenal trying to play on the left side. Typical now has to turn into the transition play. Blue members clogging up the mid lane. That's a good look, but Arsenal takes it over. Where's Typical? Memories where Typical wanted to be. And the ball again controlled by E-United.
Yeah, a quick pass there. His memory was looking for Ajax for the shot, but it will not fall. And Ajax will try to keep this in play, but Typical has a clean beat, so it'll be SSG moving down the field as Arsenal wants to have a chance at it, and it'll be cleared to midfield now. But still, United hold on to the lead. We've seen them hold on to this for the entire game here. SSG needed to come up with something offensively. You see them going for these pass plays in the air, but the defense from United is set and ready to stop it.
Memory clears. AXB hovering towards mid. Ball sent out towards Space Station goal. Would have been bad. AXB gets in between Hoxer and the ball. Demos himself in all honesty, but definitely disrupts a transition opportunity.
And that's what's important too, is disrupting those transition opportunities. They're so big for teams. Some of them commit too many resources on this transition, and it can put them in a bad spot overall. So The fact that E United are doing pretty well team play wise is almost testament to their phrase "Stand United." It's worked out for them as they continue to hold on.
Memory just barely missed. Boxer follows it up. There's another follow-up, saved again. Boxer tosses it back towards the middle for another opportunity. Memory easily goes for it, but it doesn't get the bounce. The wrong bounce. Oh no! E United denied by physics.
So denied, but still holding on to possession. They're gonna try again here, but at this point, they really can't afford to let this ball get away from them. Space Station Gaming are waiting for an opportunity to see if they can really keep that consecutive offense going.
This is
but
it.
there's Memory with a chance, and it's blocked out from Sip.
Sipical shows up. I thought that was for sure in. My man reaches into the bucket and grabs the boost for the save. Ajax now one more time trying to bring the ball over the Space Station side. Denied by Sipical. AXB going to be lying in wait. Memory lobs it up towards the goal.
See Sipical trying to maintain control here with the final minute approaching. Space Station Gaming, the table has turned. They're down here, and it doesn't seem like they can set up offense. E United has been all over the pitch, making it as tough as possible. There's a chance there with the shot, but it's off the post!
Oh man, just a little too wide there. Rough stuff for Space Station Gaming, trailing by 1 in the final 30 seconds of what could have been the final game of this match if Space Station stepped up. Still time to do so. Typical pops it up. Arsenal here, shoves it towards. Hawks are waiting, misses, but it's all good. Ajax is there instead. Ball still on E United's side. Hawks are looking to change that. Pops it up. Arsenal gets in between. Looking for a teammate. Memory shoves, doesn't do much. Ball slowed down, ball in the air, 4 seconds. Memory tosses it, and that should be it, Daz. The Space Station with one last shot. AXB up top, down below. We're going to overtime.
AXB with no time on the clock. He gets the pass from Sipical and follows it up with the double. We're going to overtime, boys.
Insanity. I mean, like you said, from the teammate, off the top, down the bottom, dodge the blocker, put 00 on the clock, and let's see where they go.
So, field equalized here, and Space Station have a chance to say toodaloo to E United. They try to move downfield. Arsenal wants to pick this forward, and really, as things equalize off the kickoff, you can feel the tension on Wasteland.
Absolutely. The certain percentage of the game is all mental, right? If I'm subscribing to that thought, Space Station Gaming have all the gas in the world. AXB gets there. That would have been an unfortunate goal. But Space Station have to have the momentum, no?
They do, but at the same time, they don't have the possession.
This is good.
So the momentum isn't going in their favor. E United have been holding on to things and has done a great job of just shaking off the 0-second goal, getting back into this one, and just turning this one into an open battle for control. That's a double commit for Space Station, and Arsenal will be the one to bail them out.
Yeah, that's a good point there. I think this is where, that momentum I was talking about, it's over a minute. Everybody's adrenaline has calmed down. You're now back in the pro zone. Ajax looks for the goal. A little high. And now everybody's kind of on an even keel. Sudden death. Actually, really, for E United, backs against the wall here. Could be tournament point for them. Typical. It's a whole mess in the middle. Ajax keeps it on Space Station's side.
Space Station, Arsenal with the redirect, but it's off target. So Space Station have to get this under control. No, that's not what you want to happen. That's going the wrong way. Space Station get a lot of ground here off the mistake from E United.
Typical. Puts it up. Arsenal's laying in wait to keep it on the blue side, but he misses. All of a sudden, the ball heads towards Space Station's goal. Jack's going to keep it on this side. Typical challenges. Nobody really wins. A good angle for Memory, a little high, and Typical looks to retain, or take over, control. Dribbling up. Jackson, the only defender. Trying to find a teammate here is Typical. Bounces it back towards AXB. Arsenal a little too wide. 3 people commit, defend, and we're back in the midfield.
In the goal line, E United have to come together to make a insane save off the shot. Arsenal trying to close this game out, and they do it off the flick. Space Station Gaming are going to the grand finals.
Let me say it, Daz. Let me say it. Can I say it?
Say it.
Toodaloo! Toodaloo, United! Toodaloo! That was a fun set. Up and down. Just a fun set.
That was a fun set. E United really battled it back there too, like towards the end. There were so many different opportunities for them to come through and shine. And at the end of the day, their placement in this tournament is nothing. It's something to take note of. It's nothing to ignore, as they really stepped up over the course of group stages and even getting this far in the playoff bracket. It was a tough matchup against Space Station Gaming, who do take the win in the series, but they sweated it out at the end of the day, FDOT.
Oh, word. Absolutely. 4-1 is this is not indicative of how well E United played. And I'm not going to sit here and talk very nice about the losers. E United did well. Give them a round of applause. But Space Station, they are headed to energy here. And honestly, I think energy is a tall mountain to climb, tough task, uphill battle. Use whatever analogy you want to use. But Space Station look equipped.
They do. They look ready to get into this one. And, they want the rematch. We had them meet in the winners final, and they want to try to force that bracket reset here. So it looks like, they took the time. They went to the lab. They figured things out. And you better be careful, NRG. They're coming for you.
They absolutely are. We're coming for you, too. We'll be right back with more Codename Covert after this.
And cue the jazz.
Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play.
Covert. This is what we've all been waiting for, folks. The grand finals right in front of us. Energy SSG. One more time, it's your boy F. Dot. I'm joined here by Stacks and Dazarin. This is a combo. I'm not casting.
Boy, is it.
It really is. I'm excited, man. Stacks, welcome back. Glad to have you. How's your afternoon been?
Oh, me? Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed not having to cast with everybody else in the tournament and just waiting to have this special moment here with Days. This is going to be so good.
Can we end the stream?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah,
I'll see you.
Okay.
Daz, I'll see you later, okay?
Why did he? There's so much that he could have done there. So many different options and things that he could have said.
I know I could have put over how awesome the graphics have been, the admins, everybody. The chat has been insane.
I'm immediately regretting my decision.
Yeah, with E United and Space Station. You know what? Actually, you know what would make chat even better is if everybody tried to use the command !Days to get your rewards in the chat.
Don't. Why are you lying to them?
The Stacks has been on camera for a total of 12 seconds and has already created
no
a hellscape.
Why did you do that?
Because, Dazarin, some people just want to see the world burn.
Energy wants to see Space Station burn in this match.
They sure do.
Absolutely for the truth. But Space Station has been burning real hot. And so as a great philosopher once said, just give me the light. So Space Station Gaming here. I mean, listening to how these guys have been playing, watching them, insane. Energy is the team to beat, so to speak. Frankly speaking, we'll go into details later. Can Space Station do this, Stacks?
Well, I mean, you can't count them out, right? After what we've seen them do. I mean, we saw them erase a 3-goal deficit in 14 seconds. We watched another 0-second goal from AXB after he couldn't hit water from a boat at parts in that series. Yeah, I think they can do it. It wouldn't surprise me if we at least see a second 7-game series here, but
wow,
it's still NRG, and you gotta beat them twice. I don't think they can do that twice.
That's a big point, Daz. Before I get your take on it, let me break down the format real quick in case you guys are unfamiliar or maybe newer to East. But this is double elimination. If you lose, you get a second chance, and that's how Space Station has gotten here. They lost once to E United, and they beat E United, which is kind of funny how that works out. And now they're the ones going up against Energy. Energy, though, they haven't lost a single match. So the way this works, we don't play a best of 7. And Energy, if they win, that's it. See you later. Congratulations. And we all go home. If Space Station Gaming win, then we play another best of 7. That's the bonus that Energy gets for taking home, for getting to finals without having to lose a game. Space Station 2, and that's why we get a bracket reset. So Daz, I swear to God, I didn't mean to. I swear, no, I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Bro, Big D, you know I wouldn't do that. You know I wouldn't do that. I didn't even mean to. No! My bad, bro. Dazarin.
Wow. You had one job, F.
Mr. Williams, Big D on campus. Maybe I shouldn't say that. How is this going to go for Space Station Gaming? Can they get the reset? Can they win the damn thing?
Yeah, I do think that they can get this bracket reset. I won't count Space Station Gaming out here. We've seen them pull off some incredible feats over the course of this tournament. We saw the matchup against E United where Stack said it himself. He called that match. After E United scored the 4th goal, he says, oh, this is over.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, it's just not over. And Space Station Gaming pull off an incredible feat. Now, as we get this final match set up here between NRG, we saw that last series go down to the wire here. But one of the things that Space Station have had time to do is prepare for it. Again, they have an incredible coach, Coach Chrome, behind them. And if there's anyone who's been more ready for this, it has to be him going into the matchup. I do think that they're ready and prepared to get the run back. AXB tweeted on Twitter, about to try this again against NRG. And I think that we'll see them at least. They'll make it close. They'll definitely make it close. And this is tough, though, because NRG, we have to give them some respect here. This roster came together and played. This is their first tournament together.
It's like their first practice run.
And they are just breezing through the bracket. It just seems like no one has been able to stop them. Chad is going crazy on the votes right now. 100 votes a second from what I heard for production.
Insane.
I think everyone's ready for this.
Well, I mean, real talk. Obviously, you guys don't need my help. Put an exclamation point in front of your team, either SSG or Energy, and let us know how you're feeling. 79% are on the side of Squishy Muffins and the boys. I think we kind of expected that sort of outcome as far as the chat's concerned. But Space Station Gaming fans, I think, are rabid. They're very scary. If you've ever been on a cast and said something bad about Space Station Gaming, you know what your Twitter mentions look like after the fact. They are rabid. And so this 20% in the black and gold, Daz, I think is going to rep for the rest of the nation here. But what's fun is that I don't think that, as overwhelming as the gap is between the fan vote, I think everybody's in agreement here, Stacks, of how closely matched these two teams are. We've said that again and again, but I'm going to go to you to ask how specifically. We've seen Sypical really stand up for SSG. We obviously know the name power of Energy, but bring us to that next level. How do these two teams match up on the pitch?
Well, you saw how they matched up not too long ago today, and it was no surprise that they ended up against each other here in the grand finals. It was almost a sweep for NRG, then almost a reverse sweep from Space Station. They're a team that, what we've seen in this tournament, they never just die. They always hang around. They're tough to put away, and they're a team that NRG is going to have to work incredibly hard to finally put down once and for all. And what I find the most amazing about NRG is something that's been true it's been true for a while. But there are some teams when you ask, okay, who's the worst player on this team? You can usually give an answer, right?
Sure.
If I ask you, who is the worst player on NRG, you have to sit there for a moment and go, I don't actually know. And that is scary.
I mean, it's tough. Stack says they got to work. They got to work hard. They being Energy to kind of bring it to Space Station Gaming. I really surface level broke down SSG as kind of Sypical being the guy that's setting up because AXB is opening up the field, and Arsenal kind of finishes after the fact here. Daz, what do you see out of Energy? How are they figuring out over this week how to play with their new roster?
It doesn't seem like they have really any figuring out to do, to be honest, F. Dot. It feels natural for them when they move down the field. The way things have been working for them has just been effortless, as we have seen just this consistent flow of mechanics coming through. You have that consistency factor that's been Garrett G over the course of this entire event. And then you have Squishy and Justin, who have made some of the biggest highlight plays in Rocket League esports as a whole. This roster is something that you would call, we've called North America a big three in terms of teams, where it was
right.
G2, NRG, Cloud9, but this looks like a big three in general, like Miami Heat, all one team, big three here with this NRG roster. So they have everything here. They have all the cards on the table. They just need to execute against Space Station, who in their own right deserve to be here.
Listen, man. This is what we're here for. Energy, Space Station Gaming, the grand finals of Codename Covert, Stacks, and Daz. The cast is yours. I wish you luck.
Well, Daz, these players very familiar with each other, very comfortable going into this matchup too. By the way, players, I saved the replay of the pre-match lobby, so keep that in mind. All right. Hey, all business now. All business, Daz. Best of 7. This is the first hurdle for Space Station if they want to win Codename Covert. Everything that's gone on throughout this whole week comes down to this one match right here and maybe one more to follow.
Yeah, it comes down to this best of 7. That's the only thing we keep our eyes on here. The ping tests are good. Everybody is set. We have them loaded into the lobby. And to find out the winners of Codename Covert, we'll play this series against NRG Sports and Space Station Gaming.
Well, here we go. 3, 2, 1. We are underway with the grand finals of Codename Covert. Space Station Gaming and NRG, after countless epic moments throughout this tournament. It all comes down to this. Squishy Muffins to start things off. Trying to start it off with a bang, and he does!
And Squishy Muffins opening up this one here, takes it into the air, gets the flip reset, and says, hello, I've loaded in top left corner to start things off for NRG.
Like a hot knife through butter, Arsenal missed up top. 2 defenders left in the net, and he still beat both of them. In the top corner, look out off the kickoff, that's high and wide. Squishy human after all, and AXB will try to take this over, but he is stopped by Justin. NRG, we've said at times we didn't think teams were getting their absolute best shot early on in the tournament. This is a team that looks absolutely frightening to play against now, with as quickly as they're moving in game 1, because as we saw, they got off to very slow starts against some teams, most notably Loco earlier on. Not the case here. They are firing on all cylinders right out of the gates. There seems to be a sense of urgency here in the finals.
They mean business, right? They mean business. This has been a test for the rosters. Space Station Gaming just looks like a threat in their own right. But they want to show just how well this roster is off the jump, and what a way to do so in a tournament full of all the RLCS and Rival Series teams coming out on top. Means so much for NRG and their decision to add Squishy Muffins to the roster.
Arsenal to the back wall. Follow-up from Zipical is set away by Squishy. Garrett G was there as well. Now AXB gonna have a tough time following this play up, so Garrett can take over. Zipical got a piece of this, and he's gonna need to contort his car to keep control, and he cannot, as NRG will clear the zone and everybody resets.
So now things moving downfield. Zipical with a whiff there on the play, and it does seem like Space Station are slowly getting into it, but you can tell if you compare this to the United series, there's just a different feel overall on the pitch here as Space Station Gaming trying to figure out this NRG roster, what to do. There's a breakaway. Arsenal will strike on the board, and Space Station tie it up.
Yeah, this time AXB just staying in Justin's way. That causes the awkward bounce off to the side. Zipical nearly put that in himself. Arsenal there to follow. And that's what SSG needed. Back into this game. They didn't let NRG run away with it. They've weathered the storm in game 1. What can they do off the kickoff, where they have been phenomenal all week?
See Space Station, they are starting to get things going here. Looking for a way to maintain this equalized game, but also try to force the defense to break down here on NRG. Like you said earlier, AXB, he's definitely one of the players to watch in terms of disruption. As he goes for a demo on Garrett, it allows Arsenal to try to push that one into the corner. Again, giving more space and time for Space Station Gaming. As Zipical tries to set up a play, it'll be blocked out, and it'll go towards Squishy.
Did get over towards Squishy, had to backflip to get in position, but he recovered so quickly that you wouldn't even notice. Justin high to the backboard, and Zipical is right there to sweep it away. Trying to get around Garrett, he does, but Squishy there in defense. Again, that play just took too long to develop, and I think Space Station realized they got to go a lot faster. Now they got to go back to the drawing board if they want to go up against this NRG defense. Zipical, great pass down to Arsenal. Garrett riding alongside him, and that disrupted enough to blow up the play.
Close chance there, and we're starting to see Arsenal go for these demos. He gets one out, and Zipical will try to force this ball towards AXB. But although NRG opened this one up with a lot of just offensive pressure, things have definitely turned and gone more towards the Space Station Gaming side. They seem to have a lot of control, and they're keeping NRG stuck in their own end. As Squishy tries to break out, AXB is there for the side.
Back and forth these teams go. Not a whole lot separating them. 5 shots apiece, 1 goal apiece. This is what you expected. Coming into game 1 of a best of 7, there's Garrett just inside the corner. Almost the exact same spot. Squishy scored his.
Good pass, 2 from Squishy. Enough space there that AXB can't get it in time. And then we talk about Garrett. That consistency. Top left corner, bounces off the post and in. And NRG bring it back. You can't afford to give these guys those clear paths to the net, and you have to cut off those passing lanes, because if they take the shot, I mean, it's going to be on target.
Typical. You can never count this Space Station squad out. Well, Squishy won that challenge, but Arsenal was there. There'll be Sip racing downfield, and Garrett played that ball right to him. Big mistake, but they don't get punished for it. Justin comes in to help. He missed that ball out of the corner. Now a follow-up from Arsenal, and another save by Squishy.
Tops on defense here from Squishy as he picks up the Savior medal. He is all over the field for NRG. In this game, 547 on the score. As Squishy, no slouch in game 1.
A lot of what NRG does runs through him. Has been for much of this week. Good opportunity for Space Station in the closing seconds. They got to keep this pressure on. 7 seconds remain. Garrett up against Zipical. This will drop down to AXB. Zipical can't drop it down. AXB back to the net. No. And Space Station's got to scramble. AXB does keep this in the air. Zipical has no boost, so Squishy will kill it. And NRG takes game 1.
So a close game between these two teams to open up this series, and NRG strikes in game 1 off of 2 top left corner shots. One from Squishy on the flip reset, and then another from Garrett G off the assist from Squishy. But so far, Squishy Muffins, 4 saves, 100% goal participation. Look at the score as well.
Yeah.
He is telling everyone that I may be the new guy on the block, but I'm making a difference here.
Yeah, they haven't missed much of a beat at all, adding Squish, and that's what you would expect with players at this caliber of play. You know, you see so much made of synergy and chemistry and all these tryout periods. Look, when you're at this level, you can basically take many of the players in the scene and replace them with somebody else and get very similar results. This, with Squishy, I know this is going to be a controversial take, Daz. I think it's an upgrade, and I think it's been obvious this week.
If there's anything that's shown is the fact that Squishy Muffins has definitely been and continues to be a just prolific and treat to watch on this NRG squad. But hey, there's another team on the pitch, Space Station Gaming. We've seen them do incredible things as well. But off to a slow start here in the series as they try to battle it back on Neo Tokyo.
Justin to the air. He came off the ceiling again, got the dunk. It's typical right there. He was the contingency plan if that challenge broke down in the air. And then AXB got flipped on his way through. Missed, though, off the wall by Justin. That sets up Typical for an opportunity. He started to turn away. I think he expected the ball to go quickly downfield. It did not. Space Station kind of accidentally stays on the attack, and the shot goes high from AXB.
Quality chance there to strike early for Space Station Gaming, but the shots are getting a little bit off the mark. That being said, setting up for some good opportunities here, but the failure in defense and the ball goes the other way. Justin will strike here first.
You can't make many mistakes against this NRG squad. It doesn't have to be perfect, but that's a mistake you absolutely cannot afford to make. They did, and now you've given what might be the best roster in the world a free goal here in game 2.
That's not something you want to do here. As we've seen from the start, low scoring is the game, and it could be the series. And a poor touch from AXB, and hopefully that'll be the last time that happens. But as the ball drops down, you see Squishy pushing up from NRG, and they want to set the tone here. And they've been playing really methodical. They haven't been just going straight forward, and look at all the space they get from it. AXB will push that into the corner, and Space Station Gaming will eliminate the pressure.
Oh, typical. How about this? Everything just got jammed up in front of the net. Nobody Nobody took initiative here. Nobody went for this ball. Garrett took a late turn, and Sypical just took what the defense gave him. A tie game.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting that one to get saved. Either Justin was going to go or Garrett was going to go, but they let that go straight to Sypical, who's just right behind the ball. He's not going to miss or just wait for you guys to set up on defense as Space Station Gaming looking to get back into the series.
Well, both teams have made critical mistakes that have given up goals here in Game 2, so I guess you could say it's a wash. Out of the corner, it is Squishy again, met by Arsenal. Good block. And AXB kind of looks a little lost out there. He's going to have to make a touch here, and he does. But now Squishy follow up. AXB doesn't have much boost. He has just enough to make that save.
Good stop from AXB. The shot from Squishy was trying to set up Garrett, who was in the midfield, and the play just devolved from there. So now NRG trying to get some possession here. And Squishy wants to set up Garrett, and I like the pass plays and transition, how comfortable they are, just being able to move the ball around the field. Something that Space Station Gaming will need to look at eliminating as Squishy tries to make another play.
AXB has been looking for boost for a while, and there is some off to his right, but he just can't go get it. He has to be on call for a shot coming in. Finally, he's able to move up, but now he's got to rush right back the other way. Justin back to Garrett, trying to set up Squishy, just not on the mark, coming out of the corner. And now, Sypical over to Arsenal, and he missed it.
And this will be Justin pushing things downfield for NRG. And Justin has been stepping up here more on the offensive end. He's put on 3 shots, and he's come up with the goal to start this game off. And again, one of the things that you got to pay attention to in this roster for NRG, Justin having a lot of space in the midfield. But hold on, look at the turn from Sip. He takes advantage of the mistake from NRG.
Wow. Again, that actually...
Whoa, Arsenal.
Is it much of a mistake, or is it just a great challenge by Arsenal? Able to get up there in a hurry. Bounce it off the ceiling, drops right onto Sypical's lap. And Space Station Gaming got to hold on for another 90 seconds to try and tie up this series. Arsenal right at Garrett G. Could be trouble, though. NRG, they are lurking. You have to imagine they're going to get a whole lot of firepower thrown their way. This will get down in front. Garrett thought about it, faked and turned. Now this has just popped up, and Space Station can recollect and clear the zone, if only for a moment. Squishy for Justin, quick play. No, he missed it, just off the mark wide.
And Arsenal here being an X factor as the flick is saved from Squishy. But even on the last goal that Space Station scored, one of the things that you got to pay attention to is Arsenal. He comes through again and makes a good challenge to set up Space Station Gaming. He's been moving all around the pitch, and it's just one of those things that NRG, they can download Space Station as much as they want to, but they'll never be able to fully read Arsenal on the play. He has too many options. He has too many tools as he goes up to take a shot, trying to set up AXB, but NRG will come together to get the clear.
Arsenal back into the zone with 20 to go, but now Justin up high, over to Squishy, and it's Arsenal coming in to break up the play again. Now it's NRG trying to tie the game in the closing seconds. Space Station had their opportunities in game 1. Garrett can't get this through AXB. Arsenal doesn't pinch it downfield. You saw everybody from NRG run down there, expecting the ball to go shooting out of the side. Instead, he just kills it right there, and Space Station Gaming ties this series.
So Space Station trying to tie this one up, or tying this series up, I should say. And it looks like we just see NRG slow things down here. They weren't necessarily able to really make a move and get really good offensive chances to push through. And Space Station Gaming able to, again, just out-pressure NRG. Like I had said earlier, Arsenal, huge factor there in that game from the way that he was making a lot of challenges in front of the NRG. And he was able to do so much in terms of putting the ball in the right spot for Typical, but also to just keep possession for Space Station, which allowed them to put in, again, shot after shot on the board. So definitely with Arsenal stepping up, although he might not have the score total to represent it, he was a major point there in that series, or in that game.
You know, how late did we stay up just even this morning talking about Typical and his field awareness, too? I think that's what makes, that's a huge part of why Space Station is as deadly as they are, because he has so much vision around the field. And it's so subtle, right, Daz? You know, just a quick glance to see where the defense is setting up, and it doesn't break his concentration whatsoever. It's those little things that you don't really get to appreciate even as you're watching from player view, unless you're actually able to watch the replays and you're not, you know, locked onto ball cam all the time. And it gives you a sort of a new appreciation for all of these players and how quickly they're able to react.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is instinct at this point from playing so much Rocket League, but the amount of awareness that we've seen come out from Space Station Gaming and how they're able to move around the field has been nothing short of expectation or exceptional over the course of the tournament. And for them, you need those kinds of reactions. You need that kind of execution in order to take it into a series like NRG. We've seen some incredible feats over the course of this series, but we've seen highlights from every single player on the pitch here. So it's really just a battle of like which side has that. Almost, I want to say almost which side wants it more at the end of the day. And because we've seen Gear show up, we've seen Squishy. We saw Squishy in game number 1. We've seen Arsenal come through here to set up a Typical. We saw Typical yesterday just take things all into his own hands. So there's factors here from everyone, which is why it's important to keep all eyes on the field.
I think if the question ever becomes who wants it more, I think the answer is always going to be NRG, and I'll give you one reason why. Justin. There are very few players that I feel are as competitive as Justin is. It's like he's desperate to bury a team whenever he gets the chance. And that's what I love so much about this NRG squad. We'll see Justin in action here with the series all tied up. And he's going to be first on the ball off the kickoff, but met by Arsenal. Again, series tied up at a game apiece. Remember, Space Station has to win this best of 7 to force a second best of 7 for all the marbles here in Codename Covert.
So a lot of pressure here for Space Station, but they do take last game. So with the series tied on Manfield Night, it's anyone's ball game. NRG do have the advantage, but Space Station are slowly figuring out how to get into this one as they try to move things the other way.
Squishy, ball, and boost, and stopped right in his tracks in the air by AXB. Now Arsenal, it's his turn to try. Pirouetting through the air, tried to go underneath Justin, but not having it was the young phenom. Now Justin again trying to fake out Arsenal. He could not. He stayed with the play long enough to force Typical to make a big booming clear. Now Squishy, back to Garrett, back over towards Squishy, and he did not jump and turned into a shot that Typical dealt with.
So Typical able to eliminate the pressure here, and Arsenal able to sit in this downfield, and that's going to be a double commit here that Space Station can take advantage of. Typical drops it, plays it slow, fakes out Justin, but Garrett will carry this all the way downfield. Arsenal doesn't give him any space, though, as he tries to put the ball in the hands of AXB.
And a good job by AXB avoiding the demo as well. It looked like it was Garrett trying to take him out of the play. They let this ball go off the backboard. Nobody was charging. Typical came in late. NRG had just enough time to recover, and they do so. Now it's AXB through Justin, and Arsenal can play it downfield. Garrett's got to get there in a hurry, which he does. There was a little bit of pressure there from Space Station. Garrett had to be sure-handed, as he so often is.
Space Station fighting for every inch here on the pitch as they try to get this one as close to a shot opportunity as possible. NRG scrambling on defense, and they're making some good stops, but we haven't seen the transition into offense until Squishy tries to put one high, looks for the follow-up, no go, and AXB with the flick to slow things down.
And he could score here, but Justin stops him. Garrett trying to flick it further downfield, and says Squishy has to come up and try to do so, and he cannot. And it's weird, because NRG is not winning the game at midfield like they so often do. They get this roll out to Garrett, and finally it works out with just their second shot of the game.
Garrett coming off of a touch to in midfield. Justin quickly, without hesitation, only gets one touch on the ball and slides it right in front of Garrett G. Typical is just scrambling to see if he can get a piece of it, but no, he has it dead to rights as Garrett gets the first goal for Energy.
Quality over quantity, 2 shots for NRG, 8 on the side of Space Station, but none have found the back of the net yet. Squishy being chased down by Typical. He eventually caught him. AXB over to Arsenal. Justin read that the whole way. Space Station has to develop the play a lot quicker than that if they want to beat NRG.
NRG are moving with a planned offensive plays here, just with how things have been going. You saw Justin in the air, and he had Garrett G to look for here. Now Garrett looking for the double, and it'll be Typical holding on to it. We need to see Space Station Gaming load into Manfield Knight, get more involved, and really start executing on these shot opportunities. Like you said, they're sitting at 8 shots to 2 right now. They got to get the placement better. Meanwhile, Garrett's just going to roll it in and pick up a second.
Number 3 in the series for Garrett G. And it just looked like they were driving through molasses, the defense of Space Station Gaming. Nobody had any boost to work with. They couldn't get a wave dash to propel them any further. Nobody was around to challenge Garrett as he worked his way along the back wall. 2-0 the lead now for NRG, threatening to run away with game 3. But again, the opportunities have been there for Space Station Gaming. They've got a lot to hold their heads up about. But ultimately, potential just means you haven't done anything yet in this game. Here goes Typical. Didn't get the touch he was looking for, it seemed, and that's going to be boomed away by Justin.
Garrett again. Is that an open net? Oh, the fake!
Oh, it sure is!
Garrett! Don't do it to him! Almost able to get that one through.
Wow.
But the fact that he has that much control in front of Space Station Gaming's net is just a sign of how dangerous this NRG team is.
Yeah, I thought he was going to turn that into an open net, and then Squishy, he just wave dashed by the ball, tried to go into heat seeker mode there, going after the defender. Didn't work out, but NRG still putting on the pressure, still taking time off the clock. And it's going to be incredibly frustrating for as many opportunities as Space Station had in the first half of the game. They haven't had a shot on goal in the last about 2.5 minutes.
And if you're an NRG fan, you're feeling really good right now. Meanwhile, on the Space Station Gaming, and they need something. AXB hits the bar again, and it'll go the other way. But when NRG are on offense, you can only sit and watch as they just try to play it around Space Station. It feels like they're just playing reaction offense instead of really proactively playing the game. And NRG, complete control in Game 3.
Keep an eye on AXB as this series goes on, because tilt has got to be a thing sooner or later, right? I mean, we saw it at times in the previous series as well with E United. He's had trouble getting the shot down on target. He's missed a lot up in the air, and he's missed off to the sides as well. He did have that one clutch double tap at the end of regulation in Game 5 against E United, and that's great. That helped get them here, but he's kind of got a case of the yips again here, and he can't get the shot down. He's got to get his head back in the game if Space Station want a chance.
He does. Everyone calls it the typical show, but a lot of this team rests on AXB here. We've seen if he misses a clear, it ends up turning into a goal. He's gotten shot opportunities and hasn't been able to sink them in. He's been in the bar a couple of times. He has to get it together here because Space Station, the rest of the team is working to set him up with some good shot opportunities. And you don't get those in this series against NRG, because what ends up happening with them is they get these transitions and then it becomes just a tense game of sweat for Space Station fans because they understand what this team is capable of on the offense wise. We have seen almost every kind of goal here from NRG, and Space Station they've been pushed back here a little bit after the Game 2 win. They need to adapt here as we get Game 4 going.
2-1 the lead for NRG. As they try to put this series away, they are halfway home. 3-1 would be huge, but a kickoff going the way is typical, but he got bumped on his way through, and that keeps Space Station off the board for now, and all the angles are covered in the net by NRG. So it could have been kind of tricky for the defensive NRG. In fact, it was not, and Typical met rather rudely by Squishy. Now AXB will try again. That's right at Justin. Follow-up attempt goes across, and the communication breaks down for Space Station in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, talk about breakdown. A lot of space given to NRG, and if Arsenal didn't get demoed, I feel like the shot from Squishy was on their way into the SSG, and meanwhile they try to turn things around, and Typical throwing off NRG, but they still hold firm. A shot comes through, and Squishy will pick up the save.
AXB challenged by Justin. Neither got the ball. Now it'll be Squishy trying to go over top of Sip. This will waterfall down, and Justin couldn't get around on a shot, couldn't center either for a teammate. A missed opportunity by NRG, but they'll have plenty of them as this game rolls on. You'd have to imagine. They got a demo on Garrett, though, and Arsenal is going after Squishy. Squishy outruns him, makes the save. Space Station, you can see, though, they are trying to play very physical, and NRG, not to be outdone, they are matching them shot for shot, and then Arsenal finally has all the defenders sitting in front of the net, and he picks a spot.
Look at him, he makes them jump.
Yeah,
Justin
he
going
did.
for the free jump. And Arsenal says, you want to take that spot? Okay, we'll shoot to the other side of the net. Oh, the shot placement there from Arsenal. Space Station, they go up.
Great control, and now what does NRG have for an answer? They fall behind in the first 90 seconds of Game 4. This pinches all the way across. It should be AXB's ball. Justin's going to go try to give him a little bit of pressure, but no can do. Now Squishy back the other way. Couldn't land on that ball. And so we will continue to enjoy a little holding pattern until Garrett takes over. His double not on the mark. But NRG, they're hanging around. Space Station's got to get rid of this ball. They got to get rid of it now as Justin almost scores.
Justin almost equalizing here. NRG trying to push downfield, but it hasn't been easy for them as Arsenal picks up another demo. The shot comes through, and Squishy, another goal line save. Garrett can't respawn. Arsenal won't let him. He'll finally be able to. But here we go. Typical in the air, and Garrett will make the stop.
Arsenal's going to back off here as he throws that ball to the back wall, and NRG is going to take over possession. Squishy. Oh, he's got so many tools in his arsenal, but he's met by Arsenal at the back wall, and that snuffs out the attack. But every time Squishy's on the ball, every time all these guys are on possession, it's just edge of your seat stuff because you never know when you're going to see something special. Here goes Squishy again. Shot's going to be wide. He was looking for Garrett, but he never got the ball there. Garrett's still hanging around in front of the net. Now, finally, he will back out of the play. Full tank of boost as he sets up on his own back line. And everything resets with 2 minutes to go.
And the reset position here is unfortunately for NRG their back wall, as that's where the ball's been for the most part of this game. As Arsenal continues, he does the same thing. He pushes it as far as he can into NRG's end. He steals the boost. He goes for the demos, and he forces NRG to play an uncomfortable style of game. That's what Space Station's MO has to be. They have to get this team uncomfortable. They have to make sure they eliminate space into the air so that the shots don't come through, and as well as applying the pressure. They're executing as the shot comes through from Arsenal, but Justin there with the stop.
Space Station have had opportunities, and it has lasted the entire game, not just half of a game, unlike the previous game. And of course, as a result, they hold this 1-0 lead. NRG only has officially the one shot on target from Garrett. That is Garrett there, and he's passed one defender. It's AXB. He's got Arsenal putting on the brakes at midfield, and Typical will take over again, and that's great control by Typical, who, again, you can't overstate how outstanding Typical has been in this tournament.
There he is
Another
again
shot
with the
on
shot.
again!
AXB tries to put it down, and Garrett will be able to push this downfield. But like you said, you can't overstate Typical. He's keeping this ball in NRG's half, which is huge, as now Space Station are playing against the clock. We're approaching the final 30 seconds here in Game 4, and NRG need to make a play happen soon if they want to tie this up. But the problem here is Space Station Gaming aren't letting them. They're getting in front of everything in the midfield. Anything that can kill a second helps them out.
Typical out of his own corner again with now 14 seconds left. Squishy avoids Typical. Arsenal's right there, but he cannot deliver the dagger. AXB demos. Arsenal can't slow things down enough. It is just incredible to Squishy. No, straight down, and we've got a tied up series again.
Back tied up after some great plays from Arsenal here on the pitch. You saw him help kill that final last second ball. Squishy was going up to try to keep it in for NRG, but I mean, this guy was all over the field. The demos, he was taking out Garrett on respawn. He was pushing up and down the field, just anything that he could do to throw off NRG, as well as scoring, as he did get the only goal of that game. But Sipical and AXB doing a great job of facilitating the pitch, because right now the best game plan here is to eliminate any space and any time NRG have. Make them play that reactionary game, because if they get set up, it's that much harder for you to stop them.
Well, it's been quite the series so far as we go to Wasteland for game number 5. Again, a best of 7 here in the grand finals of Codename Covert. You saw, though, NRG held to just the one shot in game 4. Have Space Station figured it out? Have they found a way to keep down this very potent NRG attack? Or are they just playing a little bit of possum? Are they just waiting to break out? Big shot from Justin early on. Squishy's up for this as well. Justin to center for Garrett. Long-standing duo doesn't connect for a goal here, but they will now. It is Squishy who scores on an empty net as they broke down the defense of SSG.
The pass from Justin to Garrett to set it up, and Squishy with the speed to get past Arsenal. Wide look for the net, and NRG pick things back up where they left off. They dropped last game, but they start this one off with a goal.
Plenty of attack for NRG. Actually, more offense for NRG in the first 14 seconds of Game 5 than they had in the entirety of Game 4. That just shows you the ebbs and flows that a Rocket League series takes, even at this level. Justin, straight downfield. Garrett got a demo on AXB, so it's all Sipical to make that challenge. Now, Justin, can he get there first? Yes, to set up Squishy, and it ricochets in.
And another goal from Squishy here. Space Station has to eliminate the play, because look at what happens when the setup comes through. Justin gets it to Squishy, and Squishy puts enough power behind it. Another one for Squishy, and another one for NRG.
3 goals for Garrett, now 3 for Squishy in the series. And plenty more to come for sure. This will go deep into the NRG corner. Space Station needs a quick answer to get back into this game. Garrett, network. It is wide, and Sipical will collect. This will be over to Arsenal. Quick shot on, easily saved. It's got to be the second or third opportunity, and that's a double commit. Maybe an attempted pinch, but very ambitious if it was. And now here comes NRG looking to take advantage yet again.
As NRG slowly move downfield on the press, we see Space Station trying to set up control, going for these aggressive plays. The clears come out from Squishy Muffins, and NRG having a tough time to break through, but they're fine right now. A 2-goal lead here. And that's quite the insurance goal as well. These have been 1-goal games over the course of the series. I believe this is our first 2-goal lead of the series, as NRG have the control here. And if things go on as planned, then they already have the game locked in.
Just about right is the second. You have NRG winning game 3, 2-0. That's about it, though. It has been neck and neck throughout much of this series. So your point certainly still stands, as Arsenal and Garrett G, I think they're both trying to block each other. Neither got the ball. Now Garrett with a redirect deep in the corner, and NRG extends their lead.
And Garrett goes into the corner, but anyone should know, especially Sip, that doesn't mean he's out to play. Sip needs to get a bump. Garrett jumps over him and uses about 40 boosts to get the solid redirect here in RG. Still, you take one out the play, and just because he's not on the ball doesn't mean he's not a threat.
Garrett has been very pesky for the defense of Space Station, hanging around down on the other half of the field. And they've been able to outlet to him quite often. Squishy going to try to find him again. AXB challenges. Squishy off the corner, looking for Justin. He found him, but no follow-up from Garrett. He is all the way back.
So we see Sipical put on a close shot there at Space Station. Want to try to shake this one off, and Still see if they have enough time to get back into it. Garrett G with another save. But NRG, the way that they had been just moving down the field, they play the ball high. They're able to just do things in the air, find each other on the pass plays. And this is what happens when you have three highly mechanical and experienced players on the roster. Just non-stop performing.
It has been a treat to see this roster for the first time in this tournament. As great as Space Station has been, NRG, they've been the talk of the tournament. And for very good reason, with all the news with Squishy leaving Cloud9 and ultimately Cloud9 leaving as well. Squishy's found a new home, and boy, has it looked good. Arsenal blocks Garrett for a moment, but he still finds Squishy, ties him up in the goal as well. Squishy's added yet another. He's got a hat trick.
And this one, you got to give props to Garrett G here. Knocks the ball away from Arsenal, but also just jumps in front of AXB, making sure that no one able to make the save in time for Space Station Gaming. NRG with the biggest goal lead we've had in this particular matchup today. Keep in mind, this is the second time we've seen this matchup. It's Garrett G looking for the double, almost finds it. And they are, I mean, this game is almost theirs. I don't want to do a E United as typical. Gets a goal. Bring it to 3.
Yeah, hey, look, this is a different team, but down 4-1. They got a minute 13. We've seen how good Space Station has been on kickoffs. Important for NRG not to concede one here. Sipical beaten to the boost by Garrett. This will drop down to the mid, and Squishy got the ball, got demoed for his efforts, but he got the ball out of harm's way, and that's all he needed to do, as again, more very precious seconds burn away.
And although you see Arsenal trying to pass to AXB, Justin just there with a cutout. These cutouts have been huge here for NRG to slow down Space Station Gaming. They can't pass it out. They need to try to carry it, and you see Arsenal do that. But look at Justin, the read into the shot. AXB didn't even go for it. He thought it was in the net.
And I think that's the mentality of Space Station right now in this game. Again, we've seen some crazy things even in this tournament, but even they know it is NRG. This goes back towards the NRG net, and Justin will just clang it off his own backboard. AXB over to Sipical. Even he's forced that one high, and that's got to spell the end for certain as Squishy will dribble through. He couldn't add one more for insurance, but they certainly don't need it. NRG, when this clock hits 0, Daz, they are going to be 5 minutes away from ending Codename Covert and having, I mean, they've probably already had a successful debut with the new roster, but this would just be the icing on the cake.
You really nailed it on the head there. Just a very successful debut for this team. They've looked strong throughout. Squishy again with another top performance here, but this time on the offensive end with the 3 goals coming out from him. Shooting 3 for 4 this game too as well. Meanwhile, looking at Space Station Gaming, this series for both teams has really just been about possession and what they do with it. And one of the things that we've seen Space Station in the last game that they ended up taking against NRG was the fact that they were able to outpace and outpressure NRG. They had the demos coming through. They had NRG playing that reactionary offense. But it seems as if they took their foot off of the gas coming into this last game. They weren't that strong. I mean, Sipical had some really good shot opportunities, but at the same time, the consistent offense wasn't there. Demos wasn't there from Arsenal. He wasn't as all over the place as we had expected. And that just kind of shows you what's like for Space Station, how much they need everybody to be on the same level, everyone to execute. Because NRG, I mean, it's a triple threat.
You know, I was just watching the post-game highlights, of course, as you see in the on the screen, and I saw that Garrett goal again. I was like, man, this matchup is almost not fair. I mean, you see a pass go down, scored at that angle. It's like, man, it's got to be your day. But here we go, NRG. All they need is one more win, and they will end Codename Covert just like that. Squishy challenges AXB to prevent him from getting an opening shot. Now Garrett towards Squishy to center. Can't quite do so, and then quickly back the other way. A rifle from AXB, and that's going to be great for his confidence.
Definitely so, getting one on the board. Sees the opportunity. Squishy and Justin go up for it, but both are just a second too late. AXB striking for Space Station.
21 seconds to score first. Now it is Garrett lobbing to the backboard. AXB, he's going to need another touch because here comes Justin. Here comes Squishy and Arsenal. Able to get there first, but only barely.
So AXB, again, him having a big game is huge for Space Station. I know we keep eyes on Typical, and eyes will be on him as well, but if AXB shows up, then that puts the team in a much better position overall, as he really is one of those guys that helps facilitate how things go. Meanwhile, Arsenal getting involved and cutting out the play from NRG.
It does seem like there has been a bit of an effort on the part of NRG to make somebody other than Typical beat them, and Arsenal has certainly tried. Again, a couple of goals, a few assists. Ultimately, Typical's got to be the guy. This time he goes right, and so too does the entire NRG defense. AXB out to Arsenal this time, and Squishy stopped that one as well. So I think what I've been impressed by the most with this NRG team this weekend, it's not just, okay, they score a ton of goals and Squishy's really, really good at Rocket League. He's playing outstanding defense as well. He has been seldom out of position, but this time it's AXB, and man, is he on point.
There you go. Shot perfect here as it's right behind Justin, who gives it a little assist in. But Typical lobbing that one to him. 1-2 play for Space Station Gaming.
2-0 for SSG in a game they must win to prolong a series they must win. Typical is going to be called on defensively again, and he is in no man's land because he was out of boost, and Garrett picked him apart.
Like you said, Garrett with a chance, sees an opportunity, and he says, I'll get the double tap this time. As Garrett G says, NRG are still here. They're still in this one. 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, and they bring the deficit down to 1.
Not so fast, my friend. The Fun Police trying to put an end here to the tournament. Typical misses high. It's AXB who is on the money, and it's Typical now who's hitting the crossbar and above. Another big drive from Squishy is blocked by AXB despite the demo, but now another bouncer in from Garrett. Typical can't go for it. Justin is right in his grill, and he just could not get one through.
So AXB finally able to eliminate some of the pressure here as he's looking for a demo on Garrett. We'll get it, and Typical will bring that one in for Space Station Gaming. At the halfway point here in Game 6, they explode on the offense.
Literally, off the demo by AXB, everybody involved for Space Station, and they get that goal. They conceded to Garrett right back. Garrett sweeping through as well, was trying to get a bumper demo on AXB off the kickoff. This will ricochet away, and Arsenal trying to get to it first, trying to force away the defensive NRG, but now nobody is back in the net, and Garrett played that over to Justin. NRG was able to get downfield just a little bit faster. Would have been a one-goal game again.
Yeah, I feel like Justin would have been better off with just Garrett leaving that ball, and the chance for NRG to make it a one-goal game gone awry, and they'll have to take it back from their own end. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming has a goal and insurance. They want to continue to keep up the pressure against NRG, and can't let up though. We've seen NRG, when you give them space and a clear opportunity on net, they don't miss.
Space Station trying to wear down all of NRG's resources. Boost and time certainly has to be considered a resource as well. Trying to erase a 2-goal deficit, and there's step 1. Squishy going in behind the defense. What a challenge.
And AXB by himself here as he tries to play that close to him to get control and to get another follow-up. He knows that NRG is waiting in front, but the ball gets away from him, and Squishy has enough space to play it behind them. Now Space Station Gaming, although they have the 1-goal lead, this is not a comfortable position you want to be in for, as NRG are looking. They are knocking at the door, and they want to tie this back up.
Quite possibly the tournament MVP if NRG comes out on top. Squishy scoring his 5th goal of the finals. It's enough to give NRG some life in Game 6. Closeout opportunity against Space Station. They got to get out of their own zone here sometime in the next minute. This goes up and across. Garrett trying to carry over. No. Zipical. It's a double tap. Bang, bang.
Zipical rises to the occasion when Space Station needs him to. A beautiful double. Sit to the right side. No one from NRG can stop him when he's on.
And if Space Station wins this tournament, obviously the MVP, Zipical, as he extends the lead. Well, he has come alive all week. They're not out of this just yet. We've seen what Space Station can do with very little time. NRG certainly capable as well, especially if Space Station can't get out of their own zone. Another good touch by Justin trying to get this through, but that's well won by Zipical, now coming up on 30 seconds. Not the touch he was aiming for there, however, and NRG will have a chance. Justin tried to slow play. Arsenal having none of it. He'll try again. Justin redirect on target. No, it's going to be high, and Zipical takes care of it anyway.
Time ticking, final 20 seconds as AXB gets a strong clear, and with that clear, could be the game here. As you can see Space Station just wanting to run out the clock here. Stacks, I think we're going to go to a Game 7 here.
We are going to see the 14th game today between Space Station and NRG. You wouldn't have it any other way. And a chance for Space Station to prolong this final even further.
So now it's coming down to the wire here between these two teams. Space Station Gaming as a team just performed in that Game 6. AXB 2 for 2 on shooting, and then Zipical with the insurance goals to come from behind or behind him as well. And although NRG showed signs, we saw Garrett with the shot. I mean, he was shooting 100%. Squishy also getting shooting 50. They just still didn't maintain that offensive pressure. Space Station Gaming were able to move around the pitch effectively. They didn't get too caught up in making some offensive plays, as we didn't see that many offensive demos from them, but they were able to just continue to hold on against NRG, play with a good rotation, and then set up some quality shot opportunities. And they were able to execute, which was the most important thing for them, because we saw AXB with those shot chances, but he wasn't able to score when it mattered. He did that game.
3 different players in this series have 5 scoring tallies. Zipical, Garrett, and Squishy, all with 5 goals apiece. And it's not just scoring that they're contributing as well. Lots of defense, plenty of saves, a few assists as well for each of these players. It has been a full team effort. All 6 players involved in the efforts of Space Station and NRG. There are no weak links on this field. We talked about it at the top of the match here as this goes to the backboard. Justin cutting off Zipical, and this will be cleared away by Garrett as he pops over midfield. Again, just no weak link on NRG, no weak link on Space Station Gaming, and a very strong link in Squishy, met by AXB with the save.
And for this one, I will lie to you, Sax, even my heart's pulsing in this server, as this one has really just been a back and forth battle between 2 titans of North America in Space Station Gaming and in NRG. Space Station take the win, we'll have the bracket reset, but NRG are looking to cleanly take this Game 7 and be the Covert champions.
Yeah, with all apologies to, again, tremendously talented E-United squads and Envy as well. Like, when this tournament started, especially with the news of Squishy to NRG, the sense was Space Station, NRG in the finals. That's what we've gotten. Garrett to the corner, and NRG draws first blood in Game 7.
And Garrett G with the shot placement off the assist from Squishy takes his time and puts it top left. That's what you get from a world champion, and Garrett G will open this one up.
Phenomenal. It's the only word to describe what we're seeing on the field between Space Station and NRG. Arsenal, big clear downfield. This will be easily dealt with, but Space Station going to try to take advantage, try to force a mistake. Oh, it's a double commit that turns into a pinch heavy off the backboard. And Zipical does turn, but Squishy is right in his face. Arsenal now trying to work his way through. AXB is not going to be able to connect with Sipical. Zip has to be all the way back and deal with this play.
So they'll try to push this downfield, and Squishy will try to pinch things through, but SSG are turning things up now. Down by one, AXB with the shot! And they'll put it in to tie it up for Space Station.
They got a bump. It had to have been a bump right in front of the net. Arsenal had all the time in the world. Yeah, he got a piece of Garrett, so he couldn't jump at the ball. I still think he would have been late anyways, as AXB ties it. And for AXB's woes in the early part of this series, he has been a hero in the second half of this grand final.
Everyone stepping up over the course of these two teams. And there's no arguments that they're leaving it all out here. Game 7. And Arsenal looking to set up Space Station, and Justin will try to play it into the corner to get this one in mid.
Zipical avoids contact, got a touch, but Justin's going to play it off to the side. Squishy is there. AXB not having any of him. Garrett's going to go by this ball. AXB steals some boost. This could be huge as Space Station tries to take the lead in Game 7. AXB cannot get one down to Zipical, but Arsenal can certainly try. And who's going to take that midfield boost? Nobody got that mid boost. Zipical and AXB both yielded to each other. They can still work downfield, but it's going to be a delayed attack, and that's an easy save for Squishy, as here comes NRG. Space Station's going to get back in position, and they will.
Garrett taking that one away from Justin, buys him a little bit of time here, as they do try and make a threatening attempt, but AXB will take his time, buying Arsenal some time to spawn back in, flicks it to midfield, but NRG struggling to set up a good offensive chance here. They had the chance with Garrett earlier, but since then, Space Station has just been taking it to him with the offensive possession.
90 seconds and change. Arsenal saw Squishy coming on, got that over to AXB. To the back wall, but not on target. Zipical will try again, and nobody's going to get to this except Justin as he booms it away. So now it's NRG's turn. Garrett up against AXB. Here comes Justin. There's Squishy! But it's saved by Zipical. Right place at the right time to keep it tied.
Tie game. Goal line chances on both sides. It's a push and pull effort from NRG and Space Station Gaming, as both sides have been able to break through. But wait, Arsenal! There's a miss on the back wall! And Squishy will take advantage of it, bringing the lead to NRG.
I was about to say, if there's a mistake, it's going to be backbreaking, and it is. 2 missed touches coming out of the corner. 2-1 to NRG. 58 seconds for Space Station to answer, and it could be even worse. There's Justin denied by Arsenal.
Zipical trying to play this one downfield. It'll be Garrett. Space Station Gaming, time not on their side. They got to get things together here soon, or this one might be over. The pass to looking for Arsenal, and Squishy will cut it away.
That would have worked against a lot of teams, but not NRG. It's got to be a little more creative. Justin with 30. Zipical and Squishy. Zipical was up first. Now it's Arsenal, one to beat, and Garrett slams the door shut. Now with 22 to go. AXB up the ladder again, blocked by Squishy. Garrett could not hit Zipical, so he couldn't slow him down. But that's a good clear by Justin. Last call now for Space Station. Big wide turn by Arsenal. Got to get around Squishy, and he can't. Zipical to the back wall. Follow up himself. He's done it again.
No way! In the final seconds of the game, Zipical to the wall. Arsenal distracts Garrett for a moment, and that's all he needs. That's all Space Station need. They bring it back here in the final 4.
How do you kill a monster that refuses to die? Garrett, one last chance for NRG to win it in regulation. Squishy's there, and it's over. Justin does it at 0. Justin and Squishy combine to kill off Space Station and take down Codename Covert.
Unbelievable from NRG. Just when you thought we had overtime, they take the series here in that last second play. I just can't believe what I saw in the final 4 seconds, Stacks. I cannot believe it. They pulled through. Squishy Muffins comes up big again after the assist from Justin. But of course it would be NRG to do it at that time as well. Of course it would.
You see that scoreboard? There are no weak links on either of these teams. It is that simple. When the chips are down, backs against the wall, game 7, and it comes down to that, man, these are the 2 best teams in North America. There's no question about it. And we saw a spectacular display. And yes, technically, Justin with the goal at 0 seconds. Another walk-off goal in a tournament for the young phenom. It's just, how do you... You know what? We have somebody who's better with their words. I assume F-Dot is around and able to try and guide us in the right direction as we've seen yet another epic final involving NRG.
I'm supposed to be better with my words?
Right? Yeah, good luck.
I mean, this was insane. Dude, so I was sitting in the backstage room, right? It's me, Jorby, Jasher, Omer, Sleegy, Supersonic, like the whole squad. And we're just watching the game, and we're like, all right, you know, if Energy wins here, like, we're planning out how to, like, end the show or whatever. And I just scream, Civico! Because I'm a little bit beforehand. And then, like, oh no. And then we start making plans for the bracket reset. Before Omer finishes his sentence, Jorby just goes, ah! Doesn't even say anything. We hear him inhale and then just scream into the microphone. The true, like, physical embodiment of pogging in the chat.
Yeah.
Like, insane.
That is so Jorby too, isn't it?
Well, hold on. This is Jorby.
Yep.
We're gonna get it. But Daz, this is what you planned for. Like, this is what you want when you put on a tournament like this, right? So, I mean, shout outs to Energy taking it home, bro. Like,
yeah, that was just incredible.
I agree.
Yeah,
that was just incredible. Which is funny because just incredible.
Yeah,
Anyways,
just incredible.
You know, it was
forehead.
The fact that we had Space Station Gaming play it that close, and you would think that was going to overtime. And the reason I said, of course, NRG is because they've been in that situation where Justin has had to. Well, he scored the 0-second goal to tie it up before. They've been in those situations, but this time it was Squishy who was able to score that goal, assisted from Justin. That's how you bring a new player to the roster. Like, hey, welcome to the squad. We do this here.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to bring up how fitting it was to see Energy do this in the way that they did. You know, we know Justin's famous goal from finals, and here he is just setting up Squishy. Like, literally, I don't have a torch because I have electricity in my home. But, like, the passing of the torch, quite literally, to Squishy Stacks.
Well, and how fitting was it as well for Justin, because remember, it's NRG versus Black and Gold. Oh, there's a goal with 4 seconds left. We have to score again. And then, yes, it is a blatant goal steal, but it is Justin who scores at 0 seconds, except this time it ends the tournament. And yeah, it is NRG. And as you mentioned with the passing of the torch to Squishy, they didn't miss much. That's for sure. Squishy, what did he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trying to count it on the fly. 6 goals. Should have had a 7th. Hey, he was as advertised here in Codename Covert.
Energy comes into this Codename Covert tournament with a new roster for the very first time. One of the most prolific roster changes of Rocket League history, by the way. If you know nothing about Rocket League esports, the first name you're going to hear is Squishy Muffins, and the first team you're going to hear is Energy, and now they're in one sentence. Insane. Yeah. Of course they take the tournament. Although I got to check myself on the of course. We had questioned about synergy, how they were going to work, if they were going to, like, too many ball hogs, so to speak, right? How many names and lights can you have? I mean, this is the answer. I'm impressed. Daz, what's your take on Energy's new roster?
They're the team to beat at this point. You know, we've had every team from the RLCS play in the group stages here, along with, of course, of some teams from qualifiers in the rival series. So we got to see how teams were able to play out. Some had good days, some had bad days. We had rising stars like E United and Rogue with Corrupted G, and we had standout individual performances from players like Sipical over the course of this tournament. And this one thing that was constant was that the domination from NRG was there. They were the Titans. They were almost, you would almost call them the bad guys coming into this one, but they're the favorites. They're the favorites here. And they showed it, and they didn't let up at all.
What was really fun, you mentioned some of the lesser known players kind of jumping up here. Loco. We got to shout out Loco real quick.
Absolutely.
I mean, Loco featured a player named Andy from the rival series that Stacks and I know well, but teamed up with two sort of lesser known bubble players, the unknowns, truly, true rooks, and wound up on finals Sunday. Like, that's not, you make it out of the groups, but winding up here on final Sunday, Stacks, I mean, that's next level.
Oh yeah, it was a treat to see a team that had no expectations of getting nearly this far in the tournament make their way through the bracket. Again, they opened a lot of eyes, and a guy like Beast of Bonham, he absolutely popped off. And I have no problem admitting that. I know there has been some Twitter beef there. It's fine. I recognize a damn good player when I see one. And he was phenomenal all throughout this week. I think it's great, a great look going forward. And if they stick together, that could be a team that you look at whenever the next series of rival series or whatever comes around and you go, yeah, why can't they compete? Because we've seen them up against some of the best teams in North America, and they held their own.
Loco, one of the lesser known players, some of the well-known players did well. So here, Codename Covert, we've got an MVP award. And it's not just for finals. This is for the whole tournament. Who do you think came out on top? Now, the admins here at Codename Covert, we have already voted on who we think is going to be the MVP. But it's a community tournament, so we want to get the community involved as well. If our vote backstage is Sipical. That's it. He just was that nasty. Sipical is the MVP unless you guys get involved. Exclamation point ANY for literally anyone else if you want to vote for literally anyone else. Sipical is exclamation point SYP. So if you think Sipical was the MVP, go for it. But if anyone else on your mind comes through, there you go. And so I saw a couple of Garretts. I saw a couple of Squishies. But Sipical, I think, was the best played individual in the entirety of Codename Covert.
Well, yeah, I will say this. I'm old school, as we all know, and I'm of the mind that the MVP is the best player or the best performing player on the team that wins the whole thing. So, for me, it would be Squishy. However, Sipical, absolutely. if ever you're going to have an exception to the rule, look back at what Sipical did to E United twice, especially as part of that comeback charge yesterday. It is hard to vote against Sipical. I cannot be disappointed if Sipical is the MVP of this tournament. Guy was absolutely bonkers.
Before I get your input, Daz, I want to tell you how hard it is to vote against Sipical. Garrett G has voted for Sipical for MVP. So
that's decent praise.
So if Garrett is out here, putting his name for Sipical, and it's interesting, 36% against the field. That's a big one. I'm not. I don't know. Any player is a lot of players, but Daz, what's your take?
Well, and the other thing is, if Sipical's got 37% against the rest of the field, that's a pretty good percentage.
Yeah, see, Twitch chat, what you didn't understand was F-Dot gave you a loaded question because we were just going to pick Sipical anyways. I won't lie to you.
No, Daz, you gotta pretend like there's movie magic.
I mean, anything could happen here, guys. Like, just keep voting and pretend I didn't say anything. That being said, over the course of this entire tournament, we have seen a lot of star players. We've seen things, but again, this tournament was developed over the course of 6 days of Rocket League gameplay, from the quals to groups to our final bracket. There's been a player that's been consistent and has been a star player through all of it. You can check the stats. You can make all the comparisons you want to. It has been Sipical. So I gotta go with the exclamation point Sip here.
And that's Daz. That's the final word. You know, welcome to Dazarin. This is his channel. This is his stream. It's his tournament. Thank you, by the way, for putting on such a wonderful tournament. Sypical is your MVP. Stacks, I think you said it best. I think there's a lot of old guard, I think is a respectable way to say that, right? There's a lot of us in the old guard that are like MVP to winners only. But if there was ever a chance to change that around, this is that moment. Sypical played insane.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and it's a well-deserved award as well.
Right.
You know, we can give it to somebody else though. If you type !Days in the chat, we can give the MVP award to Days.
Nope, cut it. Nope, absolutely not. That said, Daz is one of our MVPs. I mean, straight up, just from me, you know, getting a chance. Like Daz and I met a couple of weeks ago, honestly. Quarantine makes everything seem so much longer, but like giving me the chance to like come up here and not just host but cast, that's wild, man. So honestly, thank you for putting on a tournament. You know, any words you want to say to the people at home, the fans, the friends, and the players that kind of came out here and took part in Codename Covert?
Yeah, you know, so first off, we got to do the shout outs to the sponsor. Shout out to Psyonix for sponsoring the tournament. That conversation between them and myself was, hey, we want to sponsor you, and we want you to just go crazy, just go creative, be as creative as you want. We're just going to give you the fundings to run the tournament, and you can do what you like with it. So we just had a lot of time here to really think about what we wanted to do. We got an amazing admin team that's been behind this broadcast. We've also had just quality support from all the casters. Everybody that was on the cast rocked. You know, it was an opportunity that what I saw, it was an opportunity for me. It was an opportunity for me to help others grow. Like, although Psyonix is supporting me and they want to help me grow, and they've done so with the esports button as well as supporting the prize pool, I was able to set up something to where people can get their graphics works displayed, where casters can have opportunities to come on here and try new pairings, where F. isn't just known as a host. Him and Stacks is now one of the, you saw the Reddit thread, one of the best duos in NA, you know what I mean? People get those opportunities. People like Lemon Kiwi, where, you know, they come in from Overwatch, but they are able to still cement themselves into the Rocket League community, and as well as giving some players like Loco a chance to show and create names for themselves in a spotlight. That's what Codename Covert is really about at the end of the day. It's not about me. It's really just about everyone in the Rocket League ecosystem and supporting them from the ground up. So I was just happy to have the opportunity to do that.
My man, that's why we're boys, dude. It's all about community. There are big things happening right now, and there's big communities coming together, and esports, there's still communities here. Psyonix recognizes that. Shout outs to all the people that have put together the tournaments. Codename Covert, though, important people came through. You mentioned the production team, J-Ski and Simple, the admins, Omer, Jasher, and Stump, broadcasters, Goomer and Simpson, and all the casters that have had our names plastered across the screen. I mean, honestly, Daz, thank you, but shout outs to Rocket League Nation. Without you, we'd just be us. So that's it for Codename Covert. Thank you so much for coming out, hanging out, and doing the dang thing. Shout outs to Energy for taking home the win. Shout outs to Sypical for taking home the most valuable player here. That's it for us. We'll catch you next time. Peace and much love to you.